Kochani, witam was w drugim dniu Untitled Masters Katowice!
Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world right now, thank you for tuning into ESL TV. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Amazing crowd, seriously. The crowd is absolutely fantastic already, and we haven't even had a game just yet. So, we are about to get underway, but before we get underway, we do have a lot of games today, so let's take you through the schedule and show you exactly what's coming up throughout the day here at Day 2 League of Legends. And obviously, as well as the schedule, there's some cosplay stuff as well, so we'll enjoy that this afternoon. And here's the schedule. First up, Group B game. The first game, SK Gaming versus AZUBU FROST. And yes, I'm not going to make that same mistake as I did yesterday.
Słuchajcie, dzisiaj to chyba nie będzie żadnych meczy, które nie są dla nas interesujące. Gra ocelote, który, jak wiem, w Polsce ma bardzo wielu fanów. Gra oczywiście Absolute Legends. No, ten mecz to będzie dobry, 16:10. Mam nadzieję, że wszyscy tutaj będziecie.
Yeah, we'll finish off at 7:15. If you can possibly hear me above the shouting for mana in the StarCraft right now. 7:15, last games. We won't tell you which one it is. We'll figure out which is the most important game at that time. So, let's introduce you to the guys that are bringing you all the action today. First up, our commentary team of Deman and Joe, and of course Jatt is our third man as well.
A teraz zobaczcie naszych casterów.
Jatt's actually the second man today. We're going to be kicking things
There
off,
you
but
go.
thanks a lot, Paul. Jatt, day one, absolutely incredible. Came down to a tiebreaker in the end. Today, surely is going to be just as awesome.
Well, I hope we don't get a tiebreaker today, but it's going to be awesome, I'd agree with you. The first game up is probably the most interesting one we've seen.
Yeah.
As I cough.
Yeah, Jatt is sick. He's passed it on to Deman. I'm the only one hanging in here from the caster desk with that one, so hopefully I manage to stay all fit for the next couple of days for this one. But yeah, as we said, first one coming up is going to be AZUBU FROST versus SK Gaming. We're going to throw it back over to the stage and get the game underway.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. That is our commentary team, of course, a three-man rotation. I'd love them to do a TriCaster sometime. That would be amazing. We also, of course, have our analysts. But before we get to those analysts, we need a couple of teams, ladies and gentlemen. So, first up to the stage, all the way from Korea, AZUBU FROST!
Prosto z Korei, team, który jest jednym z faworytów, AZUBU FROST!
And going head-to-head for their place in Group B, perhaps even the decider, who knows? It is the man who is very popular here in Poland, leading his team out, Ocelote, is SK Gaming!
I prosto z Europy, zespół, który jest jednym z waszych ulubieńców na pewno, SK Gaming!
Okay, we're just going to have a very few quick words before these guys get underway. Ocelote, welcome to Poland. These guys love you.
Yeah, they do, and they actually have been demonstrating it during a lot of tournaments, ECC Poland as well, and this is just amazing. And our only goal right here, right now, today, is making them happy. Not only them, the people watching at home. We just want to make you happy, guys.
Okej, dobra, nie tłumaczę, chyba zrozumieliście, sądząc z waszej reakcji. Ocelot was kocha, wy kochacie Ocelota.
Okay, well, I think you're doing that already. How are you guys feeling? Have you prepared well? It's been a bit of a break in the holiday season. Come back, first big tournament of the year. You're okay?
We train a lot, actually, like before every tournament, but we train a lot, we feel prepared. Let's see how it goes. I don't know the future, you know, I'm not an oracle, but we really feel prepared, and we got this is actually a really important tournament because we got a Polish guy, which is Kevin Rubiczewski.
Powitajcie Kevina!
So more reasons for the crowd to cheer for him, to cheer for us. People will know how Kevin plays, you will see.
All right, well, good luck. Let's hear from AZUBU FROST.
Okay, guys, it's been a long flight, I suppose. Tell me, how did you prepare for the match with SK Gaming? Do you have something special planned?
팀이라서 정말 열심히 게임할 거고 준비해온 전략도 있으니 한번 정말 제대로 붙어보고 노력해서 SK게이밍 꼭 꺾어보고 싶습니다.
Well, they prepared a lot for SK Gaming because SK Gaming is a really popular team and good team, and they met each other in season 2, and they want to try to show a good performance here.
Dobra, AZUBU zdaje sobie sprawę z tego, jak dobrym i popularnym teamem jest SK Gaming i na pewno biorą to pod uwagę, będą starali się grać najlepiej jak umieją.
Fantastic. Okay.
Brawa, brawa!
SK Gaming and AZUBU Frost. Thank you very much, guys. These guys are going to go and get ready and warm up. We're going to throw it over to the analysis desk now to turn all those little bits of information into juicy tidbits.
I pozwólcie, że oddamy głos naszym ekspertom.
Welcome back to the experts desk of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Day 2. I am excited for this. For this. I don't know how you guys are, but let me reintroduce them for you. We have CitizenWayne, currently the AP mid player of Team Acer, actually going to be playing in the Season 3 qualifiers coming up this next weekend. And we have Panky, who actually currently works for Curse as a commentator as well. So guys, give us a little bit of a rundown of Group A real quick before we rotate into the Group B.
We had really interesting games yesterday, especially the games around Gambit were pretty weird. Like they had a wacky start, but it turned out really good for them. Generally, I expect Group B to be a bit more close, maybe. The Polish team is going to be interesting as well, and yeah.
Yeah, Group A kicking it off with that Blaze versus Gambit, that big grudge match that everyone was waiting for right at the start of the weekend. And Gambit were a little bit underwhelming. They kind of didn't really hit the ground running. Blaze came out, they walked all over them, and everyone was a bit surprised. But throughout the day went on, ended up with that 1-2 tie all the way through the bottom half of the group, and it really opened things up and came down to a 60-second difference as the tiebreak at the end of that. Party on the floor. That must have been an awesome photo, and I can't wait to see it. But Group A, really tight. Most people expected it to be the cut and dry group. Blaze, Gambit, that was the top two. Everyone thought that was going to happen. This group is going to be a whole lot tighter. We've got FNATIC in here, SK Gaming and Frost, and then the Absolute Legends Polish squad. Another team here on home turf like MYM, where not really seeing too much from them, but they've all been training. They've got a big year ahead of them, as do everyone in the League Legends scene. So I don't want to write anyone quite off yet. This is going to be an amazing match to kick it off with.
Well, who do you guys have planned as winning Group B and moving on to the playoffs with AZUBU, Blaze, and Gambit?
I think most people see AZUBU Frost ahead of the others for a good amount, and I think I agree there. And then it's kind of hard to tell because FNATIC, they had secret training, obviously, and boot camps for next week. And SK also didn't show what they practiced for a long time now. So we are pretty much in the dark, and my prediction would be FNATIC, but I'm very excited about SK's performance right now.
Okay, and looking at AZUBU Frost's player sheet here, we have Shy going to be in that top lane, RapidStar in the middle, CloudTemplar in the jungle, Woong, as we've been seeing, playing amazing in that bottom lane as AD carry, and MadLife playing those blitzcranks at OGN. Do you guys have any key players here that are really going to shine through?
MadLife's that big player in there that's always like, as far as Korean supports go, this guy is always trying something new, always trying something interesting. As you say, the Blitzcrank, he has a phenomenal Alistar. Not sure whether we'll see that today or not, as the Alistar's falling out of the metagame a little bit. He's not quite there, but he's always got something interesting to see. Some of the top 5 plays, recaps that you see coming out of OGN, he's invariably in every single one of them, sometimes more than once. So it's going to be something interesting to watch there. We've got Shy, who dominated SK in the Season 2 World Finals with that singed in the top lane. So there's a bit of a grudge match going on here too.
All right, we're going to take a look at SK's actually player sheet and go over the lineup, because this is actually a new lineup for them. And I believe this is the first time they're actually playing together as a team. We have Ocelot, obviously, as the crowd loves him, going to be in that mid lane, as he's wearing that scarf in that picture. I love that. We have Nyph going to be supporting the bot lane, Kevin in the top. And then we have the new people on the team. CandyPanda, obviously he's been on SK before, but now back again, and hyrqBot as their jungler, replacing RNA. So key players, give us a little rundown.
I guess it's going to be really exciting how the new additions do, because the other ones, obviously, they know how to play together. And I expect especially a lot from hyrqBot, because I didn't see him on such a stage. And it's going to be interesting how he can perform, because he's a really good solo queue player, and I've seen him jungle well for a million times already. So it's going to be exciting what he pulls off here.
Obviously, you can't think of SK without thinking of Ocelot. He is the key player for this team. Everything revolves around that mid lane. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of champions he pulls out here, because obviously his big champion back at Gamescom, that Oriana that destroyed the opposition and took them through 2 World Finals and their place in Season 3, isn't really viable anymore. She's not quite as strong as she used to be. I mean, that's not to say we won't see her. You can fit her in, but it's a lot easier to shut her down in that lane now. So if they pick her, it's probably going to be later in the pick phase, after they've seen what Frost has got, and only if he's very comfortable playing it against whatever RapidStar pulls out. So I suspect there'll be some other things in there. How much he's going to reveal this close to the start of Season 3, we'll have to wait and see. I know FNATIC, as you mentioned earlier, they've been scrimming, they've been boot camping, training for their qualifiers next week, have said themselves, they're here to enjoy themselves, they're here to put on a good show for the crowd. Unfortunately, they cannot put on their strongest performance because they've got to keep stuff secret for next week. SK already have that spot. Maybe they're not having to do the same thing. We'll see some more from them.
Yeah, we really have to stress that we have not seen SK play in such a long time. They've been boot camping, keeping everything secret. FNATIC as well, preparing for the Season 3 qualifiers. We've seen AZUBU FROST playing quite a bit in OGN, actually going to be in the grand finals against Najin Sword. So we actually know a lot about them, which, it might give SK an advantage. Can you kind of explain, if you can get a lot of information on a team and they can't get information on you, CitizenWayne, how does that really, pump you up or really help you out?
It helps you a lot, especially if it's such an important tournament like OGN. It's really important in Korea, and there are a lot of games being played, and if you have like a background of 10 games to look at being played over the last month or something, it's fairly easy to judge how the opponent is going to act in which situation. For example, we've seen I think Shen and Nyph banned every single time they were on purple side, and if you look at these kind of things, you can kind of deduct the picking process.
All right, well, we have the ban phase underway, as it will be on your screen in just a second, but what kind of bans do you expect here? Because we know what Frost has been banning out, but SK, we're not too sure.
Yeah, in Group A, we've seen Elise, Kha'Zix, and Olaf basically picked or banned every single game, so these are going to be like top contenders today.
Yeah, every match they were just taken out or picked. And Olaf, we saw, was devastating in those games that he was let through the cracks. So I don't expect we'll see that. If we do, it's going to cause an issue unless they've got something up against it. But back to the point of ocelote's Oriana, obviously AZUBU don't feel that she's fallen out of the meta enough. They're going to ban it out instead. They really don't want him touching that champion.
Well, Blaze did play her yesterday. We talked about it after.
She's not completely irrelevant. That's what I was getting at. She's just a little bit more niche now. She's not quite as player against anything, going to win against anything anymore.
It's still very surprising bans till now. There's still a lot of OPs or very strong stuff open. There's Nyph, Shen,
Kha'Zix, Elise still open.
Kha'Zix, Olaf, like they could basically do anything at this point.
Well, we have that Blitzcrank ban that obviously is targeted over to MadLife. Played amazing with him over the past couple of weeks at OGN. Yeah. And Nuno as the last ban for AZUBU FROST. What do we think we're going to see out of SK? Because like you said, there's a lot of champions still open to be banned.
You really can't tell. Like at this point, it's far too complicated because since everything is open, you don't know what they value. And I personally think Kha'Zix won't be left for the Korean team.
As I said, you look through the bans that we had yesterday, you look through the bans that the Koreans have been made popular, that Blaze did a lot. If Olaf wasn't their last ban, quite likely would have been first pick. But even if he was that last ban, you've got Kha'Zix left open, you've got Evelyn left open, you've got Shen left open. All of these very, very powerful champions, they only have now one pick. And actually, SK could have doing themselves a favor. They're going to get 2 of those 4 really powerful champions. And Elise is in there too, so 5, sorry. So they've got an option to take a lot of those off the table first. Okay, they have to give up one of them. Which do they think is the least of the threats in that large pool?
Okay, well, we mentioned a little bit about Shy played Singe in the World Finals against SK, did extremely well. They banned out Jax against him in that game. Ocelot, well known for his Oriana during games home time. What kind of picks do you think we're going to see depending on the players? Because Shy, I mean, we know what he plays, we know what he loves to play. Do you think we're going to see any of those picks? And what are they?
Obviously, but there's still this Amu misfortune thing going on, which it's boring to always tell, but it's a dominant strategy right now, and they play a lot in OGN, like really a lot. They are pretty known for it, to play it in OGN. So yeah, we might see that coming out from them. We might see comps revolving around the very strong bruisers that are still left open, like Kha'Zix, Elise, Olaf.
Yeah, we saw Olaf yesterday, ran by Blaze, Flame in that top lane, just decimated everyone with, I think he died maybe a total 2 times in an entire day. Then we saw Alex Ich actually playing him from Gambit Gaming. Didn't do too well in that bottom lane, but it seems to be having a lot more success in the top. We're going to be getting back into the picks and bans in just a second, but I mean, besides Shy, I mean, we have Woong, we have MadLife in that bot lane. It's such a deadly combo. Do you think we're going to see any certain picks coming out of them, besides, you know, the whole curse of the sad bullet time?
Well, MadLife has a huge champion pool. It's really hard to tell at this point what he's going to pull out. Like, there's so much stuff I'd like to see. For example, I'd love to see a support Lux, but yeah, there's no tell at this point.
You've also got to look at, we did get through 5 of the 6 bans in there. Nunu, Blitzcrank, 2 of those bans. 2 very strong, very prevalent supports in our current meta at the moment. So that's going to change out the bottom lane in its own right, the fact that they are off the table. Lulu is something we saw Blaze play yesterday that a lot of Western teams at the moment kind of don't feel she's that strong. I know a lot of people speaking to just feel, yeah, she had a moment, she had a time to shine, but they don't feel she's quite fitting in here at the moment. Korean team also having something a bit different, and we saw the way Blaze used it yesterday, ramming down that mid lane, using that glitter lance straight up a creep wave, followed by put over Peacemaker, pushing that lane in very aggressively, and using it to take over the enemy jungle. If that's the kind of strategy that AZUBU are looking to run, then there's a support that's viable. Have SK practiced that? If the West have undervalued Lulu, she might not be something they're even expecting, not be something that they're used to coming up against, and it could throw a little spanner in the work. But alternatively, 2-3 months ago, she was still very big here, so they should have the experience against it. Nyph and CandyPanda is one of the oldest bottom lanes in the scene, so I'd like to think they are.
So Shen is definitely one of the most highly valued picks for AZUBU Frost. Yeah, they had to give them something, I guess, but...
If that gets locked in, this crowd might just go insane. Kevin picking his Gangplank. We saw it at Gamescom. We saw how incredibly... Everyone's like, Gangplank, what's going on? This guy's not viable. You can't play him. What's going on? And Kevin destroyed people. That ultimate across-map sniping kills in Fog of War, just dropping it somewhere and picking up a kill here and there. Did incredible work, but he does switch it out the last second and picks up that Olaf, which is honestly not a real surprise. He was left open. Someone was going to take it very early on.
At this point, like the real question is how is AZUBU Frost going to counter the Armu thing, because it's showing off already like what SK has planned for this game. They have Olaf for clear up and additional AoE inside of Armu ult. There's probably a Misfortune coming up as well. And AZUBU will have to think about it. Like, probably they're going for globals if they lock this Twisted Fate and just try to dominate early game.
Well, the thing is, yesterday we saw Blaze actually against Gambit Gaming. Gambit ran that Curse of the Sad bullet time comp against them, and Blaze just stopped it because they've seen it so many times. And I'm assuming that, you know, Frost has that little or that little, you know, extra knowledge of it as well. And do you think it's kind of a bait to try to get them to go for it? Obviously, they did pick up MF, but still having that Amumu for that really good CC is
Amumu is
hard
still
thing.
a very strong champion, even if you don't combine it with Misfortune. So SK still has a lot of options left, but some AoE should be added.
I mean, you've also looked at it, just those 2 champions that they had so far, Amumu, Olaf, they work really well together without, as you say, without the Misfortune. If you lock everyone up with that Amumu ultimate, it's already very hard to shut down Olaf. He's just going to pop that Ragnarok and run straight through all your crowd control. And if you're crowd controlling the process, it's going to be even easier for him to get there. So that in itself is a very strong combo. The rest of SK's picks can now form around that a little bit. Did force AZUBU to take that Misfortune. They might not have been initially planning to run that in the bottom lane. Or, as I say, that could become some kind of strat there. But they had started to form some kind of global comp, which we saw, again, Blaze do yesterday. They had Ashe as their AD carry, so they could use that arrow from a long range and pick people off one by one when they're out of position and just dismantle a team slowly rather than take a proper team fight. The team fight which, in theory, they should have lost, but by the way they executed that global comp, the way they executed those single picks, those long-range ultimates, that global presence, just 3-4-man ganking one person over and over again, they were so far ahead once the team fights finally came that it didn't make any difference. They just won and snowballed over to control.
Now it starts to really become kind of exciting because they shifted away from the AoE idea and seemingly go for poke right now. Olaf and Israel actually have really nice poke, and Nidalee is obviously probably the most poke-reliant champion in the game. And she's pretty strong right now, since you can stack tier almost in a couple of minutes, basically, with your cat form, because every jump and every attack triggers. So she's become really strong in the new season, and I'm really excited about seeing Ocelote on Nidalee.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but if you're going to go for a poke comp, okay, you've got to go that poke, you've got to try and take people down low from range. But at this kind of level of play, trying to get a kill with that spear, it's going to be unlikely, because people know kind of the damage you do. You're going to take 2 or 3 to hit someone. as they get down to that lowest little bit of health, they're going to back that they're going to heal. So you take something like a Mumu and Olaf as that hard engage. So once they're down low, all right, the important targets have no health. Now we can start the fight. If you don't have that hard engage, your poke's not going to do anything because they're just going to heal it up.
It will still do something. Like you either got the approach of hard engaging after the poke with like MadLife, AZUBU, these kind of picks, or you just literally only pick pokes and reset like Janna and try to go for objectives, which means like 1 or 2 spears that actually hit and you take the tower free, or like they have to go back and you take red buff or dragon.
Okay, so SK, they've got that hard engage, their option here. They've also got Nyph as that last pick now. Has
they actually went for the reset as well, so now they have a hard engage with Amu and the reset with Zyra, so I really like the comp. It just depends on how Ocelote can play against Kha'Zix, in my opinion.
And obviously the last 2 picks we saw there from AZUBU, that Kha'Zix did finally get out. It took a long time to come through, which is a bit of a surprise considering how strong he is, but he was picked up in their last little round, and MadLife took Sona for the bottom lane, so Sona Misfortune, that's a lot of poke in those early levels. How is CandyPanda and Nyph going to put up against that? Because Zyra's a pretty squishy support.
I think Zyra is fine against Sona. It's not the best matchup, but I think she's especially weak against jumps, so I think it should be fine for SK. Like the main focus of this game should be mid lane and top lane, and if they manage to avoid getting killed there during the global phase of Twisted Fate and Chen, like after 6, they will be in good shape.
All right, well, we did see this comp actually ran by Blaze a little bit yesterday with the Shen, with the Twisted Fate, and with the Sona. Worked out very well for them. We're going to find out how well it works for Frost here, as they are finally loaded into the stream, or into the game. And we're going to go ahead and take you over to our amazing casters, Joe Miller and Jatt.
So here we go then, Group B of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, AZUBU Frost versus SK Gaming, game 1 of the day. Jatt, what do you think to these lineups?
These are really interesting lineups. I feel like AZUBU got everything they could have dreamed of based on what the bans were. They banned out MadLife, Blitzcrank, but aside from that, they really have the power picks that they've had all through OGN.
We've just seen that AZUBU actually walking straight over the top of that SK Gaming ward, and I'm wondering how that is all going to affect this very, very early game, this level 1 fight, whether SK are going to come around and figure out what they can do here. We can see a pause, number 1. So not sure what really the problem is with that one, but we can analyze at least this little situation that we've got at the start. AZUBU off by the blue side. SK did spot them with that early ward, but once they're in the jungle, they've got no more vision there to really pin them down and know exactly where they're going to be.
And the level 1s are always so intriguing, especially when you practice and prep for so long with these teams. The best advantage that SK has in this matchup, in all honesty, is probably their level 1. Because SK hasn't really played in any competitive tournament since the Season 3 patch, with all the new wards out, with all the new starting items, no one's been able to prepare for anything they've came up with, but they have a mound of games from AZUBU Frost that they can analyze to decide what to go through. And just off the little bit we've seen, with AZUBU running through the ward, SK has an early advantage as we're now back into the game.
So let's see then how this one all pans out. See ward put down there by AZUBU Frost, and it looks like they are going to be headed south, and they are going to be going over the top of another ward here, so that SK know the exact position of AZUBU. If you look over towards SK's position, they are also invading up on this top side.
And the great thing is, SK is completely unspotted. The ward that AZUBU has placed was at SK's blue buff, but surprisingly SK backed off. They almost misread the situation a little bit. They were completely invisible as far as AZUBU was concerned, and it looks like after all of that posturing, we're going to see really basic, normal openings for the junglers.
So what are we expecting in terms of lane here, Jatt? Because Shy, with this Kha'Zix, is he going to be switching up and trying to put that early pressure down onto Ocelote? How is this all going to be facing off?
It's going to be really, really interesting to see how Shy does against SK, because when these teams met last, it was in the group stage of the World Finals, and if anyone remembers Shy's Singed, it was almost his coming out party for how great he can be at League of Legends, and he basically 2v1 Kevin and SK's jungler at the time, RNA, and destroyed them with Singed. Kha'Zix is almost regarded as one of the most OP champions right now, and letting that fall to him, Kevin picking Olaf, another highly contested pick, is really going to show us either how far Kevin has come or how dominant Shy still is.
Well, let's have a talk about this bottom lane as well. Misfortune Sona against Ezreal, Zyra, and obviously CandyPanda and Nyph is, and we can almost call it an old school bottom lane here from SK. These guys were in the original SK lineup. These guys, you know, performed well with SK before. They've finally been reunited after a few changes here and there. What do you think to this bottom lane?
I mean, CandyPanda and Nyph were in game to ease. They get a kite on a MadLife.
Wow, first blood coming out there for Zyra as well. Just as we're breaking it down, they show us exactly how it's going to come in, and that's the danger with the root, Jatt.
And this is just years and years of synergy between Nyph and CandyPanda, because these guys played on the same team Season 1 DreamHack League of Legends Championship. We're in Season 3 now, and they're still playing together, but the Zyra pick, especially landing that root. Not many people are playing support Zyra anymore with the decreased speed on that E, but Nyph still landing them, gets another hit on the Woong.
Amazing stuff once again. Nyph really timing these ones to perfection. We can see that the ping's going down in and around this middle lane. RapidStar actually waiting off here. I think they did ping off to a Mumu's position, so they've got an idea that he was actually there. I don't see any ward though, so it's just good intuition from RapidStars. We are going to see the spear land, but can they lock him down here? The Templar coming in from the side, and hyrqBot decides, I'm probably not going to go for this one.
So pretty safe escape by RapidStar. Running into that brush as he goes all in with a Mumu.
Going in a bit too deep here. This could actually come back to bite them. hyrqBot going fairly low there, but RapidStar not able to put the damage down quite enough to finish him off. And a couple of tense moments here early on, Jatt.
The max range bandage scared me a little bit as hyrqBot didn't realize CloudTemplar was there. Luckily, no one really had to burn any summoner spells and they were able to disengage, but really early, SK came out extremely strong.
And we can see here in the top lane as well, Kevin take a lot of damage from Shy. Is he going to go through? Yes, he is. Flash Ignite goes down. Extra damage comes in. He's got a pot running. Will it be enough, though? No, it won't. Shy takes out Kevin.
Let's hope for SK's sake that doesn't continue to happen, because this was the matchup that really sealed SK's fate back in the World Finals. Shy completely obliterated the top lane. It sucked the jungler up. The entire map just moved towards the top lane, and there was nothing SK could do to come back. Giving up a first blood that early, now double minions for Shy over Kevin, is really, really bad. It's going to be interesting to see how SK decides to play that, whether hyrqBot tries to come up and camp Shy, or whether they try to win the other 4 members on the team.
And I'm sure there are people in chat right now saying, why are they not banning Kha'Zix against these Korean teams? Because we've seen him so very often. When he sneaks through the bans, he is just a formidable force. And well, as you said, from Kevin's point of view, he has to hope that one doesn't get out of control in his top lane. He is back in there now, but 37 to 19 CS. We can see that the Brutalizer is already done there for Shy as well on Kha'Zix. So that's just a bit more pain, well, a lot more pain even, that's going to come out the next time he jumps on him.
And considering it's just the health crystal coming from Kevin, really scary. And it's one of those things that's just, there's too much to ban against a team like AZUBU. We know MadLife Blitzcrank, one of the most legendary supports in all of Korea. They had to ban that one out. All of AZUBU's bans against SK were targeted directly at what ocelote and the rest of SK plays, and the stuff just snuck through. I mean, Kevin picked Olaf and left Kha'Zix open, and they have to be able to deal with those things if they want to make it against a team like AZUBU. 41 to 26 CS with that kill in Shy's favor as well. So Kevin gonna have to be playing defensive in this one. This bottom lane as well, and hovering over the key to get down there, because there's gonna be a very quick thing that's gonna happen in this bottom lane. We saw the roots coming out already from Nyph. He is looking on form, and you know, played with another German player in there as well, which you can't ever underestimate, the fact that these two can communicate in their own language if needs be to get, you know, to speed that whole communication process up. One of the subtleties of the European lineup, sometimes the language barrier does come into it, but I really got to hand it to CandyPanda and Nyph getting that early first blood onto Woong and MadLife. I mean, you pick something like Misfortune down there so you can bully the lane. The fact that they were able to take control of that lane fairly early and now hold that 6 minion kill advantage over them, just based on the reputation of these teams, SK hasn't done anything very impressive lately, and AZUBU Frost has been dominating in Korea. 300 gold early on in the game like this is looking pretty good for SK as they try to shut down Shy up top.
Let's see what they can do with this one. They already pinged Shy's position, but can hyrqBot get in? He is level 6, so does have the Curse of the Sad Mummy available. Shy is going to go straight into him. Oh, he's missed a bandage tosser. That could cost them. And there is a jump away from Shy. And that will be all she wrote in terms of a gang in this top lane, but could have been a different story if that bandage toss had done its job early.
a lot of times you'll see a Mumu's, if you're going to go all in on a gank, ult first to guarantee the bandage toss lands. And I feel like that might have been something hyrqBot wanted to do there if they're going all in for a kill. But if he's not leading with an ult, he was basically just looking to burn a summoner spell. Didn't even get that. Both of his summoner spells were honestly already down. He should have led with ult there and they might have gotten a kill.
In this top lane again, Kevin being slowed out. Shy does have that level advantage on him as well, which certainly never to be underestimated. We can see that Shy only just level 6, and Kevin just level 6, and Shy halfway through level 7 already. 62 to 33 CS, keeping that double lead at the moment, as we are going to see actually here in the jungle. Ocelote and CloudTemplar just meeting up somewhat. hyrqBot was there. The blue buff is now available to be picked up by SK, and I'm wondering if AZUBU are going to have a go at it.
SK's got to be really careful right here because RapidStar's reached that point where Twisted Fate can just go anywhere. If they don't have vision on him, bot lane has to be careful, hyrqBot has to be careful. There's the TF ult. Is he going?
Yeah, he is going. It's down towards his bottom lane as Nyph taking a lot of damage, but RapidStar low. Woong is going to take down Nyph, though. That's the move that they were looking for. But here comes the teleport. Ocelote coming down. Curse of the Sad Mummy goes in onto Woong. He will cleanse out of that, but that won't be enough to keep him alive. But he does pick up the kill there right at the very end of it. Ocelote going to chase down with a spear to try and finish off, but that won't be enough even if it would have landed. A fantastic action-packed fight.
Ocelote trying to counter RapidStar's Twisted Fate ult with his teleport summoner spell, but it wasn't quite enough. Honestly, Woong squeaked out both of those kills. Double Up got both of them for him. First one with a bounce, second one just after his auto attack, and that really is a big win for AZUBU because that was the lane they were having the most trouble with. Shy's completely fine up top because Woong and MadLife had given that first blood in bottom. They really needed to take control. Woong getting that double kill with Misfortune might give him the edge over CandyPanda and Nyph down bot.
Yeah, and what has he picked up there? Straight into the Brutalizer, plus a Vamp Scepter. Got a Doran's Blade in there as well, so a good set of items for 9.5 minutes into this game. We'll see how that affects this whole encounter in the bottom lane. Obviously, Twisted Fate Ultimate, we've got to be on the ball with that one. Well, certainly I have, pressing the right buttons to keep following him when he's scooting around the map. But Kevin here going to be forced back home once again, around about halfway through level 7, and Shy is already up to level 9. So getting a little bit out of control there, Jatt.
Kevin's really just trying to get as much health as he can as quickly as possible because he does not want to let Shy get out of control. I really want to see how the item builds between Shy and Woong on Kha'Zix and Misfortune develop. I'm pretty sure hyrqBot's just trying to harass Shy a little bit there because with the Brutalizers, we've seen really a lot of Brutalizers straight into Bloodthirsters and not as many Black Cleavers as I'd almost expected to see recently. With the double AD, I'd expect Woong to get the Black Cleaver early, but we've seen Bloodthirsters lately, so I'm just curious what they're going to go.
So let's have a look at the CS across the map here. Twisted Fate behind to Nidalee 10 CS, and well, obviously did go out of lane with the use of that ultimate. Ocelote did, though, follow it up with his teleport after that one, so it is Ocelote that's got the slight lead with that one. There's someone going a little bit low there. In terms of the top lane, we've already touched on that one. I mean, there's a BF sword now being picked up as well by Shy here, which is, well, even more pain, let's say, for Olaf, although he does have that giant spell now brought up. Jungle pretty even, 56 to 49. And down in this bottom lane, we are seeing the ultimates coming in. MadLife going to fall very, very low, but can they get in to finish off here, SK? They didn't want to be pushing their luck, even though Nyph was on half HP still. They pretty much used everything to try and get in on that fight.
And they really didn't want to overchase because they know the global threat that is within AZUBU's team comp. CloudTemplar's ultimate is almost up again. RapidStar's Twisted Fate ultimate is usable. And it's going to be really on Ocelote and the rest of SK to put persistent pressure on lanes to keep down RapidStar's ganking potential. Already here, you can see hyrqBot is wanting to gank bottom, but he just can't quite make it through.
Let's have a look what he can do from that. And there is a ward in the river itself, so he's going to have to come through that lane, and for that they need to push these minions back somewhat, which may even give the game away on that position. There is also a ward here in the brush as well, so even if hyrqBot gets through, there's not a lot that he can really do about it, but instead just charges through the lane, tries to force them away somewhat.
Look at this build item, though, on RapidStar. He's got a Twin Shadows on Twisted Fate as he goes in for gank bot.
Yeah, bottom gank is coming down there as the ultimate coming out of MadLife, and absolutely crazy stuff there. Nyph not having a chance whatsoever to survive any of that damage, and he goes straight out. There's the ultimate coming out of Ezreal just to try and force them away from this turret. This could well be the first one of the game. I'm just going to quickly have a look up towards top here because Shy was only putting damage down. That's not going to be a kill in there. Meanwhile, we do have Ocelot here in the middle doing as much damage as he can. Once that Twisted Fate comes out lane, he tries to push this outer turret.
And AZUBU really put a bunch into that last gank. It was amazing timing. CloudTemplar actually shed ulted in with RapidStar, so after the TF stun card, they could have taunted to follow up. There was really no escaping that gank from SK's side, but the counterplay is that since they put 4 people bottom, you have to create pressure elsewhere, and that's exactly what Ocelot was trying to do.
And as RapidStar does come back into the lane, hyrqBot coming off to the side there, but that's not going to be enough to get the work done. Ocelot did go a little bit low, but, well, he's got that heal. He's got great sustain in this lane, does Ocelot. Top lane, as you said, that BF sword was finished there on Shy, and he's maintaining, you know, around this 30 to 40 CS lead that he's had the whole time. He's, in terms of levels, what, 10 right now as the bottom lane. We are going to see some action going down as well. Not too much, though. It was just the ultimate from Zyra, which didn't quite get the desired effect that they were looking for.
And talking about that top lane between Shy and Kevin, considering the disaster that happened early when Kevin gave up first blood 1v1 to Shy, he's hanging in there pretty well. A lot of times you'll see that top lane completely snowball through. Kevin's done a good job keeping his distance, farming with his axe, and just staying in the game. It doesn't mean that Shy's not going to take over because he's completely free farming against him, but at least Kevin is keeping himself relevant.
Now we've got a Moo headed up in towards this top lane. Let's have a look at Shy's position. See exactly what he can do with this one. Does have flash available. Well, he's hard to pin down anyway, that's for sure, as we are going to see him jump away. Bandage toss will land. There is Curse of the Sad Moment, but look at the damage, but Shy is going low. Ignite is burning, and there is the finisher. Kevin will pick up the kill, and that will bring SK back to 4-3 in this one. The goal a little bit still, though, in AZUBU's favor.
hyrqBot landed the bandage that time, and it got them the kill, but you can see the immediate counterplay by AZUBU, knowing that they just burned both the ultimates. AZUBU's going straight down. They're going to get this one for free, and basically, SK is trying to trade the tower for it top.
Yeah, and they are going to be surely taking this tower down with them as well. Actually, they've got no minions left on that. They're going to have to wait for that next wave. We'll see if they can actually get back around here, AZUBU, and yet SK not wanting to go too risky on that. They know that Twisted Fate could end up coming to greet them, but that middle tower is taken down by SK, which is, you know, pretty much all Ocelot's work there. We saw him, yes, they lost those kills at the bottom, but he was doing a lot of damage to that tower, and, well, it's just paid off for them right there.
And you can see it almost in the way he's building. The Tear of the Goddess and the Needed Sea Large Rod makes Ocelot really, really powerful. I've actually been watching that lane a bit more as we've been going around. He's landing a lot of spears onto RapidStar, which is making him go back more than frequently.
And in terms of the current vision that we've got going down, let's take a look on this one. It's pretty much just the traps from Ocelot there on that side. Not too much, though, down from AZUBU Frost side of things. Let's have a look at SK, and you can see that they do have that bit more vision on their side of things. They are still behind. Obviously, they did lose out on that last dragon. So next one coming up at 20 minutes and 32 seconds. Still a good way to go for that one. But interested to see whether SK can finally push down this top turret, which they weren't able to do earlier with Kevin and hyrqBot.
So, quick recap as well. 2,000 gold advantage already accumulated for AZUBU. So if it continues like this, it's probably not going to work out too well for SK Gaming. So you can see the Twin Shadows actually coming out from RapidStar. That's the item he rushed. It's not that great in lane, as Kevin actually goes all in on Shy. He's going to chase this down, doesn't decide to dive.
Yeah, landed the axe there as well. It forced actually the flash to come out of Shy. So flash burn, obviously Ghost was used by Kevin, but he knows he can take Shy low now, and that's the beauty of the Olaf, you know, build a load of health, and you're just naturally going to be doing a load of damage with it.
He decided to go Sunfire Cape early instead of the Warmogs we've been seeing so much of. That's just a dual purpose, stopping the armor damage from Shy in the top lane and really making sure he stays in it. Olaf is quite the duelist, and he really made sure. A lot of times, Olaf is a bit of a counter to Kha'Zix in top lane. A lot of times when people will take Kha'Zix against Olaf, they'll throw Kha'Zix mid so he doesn't have to lane up against that, because once he starts getting his items like that, it's very tricky for Kha'Zix to be relevant in the lane.
Right now, AZUBU pushing up. They need to be real careful because hyrqBot is waiting in the wings. There is the crescendo plus the ultimate coming out of Misfortune. hyrqBot, they're taking damage as well. And I tell you what, AZUBU reacting fast there with CloudTemplar coming down with Cyanide. And they're actually going to push in and try and get the kill here onto CandyPanda. He will arcade shift away. Templar has to back away. There was the flash out of Misfortune as well. And they don't quite pick it up.
Woong was hoping for another miracle double up bounce there when he flashed in. He was trying to get the extended snipe. It couldn't quite work out for him. That was a bit of a funny situation because hyrqBot flashed into ultimate, but then saw CloudTemplar Shen ult in and just whoa, decided to back away from that one. Still saving the Amumu ultimate. They lose the tower, but that could have been a lot worse because they didn't have to burn much and AZUBU did.
And we are going to see second turret of the game in favor of AZUBU Frost going down. That'll be the top outer turret, obviously, along with that bottom one. So, you need to be a genius to think that this middle tower may come under a lot of pressure in these next coming moments.
And immediately you can see SK knows it's coming. Everyone's almost collapsing mid. They're sent Nyph their support there. They know CandyPanda doesn't need a support to farm that wave down there. They're making sure that they can try to withstand the pressure and push that's going to be coming out from AZUBU immediately.
hyrqBot actually on the side. Yeah, flash coming down from RapidStar. They got the damage though. The ignite is burning. It's not going to be enough to finish off Nyph, not quite. But they've got Zyra out of there, and that's, you know, along with the root, plus that ultimate that's not quite up just yet. That's a good amount of crowd control that's away from this middle tower now.
hyrqBot missing another bandage. They're just continuing the pressure, and the threat is low for SK right now with Nyph having to go back. Shy coming down as well. This is going to be really, really hard for them to hold. Another thing to note is Nyph on support Zyra rushed to Ruby Sightstone, whereas MadLife on Sona went double gold for 10 items. So the longer this stretches, the support differential is going to become much greater with MadLife getting a lead on Nyph.
SK trying to push this one out aggressive would be pretty ironic, to be honest, to see them be able to take down this tower. Obviously, Shen pushing. There's the spear landing on towards Woong, and the entire time we are seeing CloudTemplar pushing this bottom lane further and further up on towards that turret. Doesn't want to be going too far, doesn't have Standing United available, so that's kind of his safety barrier that's not there right now.
And look at this, the two Bloodthirsters are completed on AZUBU again, so they get the early Brutalizer, then rush the Bloodthirster. It seems to be the thing that they have decided to do. Also a Bloodthirster rush on CandyPanda, but no Brutalizer, and this is what SK's game plan needs to be. It's all about the poke, and if they get engaged on, they use hyrqBot's Amumu ultimate to stop it. Here comes the initiation from AZUBU, though.
There is a big ultimate coming out. There is bullet time as well, and that will be one kill picked up by AZUBU again. Goes over to Kha'Zix. Can they get the slow down? Yes, it will land. And there comes RapidStar from the side as well. That's a second one picked up. It's HitooN that will take down Zyra. Here comes a jump in from Shy. He gets another one as well. Kevin not quite falling down from that, but AZUBU Frost picking up 3 kills, taking themselves to the tower. I tell you what, CandyPanda is probably not 100% safe here either, and certainly that tower isn't.
I gotta say, Twin Shadows Twisted Fate is really, really cool. He threw out the ghosts, got the slows, and made sure that when he ulted in, no one would be able to run away because he teleported near the targets that had been slowed. That was a great flash initiation at first by MadLife, realizing that SK was gonna want to just sit around, poke down the turret. AZUBU was having none of it. They went immediately. There was no second thoughts. Crushed him down 3-0.
Now we have some problems maybe for Shy. He doesn't really have the mana to work with. ocelote actually going to flash in there. Look at the damage coming down, but the Spirit was actually that was finished there with ocelote. And that brings him back to 7-4. And now it's a Dragon attempt for AZUBU.
Spear straight to the face, but the Dragon is what it's probably going to cost them. Nyph won't be able to hold this one off unless they can get a steal.
Yes.
Nice ultimate.
Brilliant stuff there coming out of CandyPanda. Woong now may be in trouble. Stand United is going to come down. Can they turn this one around even? hyrqBot going very, very low. He will fall to Woong, who finally gets picked up. Now CloudTemplar is stuck between 3 of them. Nyph surely will have that root available to him in a little while, but he's now taking the damage. Can they finish him off? Root thrown out. MadLife will pick up the kill in the end, and the passive not going to do too much damage either at the end. And again, a nice little turnaround from AZUBU, although they did lose Dragon and they lost their AD carry. Worth it, Jatt?
I'd say it's worth it. They got the 2 kills, and most importantly, CloudTemplar is becoming a very scary jungler. He's been involved in 8 of their 9 kills. He's got his second Giant Spelled item on the way, and really, one thing that's going to stop SK's extended sieges is the fact that Templar Shen has become so strong that they have to send someone to deal with him. It's really going to put the initiative onto AZUBU to do whatever they want.
Black Cleaver is now finished as well. Foreman's Fortune added in to that Bloodthirster from early on, so that's going to be doing a lot more damage as this game progresses. Let's have a look at the other items here. You see Twisted Fate, got that Sheen in there, got himself an instant large rod, obviously the Twin Shadows that we already mentioned a little bit earlier on. Nidalee with Ocelot, needlessly, well, obviously there wasn't an instant large rod, but it's now a Rabadon's Death Cap is what I'm trying to get at. Still that tier is in there as well. And now we see the Oracles on MadLife. Is this going to be time for a Baron from AZUBU?
It might be time for them to start pushing around. They actually have some really sweet item synergies working out. The Black Cleaver on Woong and no Black Cleaver on Shy, but instead the Last Whisper basically means that Shy is shredding a huge percentage of the damage. The Black Cleaver is more of a supporty item. It shreds the entire team, and then the Last Whisper comes in on top of that, making sure that Shy's assassination jumping in with that Giant Bug is really going to take down SK. With everyone posturing around the mid lane here, they don't even need to force a Baron. MadLife's Flash, once that comes back up in about 40 seconds, they're going to look to probably do the same thing they did earlier when they got the 3-for-0.
And the boots of mobility there on Shy as well. He really wants to be getting involved in the action as fast as he possibly can. What are AZUBU thinking now? RapidStar actually headed down to the bottom, and you know they've got the perfect team for this one with the Shen in there, with the Twisted Fate. They can quite freely be pushing these lanes out. They've just got to be careful because SK have shown here, as we saw in the middle lane earlier on, that they're not scared of just pushing straight back.
They got a few seconds here to poke back at them, but we know that AZUBU is not down for this. They will try to initiate as fast as possible. Maybe SK is going to be able to peel off a little bit faster than last time because they got to remember how that happened. MadLife's Flash just came back off of cooldown. They're poking back from the sides with Shy and RapidStar. We could see a fight really soon here.
Yeah, I think AZUBU really getting ready for this one. The positions that they've got down, they've kept that turret alive, and that will force SK to somewhat back away. We know, this poke comp, that's good damage already coming out of those Nidalee Spears. You've got Ezreal in there, you've got Roots from Zyra. A lot to work with from SK's side of things, but the problem is if AZUBU get that initiation, if they get on top of them, well, we've already seen that it doesn't go too well for SK.
It's interesting though because AZUBU only has 3 members in the mid lane. Of course, their globals are split off to the side, but this looks like they might actually be trying to repel the siege a little bit and force SK into doing something else. AZUBU holds all the cards here, in all honesty. They're the ones that are going to control the flow, and they've decided for a split push.
Yep, Shen pushing up this bottom lane once again. Does have Stand United, so he can just do whatever he wants from this one. Ocelot is going to go over to cover. That's because basically he's got that teleport coming up next, so he can afford to move off to this lane.
Very good choice there to send Ocelot to stop it, but the problem with that is you send your main poker to stop the split push, and your own push is completely destroyed, so they're no longer able to do their strategy, and they seem contained by what AZUBU Frost has decided to do to them.
Ocelot going in there once again, going to get himself a bit of farm. Obviously MadLife, as we said earlier on, does have that Oracle's popped. As the pink ward goes in towards that Baron pit as well. SK now knowing that they've got to keep this vision up on this Baron, because if AZUBU get a sniff that there is no vision there, they'll probably just go in there and take it.
And they're going to want to make this Oracle's count because MadLife consumed that a really long time ago. It's got about 30 seconds left, so they can't posture around Baron for very long. The fact they clean this off now means they should look for a fight. Otherwise, MadLife will have burned that 400 gold for pretty much nothing. You could see SK didn't realize it was there. CandyPanda actually scouted with his Ezreal ultimate to make sure it wasn't there. But with all of this, MadLife's Oracle's about to time out. Is AZUBU going to go for a Baron, or are they just going to posture around?
Well, it's pretty much one last check in there for MadLife before that Oracle is gone. And it doesn't look like it. There's more wards from SK there being put down. hyrqBot actually going home. He's got around about 1,000 gold to spend, just a little bit under that. And certainly will want to bring some more wards back in there, surely, with him as well. But still Zubu, I guess, you know, knowing that they've not really got 100%, that's a fantastic route coming out of Nyph, right onto RapidStar's position. We saw some great moves with that Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, actually, it was, but that's exactly how you stop a Twisted Fate.
That really shows you how much Nyph has been practicing, though. With the recent reduction in movement speed on that Zyra E, timing it so perfectly to get the route as soon as TF teleports in at pretty much max range means he's been playing Zyra a lot recently since the changes. That was an amazing route.
Once again, SK here, all in the middle. Actually, Ocelot is chasing CloudTemplar down here in this bottom lane. Let's see if he can actually pick up anything from this one. He's got 2 levels on him as the spear goes in. Actually, will be dodged by CloudTemplar. And Ocelot at least doing his job of forcing him away from that bottom side.
He's going to have to make a lot more work to make it worth it, though, because trading himself a 250 farm in Italy versus, oh my goodness, look at Shy's damage.
Yeah, Shy coming straight in here on towards Ocelot, who's going to try and dodge himself away. Will get the heal off, but can Shy get in there? The Void Spike, just so much damage coming out there.
He got the isolation, and mainly he had the element of surprise. He went into that brush. Ocelot thought he was completely by himself. It wasn't even a fight, it was just a retreat, and Kha'Zix chases incredibly well.
And now Kha'Zix is coming straight up towards his top lane. I'm sure Ocelot scratching his head a little bit after that one. Wasn't quite expecting just how much damage was going to come out. Dragon is now up and available, and AZUBU are going to be the ones that take this one. SK not going to come anywhere near it currently. Let's have a look in terms of their vision, really what they've got. They're going to put a ward down again inside of that Baron pit. And MadLife has got another Oracle on, by the way. So they're going to be able to weed that one out again. But as we saw yesterday, AZUBU Blaze versus MYM, they showed a lot of respect in terms of finishing that game out. That's surely going to be a similar situation here.
They seem to be taking this one slow. They're almost trying to bleed SK out. They know they have an edge, and they're not really taking any risks. It's a really volatile group stage, in all honesty. I mean, yesterday we thought MYM was in. We thought Gambit Gaming was completely out, and it can all turn on a single game, even if you have the other 2 in the bag. So really trying to make sure AZUBU Frost really wants the 3-0. So even though they're up by quite a bit in this game and have had a lot of control, they're trying to take it slow. Again, though, this is the 3rd time we've seen the middle siege by SK. Will we see a fight this time from AZUBU Frost? There's the flash.
Here we go, they are going to push in. Here comes Stan United. Shy's right in the middle. Zyra ulti goes down. Doesn't do too much. There is a crescendo from the side. Here comes Twisted Fate. Curse of the Sad Mummy goes down. The targeting's a little bit all over the place here. CandyPanda will be forced. Taken down there. There's a kill back for Ocelot. And Kha'Zix, of course, did fall in that one as well. Can they turn this around and push AZUBU back in this one? It was a 2-point in favor of SK. Bandage shot's going to land onto Woong. And then we will see CloudTemplar actually just taunting them away. hyrqBot going low. He will go down to Woong. Ocelot is falling low as well. Can he escape from this one? There is the power cord coming out and the finisher from MadLife. And again, it turns around, and Nyph is not safe just yet. He will get taunted down. Woong picks up another one, and that is a 4 for 2.
Oh, man.
In what looked like a brilliant trade, turned right around.
Because it was, in all intents and purposes. They got the initiation on, they repelled it, it was 2 for 1, and then they continued. That was when it turned. The damage dealer, Woong, was still alive, and they figured since it was just a jungler and support that they'd be able to take him. But Woong, Templar, and MadLife turned it so well, and SK was so disorganized in the way they went in with the flash initiation, hyrqBot getting so far ahead of everyone else, it just turned on its head, and because of that, they're trading back a Baron as the ult just misses it.
Well, we've seen CandyPanda stealing the Dragon that way, and he wasn't too far away from Baron, but
close.
As it goes, it belongs to AZUBU, and that's the big thing to talk about in this one. I guess everyone's got good chunk of gold to spend. Yeah, Miss Fortune 2,700. There is a Last Whisper added into that Black Cleaver Bloodthirster combo that we've seen already picked up, as we may see some action in this bottom lane. RapidStar is down there with his Twisted Fate, but in the end decides not to push around for that one. So let's take a look at the big picture again. 14 to 7 in kills, 31 minutes in. Shy's sniffing around blue buff. This could be dangerous.
And the big thing to note is it's about a 20% goal lead for all of AZUBU, plus the Baron buff means when they look to push, they should be able to go really, really hard. They've gotten the big items. Shy's actually getting pretty tanky. Even RapidStar is rather resilient on Twisted Fate. He's got 115 armor and 60 magic resist on TF, so when he goes in, he's going to cause a lot of distraction as well. They might try the split push, but as it has been for the past 15 minutes, AZUBU Frost has the majority of the control and will dictate this match.
Yep, they're headed up now towards his top lane. Could be expected. It's pretty pushed. Shen is pushing that bottom lane out as well. They know that Ocelot is going to be down there, so that's the perfect opportunity here for AZUBU players to push straight down. Let's have a look here at bottom, because Ocelot is doing damage onto CloudTemplar, but to be honest, not really enough to force him away from that one. The other four from AZUBU Frost are pushing down. Sorry, will take that inner turret. That's the second one of the game. Of course, the middle one already gone down as well, as we are seeing Ocelot again chasing in, but I'm not sure that he's got the damage for this one. He's going to be forced to retreat away, and CloudTemplar just showing that he is very, very strong and a force to be reckoned with. They've got to deal with him at some point.
Jungler for AP mid-middle is not the best trade for them. Yes, he has the teleport up, so he will be able to join if they fight, but this is still going to extend AZUBU's push if they decide to continue to go on for that inhibitor. But they might just cycle all the way around, get all the outer inhibitor turrets going, and really, as we saw their brother team, AZUBU Blaze, do yesterday, AZUBU Frost is really taking their time with this one.
Yeah, really giving SK the respect they need. And if we call a group of death, it was hard to say, to be honest. But SK, FNATIC, AZUBU Flays, AZUBU Frost. Flays, that's a new one. And absolute legend. Poland obviously as well in this group, but the big three, I think it could still go either way. Obviously it depends what the likes of SK could show us in this tournament, what FNATIC want to show us, since they have that qualifier for Season 3 coming in next week as well.
And we've even seen, I think it was Crepo from COG EU said that he thinks SK is a lot stronger than FNATIC right now because they've been practicing so much. Obviously, SK's already qualified for the European League Championship Series, so they don't need to hide things like FNATIC does, but the rest of this group is going to be very intriguing as these teams battle out. Here's the TF ult. Are they going to initiate? Where'd he go?
Yep, they're going straight down on towards Ocelot, who's going to try and escape this one, and seemingly will as well. No, Flash Stun card comes out. There's the wild card, and the finisher from CloudTemplar. Good move from AZUBU, and this surely will be a turret down in the bottom as well. Actually, the minion wave's quite pushed down there.
It's the misdirection almost. You think that Shen is going to be the one to collapse in with the rest of the team, and they collapse onto Shen. I feel like Ocelot got completely caught by surprise, getting the gank onto Shen instead of just having to repel him. That was really smart by AZUBU.
That will bring them to 15-7, 58.5 to 44.7 thousand gold. And they've just got a brilliant team for this little setup that they're running. Shen, Twisted Fate going down there at the bottom. Obviously, Twisted Fate doesn't have his ultimate just yet. But in the top side, they've got Shy, they've got Woong, who's going to be doing, between them, doing so much damage. And then they've got the control out of MadLife if they do have to retreat with a crescendo.
And as they put pressure on the bottom lane, it's almost like, what do you do against these guys? We saw yesterday, and I know Frost and Blaze are not the same team, but they have some of the same management and they do practice together frequently. And we saw Gambit Gaming try to just pick almost the Korean meta against them, and they got stopped because they knew how to counter it. And here SK pretty much gave them the Korean meta, tried with their own strategy, and they're getting stopped as well. So what is going to work out against them? This is just a stranglehold of a push.
Yeah, Ocelot needs to hit a lot more spears on his on the defense here, that's for sure. As we are going to see them come in, Root comes down, but that's not quite enough. Woong does get hit, but there is the slow out of Kha'Zix. They should stay safe from this one, although hyrqBot is chasing down as well. Can they cut Woong off from this? He's going to try and get in there. Ocelot throws another spear, which doesn't quite connect, and Misfortune is pretty slippery, that's for sure. And as a Twisted Fate ultimate put down as well, and instantly SK decide, let's not push it, let's not push our luck too far.
Yeah, they've seen that one before. The Twisted Fate all comes in, and then for some reason they tend to lose team fights after that. It was really able to scare them off. But in all honesty, that was not something AZUBU was going to initiate on. SK probably could have kept chasing, and they realized that as they didn't get pressured whatsoever, taking down the turret and trying to continue this push.
And now they have taken down that inner turret, obviously the first one for them of this group stage. Let's see if they can push it any further though. AZUBU Blaze pretty much all in the close vicinity. CloudTemplar actually is going to head himself, I think, straight up towards that top lane. No, he's just going to put a ward down in the bush, but may end up just going once again towards that split push position. The RapidStar ultimate around about half of its cooldown right now. And Shen is going to go and do the same over and over again.
And it took them a while But finally, AZUBU Frost has some pretty good auras here. The Runic Bulwark got completed on the CloudTemplar. He built that after he'd already completed Sunfire Cape and Warmogs because he needed the first 2 items for split pushing and then said, all right, now when I come into team fights, we're actually going to win. Then also the Zeke's Herald onto MadLife, something we haven't seen too much of since it got changed to giving attack damage instead of attack speed, but it's still going to help them overall in these team fights with the group lifesteal. Completely dictating the pace, getting another dragon as they controlled it the whole game. It's desperation time for SK at this point. They've been getting bled out for so long, all of them running down mid lane, trying to rush that tower.
Yeah, they are going to be trying to push in from this one. AZUBU Frost are pretty much all going to be coming back, except, of course, from Shen, who's pushing straight through in towards this inhibitory. Ultimate is going to come across. Shen is already on his way out. Here comes the crescendo. Bullet time. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Not going to be enough to stop them. There's 2 kills coming down. Twisted Fate going to join the party from the top. Ocelot got no chance of escaping. There's the slow card coming out. They switch their focus onto Kevin. That's a triple kill coming out of Woong. CandyPanda now in trouble as well. Shy decimates him, and that is 40 seconds on pretty much anyone that can stop AZUBU winning the game here.
Really nice execution the whole game. Brilliant flanking in team fights. It's not always just TF coming in from behind. We've seen fights where MadLife gets behind. Templar comes in pretty much whenever he wants with those Shen ults. And that was the desperation move by SK. They were tired of getting bled out, and AZUBU said, thank you, we'll take the win. Gets the ace, pushing straight up mid for the win.
First Nexus turret going to fall here. Still 4 seconds until the support comes in. Then you've got Mumu in 8, but that's never going to be enough time. The Nexus is going to fall, and we are going to see AZUBU Frost taking game number 1 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Group B taking down SK Gaming. Good game, Jatt. But again, we said this yesterday about AZUBU Blaze. That well-oiled machine from Korea is looking strong again.
Early on, everyone's predictions of AZUBU's taking both groups, at least early on today, look like it might happen again. SK practiced so hard coming into this tournament. We talked with Ocelot earlier. He said, this feels like Gamescom when they beat COG EU 2-0. That's how good they felt coming into this tournament. So losing like that to AZUBU in the first game is a statement by AZUBU Frost in itself. We'll see if SK can pick themselves up after that one, win the next 2 games, and still move on.
Well, we know SK to be a real momentum team. If they get down, they don't play very well. If they're on a roll, though, if Ocelot's in screaming mode, let's call it, they naturally just play better. So Ocelot needs to kind of rally around his team, you know, make sure that they say, wipe the slate clean from that one. We've got 2 more games in the group to go with. We need to win them both. You know, they don't technically need to, but better to be safe than sorry and go 2-1 in the group.
They probably need to win the next 2, and that's true. Maybe we'll see if that team has matured and moved on to a point where the 1 loss doesn't put them on tilt. With all the practice, with the security of being in the Season 3 League Championship Series, we'll see if they can do it here in a huge stadium, because honestly, there are so many people here watching.
Yeah, really, really impressed with the crowd that we've got here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. What we're going to be doing now, though, of course, is throwing it over to the experts desk, and they are going to break down that game between AZUBU Frost and SK Gaming.
Welcome back to the experts desk, and that was quite a game number 1 to start off the day. It was very close early on, but it kind of just slipped out of SK's hands. Let's just give an overview of both teams, you know, in the level 1 action, in the laning phase, in the mid game, and towards the late game.
Well, it was a very exciting start actually, because Kazik started RedPot. I really like that approach. It's extremely offensive, and in the end he got a deciding kill with it and kind of doubled all those creep kills and made it worth it. So that was like very, very bad for SK that it happened at that point of time, because if Olaf survives it, he naturally has a lead on Kha'Zix just because he uses RedPot.
Yeah, as you say, it was a big investment to start with. You do get a lot of health, you do get a lot of damage from it, but you've got to make use of it, otherwise you just wasted gold. It's 4 minutes of a buff you do nothing with. Yeah. But Kevin stuck in there, he did his best to get his crease go up, used that undertow, threw it out as far as he can. After a couple of attempts from hyrqBot, he got in there, finally landed a bandage toss, they got that ultimate off, that Curse of the Sad Mummy, locking Shy in place, and then Olaf just showed us why he's been such a common pick and a common ban for so long. All he had was a Giant Spot and a Ruby Crystal, and he tore through Shy's health. So he was still very strong despite being shut down for so long. did start coming back later on. You can see it towards the end of the game, just more and more health items, just health item after health item, and he was still a phenomenal force. But unfortunately, Frost was just way too strong.
Yeah, the problem was if Olaf doesn't really manage to suppress Kha'Zix on lane, I feel like Kha'Zix just does way more if he has Shen as backup. And they had enough CC and they put it on very well every time, just because they were slightly ahead. And like it's very, very small difference between their comps actually, like what they need to work. Like they only need like a tiny advantage, and the split pushing and the poking will work. But AZUBU was slightly ahead, and SK got no chance to poke anymore, because they could just like split up and still defend with 4 people, and Misfortune's bull time if anything happens. And
yeah, you mentioned the Kha'Zix Shen combo replay, where in fact we're able to jump into, will show that exact thing. Shy leaping into the middle of the SK team while he's got CloudTemplar channeling that Shen ult on top of him, while CloudTemplar have obviously been pushing the bottom lane. Suddenly there's a Kha'Zix and there's a Shen in the middle of SK, and they're just split off and have to go in all different directions. So we'll see that in the fight at the moment. It's about 29 minutes in. 10 kills to 5 in favour of Frost at the moment, and SK, they're pushing up in that mid lane, trying to get some pressure onto this tier 2 turret, but with a very quick flash engage come out of RapidStar, the fight immediately will break out. So
Just go ahead and walk us through this and kind of just break it down, because we're going to go slow if I'm not mistaken, as we
yeah, I
get
think
the
it was a very confusing fight, so going slow is kind of the only option. What I really like is that Twisted Fate went Twin Shadows. It kind of came up, I think a month ago or something in Europe. He starts with his engage and doesn't quite get it, because Israel is a very mobile carry and can just cleanse out of it. Misfortune misses her bullet time, kind of. She only hits like 2 tanks, which aren't really affected by it. So AZUBU takes this fight very split and kind of miss important engages and ultimates.
Actually, let's just pause it right here real quick. The trade between CandyPanda and Shy, how did that really affect the fight? I mean, was it a worth it kind of trade?
It's tough to say. I mean, SK comes out ahead just because 3 people on the left actually go for CandyPanda. Like in a normal situation, you would say that he splits to the wrong direction just because he splits away from his team. But in this situation, SK can group on the remaining people, so I think it's a good move by CandyPanda actually.
Okay, let's go back to the replay and just kind of finish up that team fight for you, since it was a relatively long one.
Yeah. Well, nothing happening right now really. Like Twisted Fate was in his hourglass and gets bursted afterwards, which is kind of obvious. And SK actually goes out ahead of this fight, and they were behind pretty far, I believe.
Yeah, it was a 2-to-1 fight right there, and then they switched in advance. Kind of explain what's going on here.
What's happening now is they finally see the chance to play their poke, because they've just been like thrown around the map before with all the global stuff from AZUBU. So now they try to put pressure on one tower and actually catch them. But I guess they didn't expect Misfortune to be as fat as she was, and just miscalculated. There's not a lot to say about this, just like bad engage.
Yeah, they kind of underestimated quite how strong AZUBU were at this point. And hyrqBot, a little bit overconfident perhaps, flash, bandage toss in onto Misfortune. She just cleansed straight out of it and turned on and doing a whole lot of damage.
They could have just taken their time and healed up immediately and tried to put a couple of spears in, and they would have still had time for this arm flash engage.
Yeah.
I think they should have like waited a bit and healed up, because Nidalee actually, if she's AP and Ocelot and Rabadons and Seraphs, it does a lot of heal.
I mean, we saw in all fairness the pressure they did put on their mid turret before and after that fight. Woong was catching a lot of spears. He took a lot of damage from those. So if they just sat there under that turret for a while, Ocelot threw more of them out. There's every possibility they caught 1-2 more, and then they could have done that hard engage.
AZUBU actually went for very early Bloodthirsters on Kha'Zix and Misfortune, so it's a very good idea against poke, because even if a spear hits you, you'll just heal up anyway.
Yeah, which is, as I say, constant waves coming in, Misfortune just clearing all out very quickly. Did have a couple more replays in there, but we got another bug splat come up, so that's less than ideal. But we saw later on, I mean, some more just dominant fights from Frost. They just had a very, very strong Kha'Zix with his ridiculous damage. We saw him fighting Ocelot down in that bottom lane, 1v1, leaping out of the bush room, and I think there was a gasp went up around the crowd when he just unloaded his damage onto this cat form middle. And I think Ocelot was a bit surprised at that one too, immediately trying to flash away, popping his shield, leaping into the river, but it's just so much damage coming from Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
I know you're a mid laner, so it's a little bit different. He can be played in there. What do you feel is the big problem with Kha'Zix here? Is it his kit? Is it his numbers? Or is there something else in there? Is it the mobility?
He's very, very mobile. He has a lot of damage. He's pretty tanky. He has invis, like great escape. He just has too much of everything, basically, like most OP champs do when they are OP. Yeah.
What about the whole reset factor of Kha'Zix? I mean, it's really troublesome to kind of balance. You have Katarina, you have Master Yi, who just kind of blasted onto the scene right before Season 3 really started, and it still continued as it went on. We saw Alexich, actually at IPL5, got, what, 2 pentakills with APE in the mid lane? Is that kind of really a factor in Kha'Zix's kit? And if so, I mean, how do you really tweak that?
It's tough to say. I think the reset is a mechanic you just can't pull out of it. I'd rather just see his numbers tweaked a bit down. Yeah. And SK actually probably thought they had him under control, or they had a strategy against Kha'Zix, but it didn't work out for them. Because Olaf died 1v1, which should never happen, and it kind of counterfired. Because they left the OP picks, like Kha'Zix and Shen, and thought they had a better strategy against it, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, well, that was the first game of the day. It was AZUBU Frost versus SK Gaming. AZUBU Frost going to go 1-0 up in the group stage as SK down to 0-1. How does this kind of affect them in the rest of the tournament? You know, because we have more matches coming up. We have FNATIC versus Absolute Legends Poland. FNATIC, we're kind of not sure if they're going to show their full kit because they have the Season 3 qualifiers coming up. How does it really, you know, pan out the rest of the tournament for SK since they're already down 1?
I think, to be honest, that SK kind of expected to have the hardest match here, or one of the hardest matches. They obviously have like a really nice rivalry going with FNATIC, and they played each other a lot. But AZUBU was definitely ahead before this game started. Like, they're probably one of the best teams in the world right now. And SK, I'm not sure how long they have been practicing now, but AZUBU was one of the favorites tournament.
Well, we have to keep in mind that the first place of first place of Group Stage B will play against the second place of Group Stage A, which will be Gambit Gaming. So you kind of have to keep that in mind. You kind of really want that first place, since Gambit kind of had that really shoddy performance yesterday. We have a lot of teams competing for it, obviously. How do you think the next game's going to kind of run out, though? We have FNATIC, Absolute Legends Poland. We obviously don't know too much about them. They kind of, unfortunately, were a last-minute replacement. You know, do you think they have a chance? I mean, they are playing in front of their home crowd, which really is a big factor. That excitement, there's cheering. You know, how does that really affect them?
It might be a small factor, but I think FNATIC is a very, very good team. They've been practicing a lot, obviously, boot camping, Season 3 qualifiers coming up, and I definitely give it to FNATIC, probably. Like, even if I'm excited to see what Absolute Legends can pull out, but FNATIC will be the favorite of the game.
Well, Panky, what about Yellowstar as a replacement for FNATIC?
That's what I was going to say. I'm excited to see exactly what this new FNATIC is, effectively. They had a lot of their focus in their previous tournaments, in the DreamHacks, in the Thor Opens, in the IPL, around Reckless. They don't have Reckless anymore. So the strategy is going to have to slightly change a bit. As we said, they're not going to be able to reveal all of them as well. sOAZ has been bringing so many new champions to that top lane. One of the first to play Elise, one of the first to bring Jace back onto the scene, one of the first to... I've already forgotten the last champion. But he's always innovating and bringing new people up into that top lane that most people, they see him come out and release, think, possible, but no, I can't see him working, and just push him to one side. We saw Jace do that for ages. He was just off in the wind. sOAZ kept playing him, and then came up in one tournament and destroyed, in fact it was Gamescom, destroyed Anguish on CurseU in that top lane on Jace, and everyone went, wow. And suddenly Jace was there for a long, long time.
All right, well, that game will be coming up very soon. We're going to go ahead and go to the stage with a post-match interview with the winner.
Experts, I am here with the 2 team captains right now. First of all, ocelote, disappointing, I guess, for you guys, because it didn't really go the way that you wanted it to. You started to initiate many of the fights. It looked very positive, you looked very confident, but you were always on the back foot, seemingly, from the early part of the game. Why was that?
I think we started winning almost every lane. When it came down to laning phase, we were doing pretty good, but we are obviously upset from the loss, but not really upset because we faced them properly. I think we played a good game, and we never got this outplayed in teamfights. They played perfect teamfights. Like, if that setup, if there's a perfect way to play that setup, you saw it the last game, for sure. Like, they just every engage was perfect. Just the only thing I can say is very well played. They played better than us. Hopefully we meet them tomorrow. top.
Do you feel, I mean, talking about your game personally, because I know it's a team game, but it's a very personal thing as well. You find if you're playing well, your team plays well sometimes. Your start of the game was really, really good, really positive, but it kind of went downhill mid-game, and then late game was quite, you were always running away from stuff.
Yeah, we were supposed to have the better late game setup, but somehow they managed to pull it out the other way around. Like, their split push was perfect. They had everything so well timed. The Oracle was perfect by Zona. Very good engage by Zona as well with Flash ulti that turned the game kinda. All I have to say is that I've never seen this before. They just played perfect team fights.
Okay, was there a point at any point in the game where you actually thought, no, we've got this. This is going our way now. The tide has turned.
Yeah, when I got the mid tower with Nirali, I was, I think, 30 or 40 creeps ahead. I was really thinking that the next team fight we will destroy them, but the next team fight never happened if they didn't let us, you know? The only team fight that happened is the one they want to engage. So we were really, really screwed from that point. That's it.
Difficult. Talk about top lane for a minute as well with Kevin. That was a classic matchup at the top lane, and with Olaf as well. He went one down early on, but then he got some help, he got it back, and that was quite even, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kevin is a guy that he barely loses a lane, and if he does, he doesn't lose it very hard. So he's the perfect guy you want in your team.
Well, thank you very much, Ocelote, ladies and gentlemen from SK Gaming.
Okay, now question for the captain of AZUBU FROST. Guys, this is a question that I always wanted to ask Korean players and basically Asian players. Where does your strength come from? Why? How do you do it that you are so powerful?
잘하는지 물어봐요. 계속 궁금하대요.
먼저 한국 팀은 하루에 먹고 자고 게임하는 것밖에 없기 때문에 너무 열심히 게임하는 것 같아서 많은 걸 포기하고 게임을 얻은 것 같아요.
Okay, well, the Korean players and most of the Korean teams, they do nothing else between eating, sleeping, and playing. That's how they do. And they give up a lot of things just to play this game and to perform well. And that's one of the reasons. It's a passion that they put into the game.
Coming into this match, you had a plan. Did it work? Did you realize exactly what you had planned for SK?
지금 경기하기 전에 SK랑 하는 거 뭐 생각해놓은 거 있잖아요. 딱 그렇게 된 건지 생각한 것처럼.
사실 저희가 SK 게이밍이랑 하면서 전략을 꺼낸 건 아니고 항상 쓰던 거 쓴 건데 저희가 해외 내에도 되게 큰 무대도 되게 오랜만이고 거기다가 게임을 도중에 며칠 쉬어서 커뮤니케이션 부재, 한타 때 소통 안 되고 그래서 많이 힘들었는데 정말 잘 견뎌내서 팀원들한테 고맙다고 얘기하고 싶고 그 상대해준 SK 게이밍한테도 감사하다고 전하고 싶어요.
Well, actually, the team they didn't practice before that much before because they were on vacations. So first of all, they were kind of missing some communication and stuff. They didn't prepare something special. That's something the combo that they play is something they play pretty often in Korea. But it worked pretty well against SK, and he's of course really thankful to the Korean to his teammates who supported him very well.
Okay, and the last question is, how do you like Poland? I know that in Korea, situations like that are normal. What do you think about it?
말하고 싶은 거 있나요?
카토비체 정말 열정적인 팬들을 가진 정말 나는 정말 춥지만 마음만은 정말 따뜻하고 정열을 가진 정말 좋은 나라 같아요.
Well, first of all, there's an amazing crowd here, amazing people. Even if it's cold outside, at least like all the people here, they're really, really nice and they really appreciate to be here.
Okay, I think that we concluded.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one last time for AZUBU FROST and SK Gaming. Well, guys, you're free to go. We'll let you go now. Okay, we aren't going to go anywhere right now. Actually, we're going to do something a little bit special. So, for those of you at home right now, usually this is the point where you go, oh no, a raffle. But this time we're going to do something different because we're going to give you guys a chance to win some stuff as well. And we're going to do some stuff with the crowd. So, this is going to be a little bit different. Tarek, you're going to explain to the crowd in Polish as well what we're going to do. I'm going to explain in English, and we'll hope that this works somehow, okay? So, for those of you at home, we're going to give you the chance to win some skin codes courtesy of Riot. All you have to do is use Twitter, use the hashtag #IEM and #skincodes. Then you have to say which team you're supporting and why. Simple as that. So on Twitter, #IEM, #SkinCodes, tell us which team you'd like to win and why. And we'll then dole out some random skin codes. So that'll fill your time up a little bit before the next match. We do have the next match coming up soon. For you guys here in the crowd, we're going to give you the chance to win some free prizes. Stay there, Tarek.
Dobra, ja
Where are they? There we go.
wytłumaczę może po polsku, o co chodzi, więc będziemy robili raffle, czyli kolejny taki quiz o rozdanie rzeczy. Będziemy to robili tak tutaj, jak i w internecie. W internecie wystarczy, że wejdziecie na kanał twitterowy #IEM, czyli IEM, albo #SkinCodes, czyli wiadomo co. Right
Okay.
code.
It's #RiotCodes.
#RiotCodes, właśnie żeśmy się dowiedzieli, to jest #RiotCodes. I tam podacie prostą informację, który team powinien wygrać i dlaczego. I to samo będziemy mieli zresztą tutaj. A Paul zaraz pójdzie tutaj w widownię i będzie wam rozdawał różne rzeczy.
Sorry, Tarek. It's always difficult. My Polish is terrible as well as my Korean. What we're going to do then, we're going to give you a chance to win some prizes. Who would like some prizes, ladies and gentlemen? Who would like some free stuff? Oh. Someone will fetch that. But we've got some of the League of Legends oranges. We've got a lanyard. Who likes the lanyards? Yeah? A few of you. And a t-shirt. Okay. What I'm going to do is quite risky, so I need you guys to help me, okay? Tarek's going to explain this in Polish as well, so that when I come over to you, you'll know what to do, even if you don't speak too much English, okay? And that's not your fault, that's mine, all right? What I'm going to do is, I'm going to come over to you, and I want you to tell me which team you're supporting and why you want them to win, okay? And you can do it in English or Polish. And I'm going to come into the crowd right now. Are you ready?
Dobra. W dużym uproszczeniu, Paul bardzo przepraszam za to, że nie mówi po polsku, w związku z czym ja będę mówił teraz po polsku i oczywiście zasady są proste. Paul podejdzie do was tam tutaj na pierwszych rzędach i spyta was, jaki team wspieracie i dlaczego. Możecie odpowiadać po polsku, możecie odpowiadać po angielsku. I nie zgniecie go, a także nie stójcie w przejściach.
It's crazy in here. Right, okay. Who would like one of the free stuff then? Who would like free stuff? You guys want free stuff? Okay, look, can I sit down there with you? Okay, I'm just going to sit down because I'm old. Right, so which team are you supporting and why do you want them to win?
Gambit Gaming.
And why?
Because they always are good in farm, having good team fights, and they're cool.
They're cool. Okay, do you think he should win a prize? No, because that was rubbish, wasn't it? Rubbish, okay. I'm going to come back up a bit up the stairs. Okay, which team are you supporting and why do you want them to win?
SK Gaming, because of Ocelote.
Yeah, that seemed to get quite a good crowd. You cheer, you decide who wins, okay? Right, I'm going to come down. There's so many of you. You Polish guys are amazing. Crazy good. Okay, let me come down this side. You're going to keep me fit. I like this because you've got a Timo Hound. So, okay, so which team are you supporting and why do you want them to win?
Absolute Legends.
Absolute Legends for Poland?
Yeah, because it's good vodka.
No cheering, no prize. What about you, sir? Which team?
Absolute Gaming.
And why?
Because they are Polish.
Just because they're Polish? Anyone? Is that? All right, okay. Here's an orange. You've got to do better than that. I want to hear some real reasons. Let me see if I can squeeze through down here. Who would like some free stuff? Free things, right. Let me squeeze through here. Wow, look how crowded it is down here. What's your name?
Michael?
You had to think about that then, didn't you? Is it a confusing question? Which team would you like to support and why?
Sky, because he's the most different and I don't know.
All right, look, take that. Have a free gift anyway, okay? Nice League of Legends. Right, I've got one more t-shirt. Who wants a t-shirt? Okay. Now, I'm not allowed to throw this anywhere, okay? I know. Excuse me. Excuse me, we're doing a show. Could I get through? Is that okay? Can I get through there? Excuse me, Mr. Security.
Okay, we have to move from here. We have to move. Sorry.
Can I come on the stage? Oh, thank you. Hey, that's better. Right, I need to come through it. Sorry. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You guys are awesome. And don't forget as well, you can join in on the internet, on Twitter, #IEM, #RiotCodes. Tell us which team you're supporting and why in the most brilliant way you can think of. And we'll send some skin codes out of there, courtesy of Riot. We'll be back very shortly. We're going to take a quick commercial break and then more League of Legends. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice! It's time for game number 2 in League of Legends. So, without further ado, let's introduce the teams. First up, hailing from all over Europe, it's FNATIC!
A teraz z Europy, zespół, który znacie doskonale, FNATIC! Oklaski, oklaski!
Okay, they go up against a team who I know will have a lot of support from the crowd. Hailing from Poland, Absolute Legends!
I prosto z Polski zespół, za który mam nadzieję będziecie wszyscy trzymali kciuki. Absolute Legends!
Okay, we're going to get a very, very quick word with Absolute Legends to start with, so why don't you do that in Polish?
Jest stresik, chłopaki?
No jest stresik, nie ma co ukrywać, jest duży stresik.
Jesteście przygotowani?
Najlepiej jak mogliśmy.
Team Spirit jest mocny, tak? Czujecie się, że to jest ten wasz moment?
Jest wola walki.
Macie coś specjalnego przygotowanego na nich?
Zobaczycie.
No dobra.
Well, good luck to both teams, to FNATIC and Absolute Legends. And let's dissect every little bit of this pre-game by going over to our analyst desk.
Welcome back to the experts desk, and guys, I don't want to be the one to say it, but I'm going to. I think Absolute Legends is the underdog here against FNATIC. I think the crowd would disagree with me, but what do you guys think is going to really happen here?
It's extremely hard to say. FNATIC doesn't show anything because of these pre-qualifiers, obviously, and Absolute Legends, they haven't been really on the plan of the European teams lately. I know some of the players, and I expect them to do well because it's a huge event in their homeland, and they will have prepared something maybe big.
Yeah, as I said, they're the local favourites, they're the Polish guys. They were a last-minute fill-in, unfortunately, because Poles had to pull out. FNATIC, yes, they're not going to show real anything. Yes, they're training for next week, but they're still an incredibly strong team. And no offense to the Absolute Legends guys, but they haven't had the kind of training, they haven't had the kind of experience that FNATIC have got. And the FNATIC just sit here and play their standard game, steady, solid, nothing crazy, just safe picks, play their own game. I think they're going to take this one with ease, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, and one thing we were talking about before is FNATIC, like you're saying, Season 3 qualifiers coming up this next weekend. Do they really want to show anything here? If they are, do they want to do it against a different team maybe, or just play something kind of safe, something kind of comfortable? As we see the player sheet on the screen, and see FNATIC, sOAZ is going to be in that top lane, xPeke in the middle, Cyanide in that jungle. Reckless, he's actually not here, that is Yellowstar. There's too many yellows. Anyone rated as support. Who do you think should be kind of a key player here for FNATIC?
sOAZ is always like a really strong player. xPeke, he practiced a lot of bruisers mid lane. I'd love to see something like this. And Yellowstar is one of my all-time favorite players, so these three are definitely deciding players for FNATIC.
And you mentioned sOAZ, and Panky, I want to direct this towards you, because you were talking earlier about how sOAZ is kind of like an innovator of the top lane, of bringing in all these new champions. Even Stanley from TPA mentioned him as probably one of the best in the world. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, as I said, I forgot it previously, but it was Kha'Zix was the last champion he brought out. He brought Lee Sin, Jason, Kha'Zix up there in the top lane. He still plays a lot of Yorick at the moment, where some other people have kind of pushed him aside every now and again. But there's something else. Like, as I said, he's been training for bootcamp, so we're not going to see it, but he's always got something new up his sleeve. Next weekend we might see it, but he's a solid player who will always make a lot of plays and do some great things for this team. And we've already seen how strong Olaf can be in this tournament. You give that Olaf to sOAZ, and the guy's going to run the game. He's just going to take control, and you're going to really have to shut him down. So that's a big focal point for Absolute Legends. You have to look at that guy and do everything they can to just slow down the steam train that is sOAZ.
And I'm trying to think about weak links, and CitizenWayne, you might be able to help us out on this. It's, you know, Yellowstar, and we have nRated in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Yellowstar just joined the team. They've been playing together for a while, obviously. But how does that really affect, you know, bringing in a new member? They've been boot camping for, I think you said, about a week now. You know, is that kind of like a weak link that, you know, we need to see Absolute Legends kind of attack?
But there are huge differences about the positions, because AD actually it doesn't change a lot. There aren't a lot of strategies revolving around ADs, and there aren't too many AD champs, and almost every pro AD can play everything. So I pretty much don't feel like it has any impact. Like, Yellowstar is a great player, and I don't see anything going wrong there.
All right, we're going to get the Absolute Legends player sheet on the screen for you guys, just so you can see their players. Yes, right there, Nick, are going to be in that mid lane. Horse going to be on the AD carry, as you were saying earlier. You've actually known him for quite a while. HitooN going to be in that top lane. Tymek going to be as the support, and Trausi going to be in that jungle. And I mean, FNATIC, they played so many games over the past year. You know, do we need to see Absolute Legends ban out certain champions against them?
It's
they have
really
the
hard,
advantage.
because FNATIC is one of those teams who have like an incredibly large champion pool, and they are known for innovating things. So I don't see any way of doing target bans here. I expect them to do mainly the obvious normal bans at the moment. Maybe Eve, Shen, Kha'Zix, stuff like this.
Okay, and can you actually tell us a little bit about Horse? Because you were talking about what he kind of likes to play. We have Yellowstar as well. You were talking about he kind of been playing, I believe it was Ezreal, or was it it's Corki for the longest time. And you've played with Horse, so you know kind of what he likes to play.
Horse was mainly known for being Graves player. I think I've seen him incredibly often in solo queue playing Graves. Lately he seems to have picked up Ezreal, but as I explained before, like the pro AD players, they can basically play everything. There's not much, like there is choice, but it doesn't affect the game too much. It's not like AP mid or top lane where actually strategies revolve around it.
All right, well we are into the picks and bans, gonna get that on your screen just in a second. And right off the bat, we see that Blitzcrank being banned out right away with the follow-up. FNATIC taking out Elise.
Blitzcrank ban against nRated. You kind of had to see it come in. When we saw him play in IPL 5, controlling games, just landing hook after hook. I think there was at least 1 or 2 games where he never missed a hook. And every time he did, someone died, a play was made, an objective was taken. It was incredible just how accurate this guy was with the Blitzcrank. And became fearsome. I mean, the Korean teams, we've seen it and we've said it throughout the tournament, they have all these standard bans, the Shens, the Revlins, the Kha'Zix that they like to take out, the Rolafs. But they had to change that out. So one game against nRated, some of them didn't even play it, just watching his other games going, Blitzcrank's now on the ban sheet, cannot let that guy have it. And Zyra is the other one. He was the first guy to bring support Zyra. This guy brought it to the scene, showed everyone how it's done. It's been slightly changed, it's been slightly adapted by other players since then, but that's his champion. And 2 bans targeted to support leaves so many options open for FNATIC.
Well, we saw Zyra played last game with the AZUBU FROST. It was actually SK running him. Did very well. We see 2 bans target at the support. I mean, is that something you usually want to target in a ban phase?
Right now, maybe yes. Blitzcrank is always a strong ban. And Zyra is nRated's like famous champion. So I definitely see those bans.
And he's got first pick Lee Sin coming out from 11. It's one of the first times we've seen him this tournament. He obviously had that period not so long ago last year where he was in everything. He's got a really, really powerful early game. Put him in the top lane, you can get kills in the first 3 levels if you're not playing it carefully enough against him. Or stick him in the jungle and just have him control the game, invading, ganking from behind turrets, landing skill shots from all over the map. And we've even seen him in support in a couple of cases.
Actually, I'm thinking about the spotlight on the preseason, or the patch coming up now. Freak was talking about, he excels at everything too well. They're gonna have to tone him down a little bit. But yeah, picked up, we do see Nunu Caitlyn locked in, so I mean, that's kind of a comp we've seen happen quite a bit lately.
Yeah.
And over at Absolute Legends, picking
As
up
you talked about
Olaf
before, FNATIC probably doesn't want to show too much. They are like Lulu Caitlyn is one of those basic, strong push lanes. We've seen it sometimes in this tournament, and so is Olaf Solner. Until now, nothing special coming out. Like, the only real thing going on now is that they could basically still decide if they want to set Olaf top lane or jungle, which many teams do. They get those picks first, which they can still decide later on where to put it.
With Absolute Legend taking that Olaf too, they are the blue side, they are on the bottom half of the map. We've seen that throughout the tournament, we've seen teams on the purple side take that Olaf, switch the lanes up, send it bottom, give it a blue buff. That's no longer an option now for FNATIC. They've got to go with something different, and they have locked themselves in a Lulu and a Zed. Now, Lulu AP mid was a thing for quite a while, but that was back when Deathfire Grasp was very, very strong. That's been changed, that's been nerfed. She's not quite so great in that position now. There is still a possibility Lulu could go in the jungle or the top lane. So we mentioned before how so many teams like to take these picks which you can just switch up and leave it to the last second to decide where it goes to try and confuse your opponents. These picks can still switch around, and they're even more unconventional than normal. But Absolute Legends, they're going to be very confused right now.
Actually, Zed pretty much arrived in Europe now. Like, people are starting to figure out that he's a really strong champion, and he works very well in mid and top lane. In jungle, we've seen it before in this tournament actually. Did work out too well for, I think it was Gambit, right?
Yes, it was Gambit that played Zed in the jungle. They played against Curse. It didn't go very well from the top. He just was very weak, didn't get the farm he needed, couldn't do the damage, and just died over and over.
I think it's a very good idea to combo him with Lulu, because Zed has very free engage, and he's very mobile champion, and if you have Lulu follow up, and he's somebody you could go in. I guess they'll add some other person like this, and they have a back zone kind of with Lulu ult and Caitlyn in the back dealing damage. So they have a very well structured team fight.
What do they need to pick up here last? I mean, they're not really that tanky at the moment.
They would probably add a real tank right now. Like, I might even see something like Jarvan, but I guess there's so many choices that it's tough to say.
Jarvan, and Malphite's still open too. He's a champion that we saw a lot of time. He's still a very prominent ban in solo queue as much throughout the Elo ranges. He was huge all the way back at IPL 5. Last time we saw FNATIC play against some of these Korean teams, but Frost and Blaze, they encountered him around there. Malphite there, but it's not. They've picked themselves Ezreal. They now have 2 AD carries. We did hear, it was off stage, it was the last game of the day, St. Vicious playing jungle Ezreal yesterday against AZUBU Blaze for their final game. It wasn't so bad for him over here. The game went on for quite a while. He had about 11k gold by the end of it, looking at the final score sheet. It's a viable option, and some people have tried it before. A couple of people have tried it in some online tournaments and things that have come there. FNATIC still got a couple of seconds to switch this backwards and around, but they've got a very interesting comp.
They do, and like the most interesting thing at this point is how are they actually going to lane, because I don't know what Peke is planning on countering with the Caitlyn pick. I guess he's going to do the 1 versus 2 lane, or maybe even the 1v1 against Olaf.
All right, well, looking at both compositions, who has a stronger early game, who has a stronger late game?
Well, late game definitely goes to the team with the 2 ADs, because ADs are obviously the strongest picks late game. And pretty much from early to mid game, Absolute Legends could dominate, because Lee Sin and Olaf are very strong, and Orianna works very well with them.
Well, we actually are going to get into the loading screen, and we did see a last-minute switch. We did see Yellowstar actually take the Caitlyn. xPeke is going to be running the Ezreal mid lane, which means we commonly played, as we would expect. But, you know, key players, key champions, what do we need to see here? Or what are we going to see here?
Well, with the strength that Olaf has at the moment, because we've seen how powerful he can get if you just start stacking that health. The thing with those health items are, they're quite expensive. The jungle, it's very hard to get that gold to start with at the moment. And when you've got yourself a Nunu, who is an incredible counter jungler on the opposing side, Cyanide, right, he can get in and out of that jungle with good ward coverage. He can take a lot of that gold away from Olaf.
All right, well, we're going to throw it over to Joe Miller and Deman, going to be casting this game for you.
So here we go, the next game of Group B here at the Intelligent Stream Masters in Katowice, Absolute Legends. I'm wondering if the crowd are going to be supporting their Polish team in this one, up against FNATIC. Really interesting lineups coming out of this one. Deman, what's your thoughts on it?
Well, there were some interesting little changes. Just noticed Olaf and Lee Sin switched last second as well, so it's going to be Lee Sin top lane, Olaf in that jungle, Peke in the middle on Ezreal. You know, this is kind of like a throwback to Season 1, I guess, and well, who was the best Season 1 team? It was FNATIC. We do see Cyanide doing a little dance for us. He's going to be drive-buying with Olaf as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how these gangs work out. And of course, sOAZ on Zed. sOAZ kind of basically brought Kha'Zix to light for everyone in the world, and now everybody hates him for it because Kha'Zix is a monster. But of course, he played it at IPL 5 before it was incredibly crazily OP in Season 3. But Season 3 stuff, you know, we're talking about that. Corki, a lot of people think he's underwhelmed right now. In fact, he's just got buffed in 1.74, the new patch coming out with this has just hit live servers today, or yesterday, I believe it was. Interested to see that he's been picked up here, though. I mean, I don't know how it's going to work out for them. Bot lane, of course, they are going to be the overwhelming favourite is FNATIC. That's a clear thing.
Yeah.
But overall, you don't really know what you're going to expect from AL. And I mean, FNATIC have been practicing like crazy. We just heard them talking about it next with Des. They are practicing, of course, for next week. That is the big thing for them. Nothing crazy coming from here, though. It's no invades going to come out. It's pretty standard stuff, and I expect them to all play safe to start with.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what to expect from FNATIC this time. As I said, Season 3 EU qualifiers next week. FNATIC aren't in there, and do they show everything here and try and win this tournament and take the money in the slot? Probably not, to be honest with you. They're probably going to be going, I'd say, half pace even, maybe. Certainly not showing anything new, but this is a team that is, and I feel like I've used this phrase far too much already this tournament, a well-oiled machine, as we've seen time and time again. Obviously, that second place at IPL, losing out to World Elite in the grand final, and picking up some big victories on the way. They're certainly one of the favourites, whatever they do, I think, in this tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight. We'll see whether Absolute Legends can put up a defence here as the home team against FNATIC. I do see sOAZ already at this top lane against Lee Sin. Not too sure how this one's going to work out. You know, Zed is definitely coming to it. You remember back at Cologne just in December, of course, Insect was just demoralising people with Zed, I think is the best way to put it. He was absolutely wrecking face. We do see a potential, both junglers coming up to those at the top here, though, Joe. I think they may try and sneak in. You do see the ward coming through from Cyanide, but of course he just showed himself, gave his position away. Trausi's not going to back away from this one, though. And I think we might see the first attempted gank.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. We'll see if they can get in on towards sOAZ. Actually, we'll use his flash there. Better safe than sorry. In the meantime, we did see actually a bit of action in the bottom lane. Horse went very, very low. One more auto attack would have taken him down. And Tymek there, his support on Sona, also taking a lot of damage. And nRated with this Lulu, he's going to be playing very aggressive, very up in the face as Tymek and Horse both going super low once again. Yellowstar does have that edge shot ready, so they need to be real careful as Horse again goes super low. Tymek trying his best to get him healed up here, but this is just going to be FNATIC super aggressive on the tower. Absolute Legends have to back away from it, surely.
Yellowstar just going very aggressive, like you're saying again. This time, Tymek's going to, oh my word. Piltover Peacemaker, max range, just missed it. I think that was a case of holding his own breath, let alone us himself. We do see Ezreal coming up around in the middle there. It's going to be interesting how this is going to play out late game. And what Peke is going to build on that Ezreal. We can see he went for the Fairy Charm to start with, along with a stack of pots. But across the board, I don't know how this one's going to weigh out. Of course, they're going to have so much tower pushing potential. Meanwhile, at the top, they are going to come in back again for sOAZ. You can see Trausi coming around. sOAZ does get ignited. He's going to get dived on. It may well be first blood for Absolute Legends here. It will be. And it's going to be picked up by Trausi. And the home favourites, well, it's a sign of things to come, Joe.
Well, I think most people have already counted Absolute Legends out of this group before it even started, to be honest with you. I mean, who can blame them with the amazing caliber of teams that are in there with them? SK, FNATIC, AZUBU, Frost. Not an easy group whatsoever for Absolute Legends, but they've got this incredible crowd behind them here in Katowice, and that's never to be underestimated. We've seen it time and time again what that could do to any player's confidence.
Look at the pressure, though, on this bottom turret. It's already down to 600 hit points, and that bottom lane, nRated Yellowstar. Yellowstar, of course, formerly with SK Gaming in Season 2. They did have a bit of a change of roster recently, bit of falling out, but he seems to be settling in his new home. He was pretty much practicing straight away with them directly after Season 2, so the changes did come around. And we do see CandyPanda, of course, you just saw him in the last game, but we are once again getting Olaf coming round. He's just walked through a ward, so he's going to be spotted. The axe is going to come in. They were well prepared for that one, and Yellowstar not even worried. They're not backing away from this one because they know if they went for it, they could just bully that bottom lane.
Yeah, Trausi going through that ward in the tri-bush, giving him away. And again, great position, great warding down there from nRated. And you touched on this pair, obviously,
we saw them, I think, at their prime before coming again together here, was against All Authority. We saw them at the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. That's when we first saw that ridiculous Corky Leona bottom lane. And it was nRated and Yellowstar who really came out on top with that bottom lane play. So they're certainly a pair that really know each other, and along with CandyPanda and Nyph, who are now reunited as well over in SK Gaming. So in the early stages, 7.5 to 7.3 thousand gold as Horse again going very, very low in this one. And FNATIC bottom lane is being a bit of a bully lane now. 45 to 27 CS in favor of Yellowstar.
Yeah, Trausi again trying to come in towards Yellowstar. He's not worried about that one. Gets the Glitz Lance down and he returns the damage back towards Trausi. Well prepared for that one. You saw the pings coming down furiously. So they do force him away. And I'll tell you what, Yellowstar and nRated are just bossing this bot lane.
Yeah, he's playing amazingly well so far, Yellowstar, and nRated certainly not something you can underestimate. The annoyance of a Lulu, to be honest with you, in this lane as well. Meanwhile, in the middle, it looks like we've got a little bit of action going on there as well. Orianna just backing away, both players just getting those pots going, but just to throw you into more confusion, Deman, back in the bottom lane, we do actually have them pushed right onto this turret, and this is going to be the first one of the game.
Yeah, just FNATIC really very strong in this bottom lane. You know, Yellowstar, he's been a fantastic AD carrier all his career, really. He's been across many teams, and they're happy to just leave that turret down to minions, and that is going to be the first turret of the game for FNATIC. We also see Ezra in the middle. It's going to be Orianna going down. Peke just caught a glimpse of that one. Finished him off with the arcane shift as well. So very aggressive stuff there. So Peke winning out the lane against Orianna so far. Who would expect that with Ezreal? Kane, like we said, it's a throwback to Season 1. It's the days we used to have the likes of Big Fat GG, who's just stepped down at CLG. He used to be bossing it with Ashe mid lane. That's where the original spot was for the AD carries.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of League of Legends right now, that with all these item changes, with the fact that the word metagame seemingly means nothing in these days, because it's so different whichever scene you go into, and game to game we see complete different strategies coming out. Let's have a look down the CS in this top lane. Obviously, was that assist on Lee Sin, got the Ninja Tabby in there, and Zed actually got a tier 1 boost. Looking like he's going to go Ninja Tabby with that cloth armor as well, and also in towards that Brutalizer first of all. Lee Sin here just taking the lead in terms of the CS there, but FNATIC, now that they've taken down that bottom turret, they're going to send their AD carry and support straight into this top lane to try and lay the law down on towards this top outer turret as well.
Yeah, but they've got problems down in this bottom turret. sOAZ was a little switch to react and switch around. And you can see that Horses immediately put pressure straight towards that turret and took a good third of health off it already before he even be able to react and get down. Now, how are they going to work out in the 2v1 lane? I do not know. Of course, he does have the added advantage. He's had 7 levels up the top lane against HitooN. He did, of course, get taken down though, so hitting with that assist. He's having just as many problems in this top lane. You can see half the health already gone off his tower. They're just shredding it down here. Meanwhile, down the bottom, you can see sOAZ is going in towards Tymek. Tymek's surely going to get dropped. Yes, he will. Can they turn it onto a Horse? The Horse, remember, there's no tower. They can just keep diving this one. They're just going to get the pressure on towards Horse. sOAZ surely going to clear this one up. Absolute Zero is going to pop off full channel, and sOAZ picks up the double kill.
Well, let's be honest, you're never getting away from a Nunu under normal circumstances when you've got no tower there. But when he's got red buff on as well, yeah, you're dead in that situation. And I think Horse knew it pretty much gave up there by the end. But second tower here is going to be falling. That's again nRated and Yellowstar doing the business. On the other side, we've got FNATIC doing Dragon currently. I'm not sure that they can finish it off though, and Olaf is going to come in here, and it is going to be FNATIC who pick up Dragon. Nicker's actually pretty low. Cyanide as well. There's the ulti coming out of Orianna. It's a kill for Olaf. There's Orianna with the second, and now Peke could be in trouble. He will arcane shifting, gets the kill. Axe misses out of Trausi. Can he catch up? There is the reckless swing. One more hit. True shot barrage trying to come out there right at the end, but Trausi mopping up. That will be a 3-for-1. Yes, they lost the Dragon, but I think Absolute Legends will take that one and be happy with it.
Yeah, definitely a great turnaround there from Trausi, being very aggressive with Olaf and forcing it down. Peke, of course, squeaked out that kill on towards Nick. Wasn't quite expecting that one. Tymek now back in towards the middle, but Yellowstar is just wrecking these turrets right now, shredding another half hit points off the turret in the mid lane. So he's taken 2 down already in 10 minutes, just switching across the lanes and just destroying them. Of course, they realize that everybody had to go back. They're going to try and take advantage. I think they're going to get this turret, Joe.
Yeah, it looks that way, and if we learned one thing yesterday, it's winning fast is a good thing, and FNATIC are going to be wanting to put that into play here as well. Finally, we get Nyph and Trausi back in towards this middle lane to force this 3-man offensive from FNATIC away from that middle outer turret, the only outer turret left remaining for Absolute Legends. That's currently 2,000 gold, give or take 100 or so there behind FNATIC, and that's obviously coming in from those 2 turrets, plus the dragon that was taken a little bit earlier on. But will Absolute Legends be able to push out for any turret of their own right now? That's the problem which I don't see an immediate answer to.
Well, that really helps out Trausi. Trausi's gone back, got himself a giant spot, so he's going to start getting stronger and stronger. We've seen him stacked out throughout the Korean teams in this tournament. Well, we do see a double BF sword currently built up as well, so we can see 1 picked up by sOAZ, 1 picked up by Yellowstar, and actually it's AP Ezreal as well in that mid lane, so it's going to see how much damage he really can do as AP Ezreal. I know it's meant to be legitimate now. Also, Aranea swears by Jungle Ezreal. So you're never really sure when these picks are going to come from nRated. Eating an axe there, but he's going to back away. Let's have a look down towards the bottom. Peke, and he actually out-CS'd as well. All lanes pretty much ahead, apart from HitooN in that top lane on the said Brutalizer picked up by him. So as it stands, pretty even stuff. One is going on down the bottom. Oh, and he just took him out before he even managed to react to it quick enough. Absolutely destroyed the support there. Very, very quick. We do all see sOAZ coming around the side there. Peke has backed off, trying to bait him out. Is he going to come towards it? No, he's going to get spotted straight away by Trausi. And he's just going to jump and dash away from that one, leaving his shadow behind. Does, of course, mean that the mid lane is going to get opened up again, Joe.
Yeah, that kill there from xPeke down at the bottom. He put a ward by the golems, waiting for Sona to come in. It was True Shot Barrage and a W, as we are going to see here in the middle. Trausi is going to go in for this one. Can he finish off Yellowstar? Lulu ultimate actually coming out, but will they continue to push in for a kill? Trausi has actually fallen low, and it looks like FNATIC may be able to turn this one around. They've certainly forced them away, but no kills.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used there. Ragnarok was popped out. You saw the shockwave missing. Yellowstar flashed out of that one. I think he maybe just backed out of it, but of course Wild Growth was saving Yellowstar. Did force the flash, I believe, and it made him go out, but sOAZ at the moment stealing away the red buff, so they're quite happy to take advantage of all the jungle. 5-4 in kills. They have that 2k gold lead, 2 towers, of course, being the difference. And that dragon that they did pick up. HitooN, he's starting to become a problem, and he's really the saving grace currently for Absolute Legends. We do see Cyanide, though, mopping up. We're down the bottom here, they're diving in towards Horse. He's going to come across True Shot Barrage and towards Tymek. Tymek just getting melted by Peke there once again. And that is the power of APS. It's been long forgotten, but it seems to be making a comeback.
Yeah, it was in the jungle the whole time. Those last 2 kills, I mean, to be fair to Tymek, he's had a bit of a bad time with that one. He's got taken down twice in the last couple of moments there. As HitooN again taking so much damage. Trausi actually going to try and get in here on towards Peke, but needs to be real careful because FNATIC there with the AD carry, with that AP Ezreal, can put a lot of damage out very, very quickly. And yeah, he's healthy, but he's not super healthy at this point. It's Trausi. Oh, great block there from the Caitlyn ultimate. That was Horse that actually saved Trausi. He would have gone down from that one again. FNATIC just proving that they are, well, big bullies, basically. That's what we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, Cyanide snuck in and stole the blue buff as well, so doing a lot of work for FNATIC all across the map. As I mentioned, they were bullying in that mid. We do see Absolute Legends starting to gather up. They have not got their jungler, though, so their main player at the moment, obviously he's got those 3 kills, which means the pressure on this turret is going to be pretty immense. They should be able to wave clear this fairly quickly, though, with Corki and Orianna, and that's exactly what they do. HitooN also building up that damage. So FNATIC at the moment, definitely being the more aggressive, pushing and starting to try and take advantages across the map. Top lane is going to get wiped out by sOAZ. Blue buff going to be given across to Peke because Cyanide just stole away the enemy blue buff. You can see that he's slowly but surely gaining the power. I'm going to be interested to see what Peke builds in this order.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Wow. You see the True Shot Barrage coming over and just stripping Absolute Legends of all the health and any chance that they thought that they had, I think, of taking down the outer turret in the middle lane. Speaking of outer turrets in the middle lane, Absolute Legends' turret there is not very healthy, below half HP already. You can see there Cyanide just getting up there and getting that ward in position.
so that they've got vision around that blue buff and in the jungle as well for most likely Ezreal to just be catching people out once again. But this turret is taking more and more damage. Caitlyn, they've got Nunu in there as well, so that Blood Boil really doing the work for them on that. xPeke got double buffs on, so overall FNATIC looking very commanding, and as I say that, they're doing a dragon.
Yeah, so as they're on towards HitooN, he was just hanging around. HitooN uses his ultimate to kick him away. Didn't want a piece of that. Meanwhile, you can see, like you mentioned, Yellowstar is going to take that dragon away with Cyanide. They're just going to do the business. We see sOAZ coming back in towards the mid lane. They're starting to just build their advantages. 3k gold advantage now, 3.5k, I guess you could say. Peke, you saw how strong that true shot barrage is. That's going to become a bit of an issue if you can start landing that in fights. Of course, the Mystic Shot's going to be doing more damage as well. Yeah. Which is because he's gone AP, which I wonder just when the last time Absolute Legends maybe played against AP Ezreal in a proper tournament match. I've certainly not seen one in for a long, long time. They are going to get the pressure on towards this mid turret though, and Absolute Legends is going to go for this one. True Shot Barrage is going to couple zip across, go straight into what Tymek just gets popped once again, and that was the True Shot Barrage being very strong. Peke is going to continue to chase this one. Can he get in? No, he just got destroyed by HitooN there though, but immediately they turn back on towards HitooN. The damage is going to keep coming out. Of course, meanwhile, down the bottom, Yellowstar is not in the fight. He's pushing the bot lane, so they may even try and take advantage and get 2 turrets here.
Yeah, Peke again just showing the power of that ultimate coming out, taking all the health away. And as you said, bottom lane is being pushed. That middle outer turret is a goner. And Yellowstar may even have this one down at the bottom away as well, down to below 400 HP and just another auto attack. Or you could just leave it to the minions and that one will be falling down. That is 4 turrets to 0. It's a 5,000 gold lead now, almost exactly. And FNATIC thoroughly in the driving seat. However, it's not quite that clear-cut. I mean, if they manage to take this Ezreal out like we saw earlier on, Nika has already shown us a good couple of shockwaves coming out there. So if he can land it, it changes. That ultimate is a game-changing ultimate.
Well, what he's been doing is putting on the ball on Trausi's head, Ragnarok Ghost, or whatever he does to get involved. He hasn't got Ghost, he's going to flash in there, and just plays you pile in there, and he's going to be the one that's taking all the damage, getting as deep as he can. But of course he still hasn't picked up that Warmog, so whether he's going to go for it, he might even switch to a Sunfire Cape, but I should expect it to be a Warmog, so of course not going to go too much armor because the damage at the moment is coming from Peke. 5-2-0 AP Ezreal. We talked about them not showing their hands, but you know what, they've just pulled out a champion that nobody else has used in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you don't know if it's something that they've been secretly working on,
they could also be mind
like
gaming their opposition, because this could all be baiting. AP Ezreal ban come Season 3 qualifiers next weekend.
Yeah, which they might not even be planning to play there. So yeah, that's also the beauty of having an event this close to those qualifiers as well, that you can pull some things out that you don't really plan to pull out there. If it goes well for you, well, you've just thrown a possible ban towards your opponents in that one. So I'll see how they continue to develop this one. We can see double boost mobility currently over with FNATIC. One with sOAZ, one with Cyanide, and they're going to get in towards Nika. There is the shockwaves. He catches 2 of them, but it's not going to be enough. True Shot Barrage comes across. Horse going to get destroyed as well. Trausi gets slow, but I don't think they can continue to push in for this one. sOAZ just getting involved as the minion's going to come through as well, and they may take turret number 5.
They are going to pile on down there, and that was just beautifully done. It was actually the shockwave used, so the aggression kind of used against Absolute Legend there. They were ready for that fight. I think the shockwave did a lot to just rile them. It's like poking an angry bee's nest, I guess, and you just managed to get FNATIC swarm on them. As it is though, sOAZ just going to head back to the top lane. They have full control, and they're just going to go on down towards the bottom, clear things out. They're trying to track down sOAZ here. I'm sure he's kind of the person you want to track down. He's got them Bloodthirster. Lots of boots and mobilities as well coming out. As it stands, see what they're going to go back and buy. Another Bloodthirster picked up. The Avarice Blade picked up by Yellowstar. I'm just seeing Guardian Angel. They're going to go for that. Something we haven't seen really much of anymore. We've never really got to the stage. I was wondering whether Gambit Gaming were going to keep on doing Guardian Angels, but we've not seen them throughout this tournament, Joe.
No, I don't think we've seen one, if I'm not mistaken, up until now. And I'm just looking through xPeke there. I mean, his burst is so ridiculous if he catches you out. That True Shot Barrage coming over for about 750 damage. Even Arcane Shift does like 475, so you're going to see it coming over.
And he steals the blue.
Wow. amazing. Brilliant play from xPeke.
Very, very nice there. It was so well timed as well. It's just from literally downtown, I guess you could say, down the bottom.
When it does that much damage, though, you don't have to have that timing.
Yeah, you're just like, well, it's like a smite,
there.
it's straight across the map. It's just like, I got this, don't worry. And meanwhile, of course, now they're going to give the blue. Are they going to give it to Cyanide? They're Yellowstar. Yes, they have. They've given the blue buff to Yellowstar. I guess they want to keep the timings down and built over Peacemaker. That means they expect to see them shoving straight down this mid lane. Of course, they have taken the inner turret already, so maybe it's going to be the first inhibitor push.
And we see that xPeke now, mana immune plus the Rabadon's death cap built up. We've got 2 Bloodthirsters in the team. There's a Brutalizer done there as well on Zed. So FNATIC well and truly in the driving seat here. It's going to take something big, in my opinion, out of Nika to sort this one out. There's got to be a totally clutch Shockwave once he actually finally gets some damage in there, which is now going to happen with that Nincy Large Rod, as we are going to see PK taking a lot of damage. Lulu ultimate comes in perfectly, and we will see Lee Sin get away, but that was a nice save by nRated again.
Yeah, it also showed and really highlighted how squishy Peke can be.
Yeah.
But he did manage to get away from there with the help of nRated. nRated this time playing Lulu, of course, we're so used to seeing him on Blitzcrank, which is kind of, he always says it, you know, it's a credit to the player, to a support player that actually he draws a ban for the team.
Yeah, he thinks he's brilliant. I mean,
well, he is.
In my opinion, yeah, it is. It is brilliant because to be taking supports out in a team where you've got the likes of sOAZ, who, to be honest, is hard enough to ban out even if you target all 3 at sOAZ. That's how big his champion pool is, and well, they're not always ones that you expect either. So they've just got such a nice variety of FNATIC that they're going to be naturally a strong team.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye to see whether that True Shot Barrage was going to shoot down the mid, whether he was going to use it as an offensive tool to trigger an attack, but they haven't. sOAZ is comfortable enough to go back top, which means they're quite happy to defend this one out. No turrets still picked up by Absolute Legends here. 5, of course, picked up by FNATIC. They've been drawing the pressure out, and again, the Mystic Shots are doing the damage from Peke. Peke, they're going to follow this one through. They have got wards. They've been very aggressive. sOAZ is making his way down. Of course, the Oracle was picked up by Cyanide. The Dragon is spawned, and they're going to fight for this one. They are not happy to give it. Crescendo comes across, followed by a Shockwave. Is it going to be enough? But a Mystic Shot blasts back across. Cyanide actually got away. Trausi does manage to track him down, but now sOAZ is coming in. Tymek's definitely going to be 1 hit down, and Peke takes him, gets a second. Nika gets taken down as well. Actually picked up by nRated, and well, they just completely cleared it. They're going straight for Baron.
Yeah, they're going straight up there, and that's what I was talking about with the Shockwaves, how they're needed. It got one person, it took Cyanide, he died in the end. If that would have gone over the rest of the team as well, it could have been a different outcome, but with another perfect True Shot Barrage coming over there, there's not a lot that Absolute Legends could have done against that one. It's 13-6 in kills. Baron is going to go to FNATIC. It's 5-1 in turrets. This is FNATIC's game to throw, I think we can call it at this point.
Well, it's kind of what we expected. We knew FNATIC definitely going to be one of the favourites coming into this tournament, I guess you could say, as well as the certainly the group stage. And Baron has been picked up. Fortunately for Cyanide, was he back up? Yes, he was. He was in the mid. So they've all got the Baron on. So all 5 members. Cyanide on Nunu, you know, bringing back Nunu jungle as well. Again, we've talked about, you know, the fact that Ezreal's a flashback to season 1, but as is Nunu. Nunu starts to get glorified a little bit here. The Muramana being picked up, of course, really an ideal item for AP Ezreal. So he's now going to be much stronger, picking up a hell of a lot of kills, and of course. He's got the shield as well, so the damage ability to come out at the moment, it's really the Essence Flux. People in the Mystic Shot, it's the Essence Flux I was meant to talking about. Of course, he's now doing 500 damage with a single Essence Flux, and that's on an 8-second cooldown. So
he does more than 500 damage when he arcane shifts next to you.
Yes, indeed, yes. So
that's wrong.
There's a hell of a lot of damage coming out. True Shot Barrage, of course, doing 400 damage. I know, I tell a lie, that's 1,000 damage, nearly. Wow, so that's going to hurt.
So what we conclude from that is Ezreal can do 1 billion damage at any point to any person.
Yeah, Dragon's going to get picked up. Yellowstar, of course, nearly. Trausi tried it there. We have seen a couple of epic Dragon steals already. But Yellowstar is really the one that started everything off. Obviously, they dominated that bottom lane, went up to the top, completely wiped out that wave. But Nika, like you mentioned, it's kind of the saving grace. He's got a lot of damage. He's able to wave clear very quickly. We still haven't seen anywhere near a push on towards a inhibitor turret yet, and that's going to help them. You know, try and stall it out as much as they can. FNATIC just seem to be quite happily workman-like approach, I guess. They're just working their way through every objective in the game.
Yeah, no need to even risk anything at this point. They've got such a big advantage, and you don't want to end up throwing games. One thing that, as I said, like right at the start, I think of this one, that winning fast in Intel Extreme Masters is a good thing if it comes down to a tiebreaker later on. So, see, I guess FNATIC don't really have that one totally in mind at this point, just judging by how they're going about this one. But certainly they're going to be starting to make this Baron presence felt.
Yeah, when it's win for Tymek just completely caught out of position now, but no, the crescendo comes across. sOAZ is going to get turned on him. Tymek survived that one. HitooN gets onto him. Trausi, he's trying to follow through on this one. Cyanide is going to back away. Yellowstar is in the tri-bush just above, but everybody does back off. Everybody huddles around, but sOAZ, well, he's caught out nicely there. That's the sort of picks they've got to do. Where's Peke? Oh, he stood on a ward. Oh, the Q missing. If HitooN would have landed that, I think it would have been a dead Peke.
Yeah, I mean, he probably could have arcane shifted his way off of that one, but to be honest, a very sticky champion, and you've got to get the timing right there. Not like, oh, Q's just hit me, I'm going to arcane shift away, oh, his Q is still on. Yeah, he comes with me over the top of the wall. But yeah, FNATIC, you know, taking a few buffs away from that top side of the jungle now. We've just seen him go home and a bit of shopping. We've got a static shift on Caitlyn, plus a last whisper on that Bloodthirster from earlier. Lulu's got a Warmogs on. There's an Aegis in there, there's that second last whisper, Bloodthirster, Black Cleaver combo coming out of sOAZ on Zed. Just overall great items, and, well, a big item lead, I think, is the more important thing about this one for FNATIC.
Yeah, and Peke just hit 16, so of course his third level of ulti's gone in there, which means he's doing a bit more damage with it. So True Shot Barrage is on a pretty quick cooldown as well. It's going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage very quickly. We do, of course, see the Zeal picked up. And now the static shiv. It's kind of been a new staple place. It's taken over the Phantom Dancer quite heavily. Trausi, wow, look at that. Just one straight combo onto an Trausi, onto an Olaf, shredded 1,000 hit points.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
He could have combined that with his True Shot Barrage and he would have killed him.
I mean,
there it goes.
Horse going very, very low.
As I mentioned, it can get close to killing him, and Peke just gets sniped off there.
What?
Yeah, that was my words.
Well, that's about, I think, what it is, this one. FNATIC here pushing in towards that inhibitor turret. They are going to take that one down. Shockwave? Nope, not quite ready for it, although I think his ball was in about the most perfect position it's been all game. Sadly for them, they don't really have anything to follow that one up with. FNATIC going to head around, I'm assuming here, towards that middle lane. Pink ward put down to clear out the wards just outside of the base. And FNATIC, sadly for them, don't have that wave of minions quite there with them yet. But they could probably tank it up there as xPeke again. Just a single Q landed onto Horse, takes about a quarter of his health.
And this honestly shows just how versatile Peke can be, because we just think of all the champions that they were trying to draw away from him in IEM Cologne. He's come into Season 3 and he's adapted. He's picked up Ezreal mid lane, something we've not seen. I don't remember seeing too much of Ezreal mid lane. I'm trying to think back to OGN whether there's been any Ezreal mid lane there. There probably has. They're pretty creative guys themselves, but I don't remember certainly the AZUBU teams using it. The question is it going to be the new thing? Solo Q right now is getting filled with Ezreal's mid lane, saying, don't worry, I got this. I've just seen someone do it on a stream. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't do that at home. Save yourself all the rage in the queues. As it stands, they are sieging through. Baron buff went down on that last push. And again, it seems like they're just waiting and biding their moment. Look at the True Shot Barrage is back up in 15 seconds. That'll probably be the signal that they're going to go in again.
And HitooN there also taking a quarter of his health. Force taking a big hit as well, and FNATIC now finally forcing their way in on towards his turret. They've got Caitlyn with Blood Boil.
You can't leave a Caitlyn Blood Boil there. Wow! Peke just comes in and shreds it down. Ace in the hole comes through. HitooN actually took the hit for his teammate. Shockwave does go off, but it's only a defensive duty. It doesn't really do the damage. They're just going to pile straight through. It's going to be a Blood Boil. Look, Caitlyn wrecking through the turrets. The two Nexus turrets are going to go down. That is going to be the game. Trausi comes in. Wild Growth pops up onto towards sOAZ. It doesn't matter. They're taking the turrets down. And, you know, mentioned it down the bottom here. Peke also on towards them. He's just going to get them on towards the fountain. Yes, he does. He gets the Q in there. The Nexus is going to drop, and xPeke just survives towards the end. Fantastic performance from FNATIC. Kind of an expected win, but they're still, you can only beat what's in front of you.
Yeah, you can only beat what's in front of you, and some great performances as well in that one. If we think back to the early stage of the game there, that Caitlyn Lulu combo, Yellowstar, and nRated first destroying the bottom lane, then moving into the top lane, taking the turret directly down, then working their way through that middle. Then you've got xPeke, who was just blowing people up left and right. I think Tymek was the biggest victim of that one. Twice, pretty much on the same spot. His grave, his body was still warm on that spot when he went down again.
Fantastic performance from them. And you can see the sportsmanship between the players. So, FNATIC have actually, despite the fact they've come in here saying we're only going to be really at 50% because we don't want to show everything, they've just shown quite a bit. They've shown Nunu Jungle, which hasn't really been used heavily by too many teams. We did see it a little bit in Season 3, the North American qualifiers. We've got Ezreal, AP mid. We've got sOAZ now rocking Z in that top lane instead of any other champion. Well, to be honest, sOAZ can play any champion in that top lane. I suppose you could probably give him Sona and just still win, maybe win out that lane, I don't know. But yeah, how are the teams going to evaluate this one? We'll soon find out. I mean, it's going to be Absolute Legends in the next match coming up shortly, so they're going to have to try and regroup themselves, but you can see FNATIC, their air of confidence currently on them. They just seem pretty happy with that performance.
Yeah, Absolute Legends are going to be going up against SK next. Obviously, SK already lost to AZUBU FROST, so both teams fighting for survival, really, in the group. Chances are the loser of that game, and I'll leave the chances are as a disclaimer in there because you never quite know how things are going to turn out by the end of the day. But that is going to be a very, very important for both of those teams coming up.
Yeah, and SK, you know, as we mentioned, hyrqBot reckons they are very strong right now, beating a number of teams in scrims, but you can't always judge performances by its scrims. It's all about what you do when you're on that large stage in front of a capacity, 10,000 capacity event. I mean, you guys really are packing this place out. For the second day running, they've hit the capacity in this place.
Yeah, I heard that there are quite a lot of people outside with campfires going.
If you guys are outside
screen
watching, then you have hats off to you guys, because it's...
No, don't take your hats off, it's too cold.
It's too cold, so it's not too bad today.
Yeah, we actually a bit surprised that we managed to kind of get here from the hotel without freezing
shivering
to death, unlike the last few days. But yeah, amazing crowd that we've got here, and hats off definitely from our side for the amount of people that are here and the passion that you're showing. But either way, that's enough from us. We're going to throw it over to the experts desk. They're going to break down Absolute Legends versus FNATIC.
Welcome back to the expert desk, and Joe, there's actually about 3,500 people, I'm told, outside watching on that big screen, cheering away as they saw their hometown team, Absolute Legends, playing. So guys, let's break this down. Absolute Legends had a very, very strong early game. Let's go ahead and just talk about that real quick, and then we'll go into our replay.
Yeah, they did do okay in lane plays, but FNATIC just has very experienced players. They are in top form. They played something funny, and it was nice to watch it, and I don't know.
All right, real quick before we go to the replay, Panky, can you talk about how, you know, new teams coming up, the kind of struggles they have? I mean, I've talked to Joe about this all the time, saying that, you know, newer teams have a problem with closing out a game.
Yeah, it's that experience factor. It's like, okay, so we played the champions, we've won our lanes, we've done that individual skill points. Now what do we do? I don't know. The team suddenly falls apart. They don't have the communication. They got mixed calls. It's going on for 40 minutes. Everyone's getting stronger, so everyone starts to panic. It's slipping away from us. What do we do? Quick, do something, and it goes horribly wrong. And suddenly the experienced team that's got a calm, level head, everyone's communicating, listening to one call, steadily and surely acting as a unit rather than acting as 5 slightly mixed in pieces of string, so to speak. They just slowly snowballs back out of the way and they lose it.
Well, this shows our replay, correct?
Yeah, we will show in the replay. They started out very strong. They had those standard lanes. They've had, as I say, Lee Sin, really strong, powerful early top laner. They slipped a little way. Peke's AP mid Ezreal took Orianna by surprise a couple of times, burst through some health, catching some people a little bit out of position thanks to some funky warding and positions that he shouldn't be with. But they did take it down to a dragon. They were ready to a team fight. Absolute Legends decided, all right, we're all here. They're all here. We're ready to fight. The fight we're about to see, 22 minutes, 50 seconds. It was 5 kills for Absolute Legends, 9 kills for FNATIC. Initiate flash ultimate by Sona, and it kind of just all went wrong. So we'll show that up on screen and explain exactly why.
It started with Absolute Legends doing the dragon, and Zona basically hitting a nice ult on Yellowstar, but Orianna completely misses her ult, so that kind of sets off the end of that fight, because they basically run into them, and without CC it's not going to happen. Because Israel is so mobile, and Caitlyn still has every summoner up, so...
And this was before, I mean, even xPeke got his mirror mana. He only had his mana immune at the time, and he was still doing insane amount of damage.
And you gotta see that at this point already, I think 3 towers dropped. They took down bot tower at around minute 7, so yeah.
Yeah, there was 5 towers down
actually
at that point. So they had a lot of global gold. They had huge items themselves. 7 kills on Peke by the end of this fight. His ultimate during that one hit 4 people, and it was already doing a ridiculous amount of damage. And they weren't tanking people. It was sOAZ, it was Corkis, it was Orianna. They were down to half health before anyone else even got close to him. And ultimately, nRated with a KG's lucky pick had enough damage to execute Orianna as that last ability. Put that help picks on it. Put the dragon, as it is, I think it was a skin or butterfly, onto Orianna, and she just crumpled because there has no health left. Peke chasing down an Olaf. Olaf was meant to be the tanky one. Olaf was building stacking health. It was the strong, overpowered champion we've had all weekend long. Fell to an AP Edgewell, which 90% of players at the moment have been saying no, it's not viable. Like it was an old school thing, but at the moment everyone said no, it's not.
The thing is, for me, the more interesting thing is how this all is set up, because Israel himself, he didn't do too much until FNATIC actually got the advantage, and then he played awesome. He did some great plays and it was nice to watch, but at the end of the day it was mainly bot lane actually pushing down bot tower minute 7, moving top, pushing it down 2 waves, moving mid, pushing it down, and this sets up like all kind of possibilities, especially for an experienced team. Absolute Legends obviously has still problems with like getting a game flow going and getting warding and stuff, because that's what new teams do, unfortunately. But FNATIC got this really dominant position where they could actually do whatever they want because of the strong bot lane.
Well, with this clip we're about to show you, I mean, there's no words that even need to be said except maybe, ooh, as you see on your screen right here. There's a xPeke waiting over that wall.
Yeah, he's just hiding off onto one side. We saw it, this is the final fight as they were trying to pressure in onto Absolute Legends base. They just got so much presence here, so much poke, so much long range to sustain. Peke's hiding off to one side. There's wards over the wall. They've got pink wards on the far side, so Absolute Legends can't even keep track of Peke as he sits here. And as they start to group up towards the mid, start to pick in onto HitooN for a little bit, lines up that ultimate. And as soon as he fires it off, it tears its way through Absolute Legends, and the rest of FNATIC with so much movement speed just follow it in. That was all Peke before anyone has even followed up. Then they're all coming in, and Absolute Legends, all they can do is pop a Shrilliers and run away, try and bit of self-preservation. They had creeps coming in the top side. They had this entire force of FNATIC storming up the middle, and at 30 minutes with what is, in all fairness, a poor comp from FNATIC. If you were to put that up against a Malphite, a Maokai, something a bit more tanky, something a bit more hard engaged, they'd melt. They are not a very strong comp in a straight up in-your-face fight. Instead, they stayed back, they poked, they had the long range damage, they burst people down too low, so by the time you could get on top of them to do your return damage, you were dead.
Well, that's the kind of meta we've seen evolve from the sad bullet time. It's picking off players one by one and then turning the fight in your own favor. I actually want to talk to you about the CitizenWayne. We saw Cyanide in the jungle actually picked up a Ruby sight zone, and I thought that was just, it was so smart. It was an amazing idea.
It's pretty common on Europe actually, because since Oracle doesn't have to be bought anymore, you got some free money, and Heart of Gold doesn't exist anymore. So it's kind of the replacement Heart of Gold, because you get money value out of it over time because you have constant ward. Yeah, it's for support junglers it's actually pretty common.
Right, and actually, I was mentioning while we were watching this, the Ezreal build, xPeke with the Robin's Death Cap, the Mirror Mana, and then into a Lich Bane eventually. Yeah. We saw that one time, actually 1 or 2 times I remember seeing it, was for the Intel Extreme Masters Clone qualifiers in Korea. It was pretty much right when Season 3 came out. It was like the first qualifier on the Season 3 patch, and it was insane. So we actually have another match to be coming up soon. It will be Absolute Legends Poland versus SK Gaming. What are your kind of really thoughts about this? We have 2 teams currently 0-1. How's it going to go?
Yeah, I guess it's obvious who has the better chance of winning it. But I think Absolute Legends did actually really well, besides the bot lane dropping so early. I think if they get into the game with a better start, without being thrown off so hard, they might have a good chance, because actually every lane was doing well for them. The jungle was doing very well, and only the roaming bot lane of FNATIC kind of ruined it for them.
I think the thing that scares me for Absolute Legends is everyone's been saying SK is stronger than FNATIC right now. Crepo is everyone talking about for an AZU player at the moment, is tweeting out before the game, scrimming with them, practicing with them. SK in a very powerful position recently, and if they're stronger than FNATIC, Absolute Legend Poland is really going to have their work cut out for them. Same thing being said, SK might play something a bit more standard, and that could give Absolute Legends Poland the confidence they need to settle down, relax a little bit, say, okay, we know what this does, we know how this works, let's play our own game. Those picks were not bad, that was a very strong team comp. But doing that against something a bit more standard, less crazy stuff like FNATIC just did, they could still topple SK.
What about the whole factor of Absolute Legends has nothing to lose? I mean, they can throw any kind of strat they want out there. SK kind of wants to be a little bit passive, you know, not really show anything, give anything away right before Season 3 starts. It could be a major factor in the game. But we are going to go back to the stage with a post-match interview. Yep.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to catch up with the two team leaders now of the two teams. First of all, FNATIC xPeke. Fantastic game, well played. Obviously a pretty straightforward win in the end, but let's start at the beginning. Team composition. Tell us what went through your mind in terms of the way you formed the team.
We just pick heroes we feel comfortable with, played a bit of Ezreal, and we know it's really strong against Orianna, so we just pick it.
And that's it, nothing more?
Pretty much just, we had strong picks and it was a good chance to pick Ezreal, so that we did it.
Okay, so early game was pretty close, I think that'd be fair to say. These guys, you know, pulled out some kills, and you were quite close on kills, but you were 2 turrets up quite early. Was that the key moment for you early on?
Yeah, we picked Caitlyn for that, to get the split, the push in early, get turrets, try to get some advantage, and then in teamfights be better with the Ezreal ultimate and the composition we had.
Yeah, those splits were pretty good as well, because you managed to get bot pretty much almost immediately, and that really put the pressure back on these guys.
Yeah, that was the main strategy, like let bottom push hard, even if Olaf is ganking top a lot, and just after that we can roam and do whatever we want.
Okay, so 2 more matches to go. You only need to win one of those, presumably, to go through, but 2 very tough games. What have you got in the locker? You can tell us, they're not listening.
Well, they're going to be really hard games, interesting for sure, but I think we can win at least one of them and go through.
All right, well, good luck, thank you very much.
Jest ze mną Tymek z Absolute Legends. Tymek, powiedziałeś, że to twój pierwszy LAN i w ogóle pierwsza tego typu impreza. Jak odczucia?
No, na pewno bardzo pozytywne. Jest naprawdę tyle widowni, że człowiek naprawdę może być zestresowany, no ale mam nadzieję, że jednak tego po mnie nie widać.
Rozmawiałem z chłopakami tutaj zaraz po meczu. Powiedzieli, że tam było parę takich sytuacji, które jakby wpłynęły na to, że przegraliście. Między innymi to, że zdaje się, że Ezreala, czyli Rakane Barrage, nie był niewidzialny dla was.
Tak, dokładnie. Kiedy Peke kastował swoje E z pozycji, kiedy nie widzieliśmy go na mapie, było ono całkowicie niewidzialnie, po prostu tylko widzieliśmy, jak schodzą nam paski życia i no, po chwili Peke się pojawił i ja po prostu schodziłem, to można było to zobaczyć.
Jaka była przyczyna taka główna? Peke był główną przyczyną, dla której żeście przegrali?
To znaczy, myślę, że jedną z głównych przyczyn było to, że naprawdę zagrałem słabo w tej grze. Myślę, że mimo przez całą grę użyłem ultimate'a tylko 2 razy, a Shurelia tak naprawdę była praktycznie zbędna, bo kiedy w końcu udało mi się złożyć ten item, mimo wszystko zostałem zmuchnięty o tak.
Macie zaraz następny mecz. Jak nastroje przed?
Dalej jesteśmy pozytywnie nastawieni. Tak naprawdę przyjechaliśmy się tutaj bawić. Przyjechaliśmy tutaj pokazać, że potrafimy grać w tą grę, no i mamy nadzieję, że nam się uda.
Ja mam, szczerze mówiąc, nadzieję, że uda wam się doprowadzić pewną osobę do łez, także liczę na to bardzo.
No, mamy nadzieję, że to nam się to uda.
Dziękuję ci bardzo. Oklaski dla obu zawodników i dla obu teamów.
Yes, thank you very much. Absolute Legends and FNATIC. They have more games to come here this afternoon at the Intel Extreme Masters. Season 7, it is Katowice, of course. And if you weren't here yesterday, well, you missed a ton of fantastic action. Let's catch up and see what we missed. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, live from the Spodek Arena. It is very chilly outside right now. Luckily for us, it's really warm in here, and it's about to get even hotter. Our next 2 teams are ready in the tunnel waiting to come out, so let's introduce them. First up, they won their opening game very easily. Looking to make it 2 out of 2. It's SK Gaming!
Panie, panowie, zespół, który jest prawdopodobnie najbardziej ulubiony poza polskimi w tym miejscu, SK Gaming!
And going head to head with them are Poland's last surviving hope for glory. They are, of course, Absolute Legends!
A teraz ostatnia nadzieja Polaków w tym turnieju, Absolute Legends! Zapraszam.
Okay, we're going to get a very, very quick word with the two team captains. You're being told to take your hands out of your pocket. That's what you wanted him to do, right, Rice? Yeah, he did. Ocelot, joking aside now, these guys put up a pretty good fight first game, so this is not going to be a walkover, so you have to play really carefully, right?
Well, any team that is here, obviously, is here for a reason. They are good, but we must win.
Okay, well, good luck. Absolute Legends.
Chłopaki, jak nastroje przed? Ostatni mecz nie poszedł, mam nadzieję, że tym razem będzie lepiej?
Tym razem będzie lepiej, to jest ten mecz, który musimy wygrać.
Rozwalicie ich, zgnieciecie?
A jak myślisz?
No, mam nadzieję. Jakiś plan jest?
Jest plan.
Oni nie rozumieją, możecie powiedzieć.
nie powiemy.
Dobra, słuchajcie, trzymam za was kciuki, mam nadzieję, że sobie poradzicie tym razem lepiej. Jedziemy.
Okay, well, thank you very much. There's SK Gaming, everyone, and Absolute Legends. Good luck, guys. Have fun. And I know these guys are going to have some fun as well. It is, of course, your wonderful commentary duo.
A teraz komentatorzy.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We impromptu came back, and Jatt, we have SK Gaming versus Absolute Legends. We just saw Absolute Legends actually put up a reasonable performance against FNATIC. SK Gaming, of course, put up a pretty good fight against AZUBU FROST this morning.
Yeah, and we heard some people talking earlier, I think it was CitizenWayne said, this is almost a B tier of Euro players that are on Absolute Legends, but coming up pretty big in their first LAN experience, they did have a couple really big plays against FNATIC, and I mean, the experience really did it in for FNATIC. They out-pressured the map. Even though it was Absolute Legends able to get kills, they couldn't hold in the pressure. So if they can do something similar against SK, but then bring it all together, they might have a chance, but I still have to put them as a pretty huge underdog.
And let's just quickly go back to the last match. What did you make of AP Ezreal mid?
It was cool.
It's pretty cool.
In all honesty, so many people when they play Ezreal, at least AD Ezreal, use the ultimate as a farming tool and a way to stack your passive to 5. So people don't realize how much damage it can do.
Yeah.
Because it has such steep fall off when it goes through targets, but the way xPeke was playing it and just making sure that he was always hitting players with the first swipe was awesome to watch.
And of course, so you've got plenty more games coming up throughout the day. This one, though, is definitely one that SK are going to be looking to win. Absolute Legends are going to be looking to win it as well, but in reality, we think, from our point of view, or certainly from my point of view, AZUBU FROST is going to top the group, and I think everyone on the internet agrees. Internet land, but everyone pretty much here as well thinks the same. But what we are going to find out is what exactly the xPeke devs think, so we're going to get over to those guys to take you through SK versus AL bans, picks and bans.
Welcome back to the Expert Desk, and guys, we do have an amazing game coming up, SK versus Absolute Legends Poland. We just saw them, well, we just saw Absolute Legends Poland just play. Had a very strong early game. It kind of fell off as the game progressed. We saw SK playing earlier. They pretty much went head-to-head with AZUBU FROST until about the halfway point where just AZUBU FROST just seemed to overpower them a little bit because of their compositions. What are you expecting on seeing here?
I expect an interesting game. I'm still excited about what Absolute Legends can pull out. And yeah, it might be closer than before.
As Deman said just before he passed it back, everyone expected AZUBU FROST to top this group. 3-0 wouldn't surprise anyone at all. The fight was going to be between FNATIC and SK for second place, just going on previous results and the team's reputation and things. This is Absolute Legends Poland's last chance to show us if they can do anything about that. If they lose this game, they'll go 0-2, and their chances of staying in the group are suddenly looking very, very dire. So this is their last stand, so to speak. This is all on the line. Show us all your best stuff. What can you do? So I'm expecting some very impressive things from them. As we mentioned before, the team comp from the last game was not bad at all. They just didn't know what to expect from FNATIC. They got caught off guard, and FNATIC played that so well with some crazy new things. So it's going to be interesting to see what their picks are, see what their bans are. We've seen them from before in the last couple of games. They did make a lot of sense of things. We saw obviously banning out Blitzcrank, Zyra and Shen. Blitzcrank, Zyra very much focused against nRated, of course, so it's not quite the same against SK, but if you're going to target bans, SK, you've got like the Orianna. We saw AZUBU FROST ban away from them to start with. There's Cho'Gath in there. hyrqBot's got a very strong jungle Cho'Gath. We saw him play Mumu in the first one, and Mumu's a strong ban too, but you saw them all huddling. They've got something there. They're in high spirits. They're in front of their home crowd. They've still got that massive, huge crowd behind them, which only seems to be growing somehow. Yeah. And I hope they can put up a fight. I do not want to see a 20-minute
What I'd really love to see is if they could pull out something special, because I mean, actually qualifying for this event and playing in front of this crowd is a win for them, basically. So I would love to see them kind of let loose a bit and just try something crazy.
Yeah, why not? I mean, like we were saying before, there's nothing for them to lose. I mean, unfortunately, they're not qualified or the qualifiers for season 3. Yeah. So this is just their big chance to show everyone, you know, hey, we're actually a pretty decent team. You should watch out for us. We have the Challenger circuit to look forward to coming down the line. You know, why not kind of just prepare? Because they're playing against SK. They're qualified for they're in season 3. Yeah. What better practice can you get than playing against them, playing against AZUBU FROST and FNATIC, who will be in the qualifier?
I was going to say, that's one of the biggest things. Everyone seems to say, it's like, oh, season 3, the League Championship Series, the LCS. If you're not in that, you're ruined. You're not going to play again. It's like, well, actually, no. There's still going to be a circuit outside the LCS. You can still play rank 5s. You can still qualify during the mid-season. There's still going to be that relegation promotion match. There is still so much more League of Legends to do outside of that. This, as you say, is absolutely Poland's chance to say, okay, so we're not in the qualifiers. We're not going to be in this round of LCS, but this is what we can do. Watch us outside the LCS. Watch us in all these other tournaments. Watch us in this circuit. We'll be there in the middle of the year. We're about to find out if they can do that.
And maybe they prepared something, because many teams go into these events and prepare some kind of cheese, at least, like 1 or 2 strats, which should like throw off the opponent. And a lot of these new teams, they do the mistake of trying to play their best stuff and trying to play basic and safe. But this actually backfires really hard, because in games you gotta take risks to actually get something, especially with the underdog. And I really hope they prepared something which surprises us.
Well, for instance, like during Gamescom, SK was actually training with ex-Moscow 5, Moscow 5 then obviously, now Gambit Gaming. They were training with them constantly, boot camping, and we saw when SK played against ex-CLG, they pulled out something that CLG never really expected. They had them tying down everything. They took away all those jungle buffs like we were talking about yesterday, and they caught them completely off guard. We could, just like you're saying, see that today, and I would honestly be happy to see that. My question though is, what bans? I mean, we're talking about they were very targeted for the first 2 games. What do you think we're going to see? Are just kind of general bans, or do you think they're going to try to ban out something from what each team saw previously?
Like we discussed earlier, SK, they didn't show an awful lot of what they actually played the last weeks. I could imagine a Kale ban from Absolute Legends, because I know they practice it, and it's very strong in Europe right now. So we might even see a comeback of this misfortune thing from either side.
As I said, Absolute Legends still very new to it. Research on their tournament play, not going to be quite so easy as it is again to do for SK. So I expect we'll see some more generic bans, so similar to the solo queues. Your likes of Malphite, Blitzcrank, Evelyn was SK's first bans against Frost. They could fit again too. They're not particularly player specific. They are still very strong champions that will turn the tide of a game. We still have like the Olafs and the Kazakhs and things that are there as just strong OP champions. But they will all fit against AL. So I expect bans are going to be more based around what SK want to play. It's not what do we not want them to have. It's like what do we want to play, or what would stop that, take those away rather than anything else.
Well, as we're seeing on the screen, SK just grouping up, doing a little bit of talking, just trying to prepare. I mean, they're not going to take this game lightly. You can never really do that. Like we were talking about yesterday, you know, it's not something that's really in your best interest. But one thing I kind of want to go back to is the key moments / players we saw earlier. We saw SK versus AZUBU FROST, that bottom lane of CandyPanda and Nyph. They got first blood and they were just dominating that bot lane. However, AZUBU FROST brought down their jungler, brought in Shen, and just completely obliterated them. But do you think we're going to see the same thing out of them? You know, pretty much just trying to, you know, overpower their lane?
It's really tough to say. They're obviously a great bot lane, and we saw a pretty weak performance from Absolute Legends bot lane last round, so this might be the deciding factor.
And one thing we actually talked about quite a bit is that hyrqBot. This is one of his first actual events, and in front of this many people, it's kind of really scary, you know, so to say. You gotta be really nervous. We saw as a Moo missed, unfortunately, a lot of bandage tosses. Do you think his nerves kind of calmed down finally?
Actually, I'd rather see it in comparison to Absolute Legends, because they have like 5 hyrqBots, like without LAN experience. So if it's deciding for hyrqBot, it's going to be more deciding for Absolute Legends.
Yeah, it is that they are a 5-man new to this scene, and for your first offline event to be in front of this many people, that's a big step and it's a big jump up. So I like to see them settle now. They've played their one game. We went over it in the replay at the end of the last game, make a couple of, I don't want to say horrendous, but some pretty big mistakes. The Oriana on just Nunu, really bad position on that. Just a couple of nerve things, just rushing things out, not quite in the right position. They've done that. They've had one. They're back on the stage. They've been set up for 10, 20 minutes. They've just sat down, settled, watched what's there, had a little bit of a chat as a team, relaxed, headsets on, in the game, settings are done, everyone's in. Focus on that now, forget it. Pretend you're back in your bedroom, pretend you're playing your scrims back in there on TeamSpeak. No one's here watching, just play your game. And yeah, they'll give SK a run for their money.
Yeah, very true. And we are finally into the picks and bans, as we do see SK going to be your blue team here, as you have Absolute Legends going to be on the purple side, and immediately a Malphite and a Kha'Zix ban.
Yeah, the Kha'Zix ban was pretty much expected since SK's first pick, and I guess SK did their research on them.
Right. We have the Wukong called up.
Their top lane played pretty good Malphite. At least online solo queue I saw him play a lot. And Wukong is very strong right now, in mid lane especially. I guess they got some information on this.
Yeah, I really like that Lee Sin ban against hyrqBot. One of the best, in my opinion. Back when we used to see him, Joe and I were casting some EPS, I believe, or no, EMS, I believe it was. Very good with it. So they take that out. The Wukong ban, though, that's a kind of go into that. I mean, we saw him yesterday,
Wukong
but
it's really big in Europe right now. Like many bruisers bit, the Wukong is definitely one of the strongest ones. And it could indicate that they go for Misfortune Armbu, because we saw yesterday a really nice counter strategy revolving around Wukong. Yeah, this actually sets it up perfectly. If they go now for Misfortune and Armbu in the next pick rotation, this would be the dream comp.
So we do see those really strong champions, Kha'Zix at least banned out. Wukong, we saw him yesterday, as you say, but it was more of a counter strategy than anything. First pick AP Kayle, presumably AP Kayle, could still be top, could still be jungle. We've seen her in all these places very, very recently. Was Wukong banned out against the player, do you think? Or was Wukong banned out because they want to run that similar strategy that Misfortune and Mumu style, and they know it can counter it, they've seen it counter it, and they didn't want to give that option?
what do you think?
I agree.
Okay.
So just don't want to give him that option. But it did leave Olaf open. Olaf is there and he's been picked up very quickly by Trausi. If he keeps him, he's going to put him in the jungle. It's what we saw before. As we mentioned, it's not quite as rich in the gold, so you're going to be a little later to get all those big health items, get all that big damage that Olaf loves. Because to switch it around, there's no guarantee to say he's going to keep it. But if that's the case, what other junglers are there? There's still a lot open, a lot of strong ones. HitooN did pick that at least in for the top lane last time. They've had to ban that out themselves this time. And with Shen, if that's locked, that's another big global ultimate strong jungler we've seen time and time again through this tournament taken away from him.
You can hear the crowd right now, seeing that Dare's been hovered on by ocelote, and they are loving it. And we actually saw a lot of jungle Olaf as Season 3 began, but with the Warmogs kind of coming to rise, the effective health being worth way more than that armor.
You
kind of really expect him in that top lane.
Waiting on that Darius. I mean, we've seen Darius.
I really doubted Darius. In my opinion, Armbu and Misfortune are by far the best picks right now.
Well, if they've taken Olaf, if you put Amumu, Misfortune, Sona, Darius in the top lane, who better to go around and clean up all these low health champions? That guy with these massive great hacks, just dunk after dunk after dunk, resets all the way through. I mean, we saw Curse try the same thing with Katarina. Use her resets, clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up. So maybe later on they haven't picked a couple of other ones, but he could fit in there, could he not?
Sure.
Well, what kind of composition are we seeing developed out of Absolute Legends right now? I mean, they have the Olaf, they have the Lulu, Misfortune and Sinzao both being sat on right now.
It's a tough call. I'm wondering like how they are figuring to counter this AoE with Kayle. I hope they have some strategies prepared of where to get kills and maybe lane swaps and dives and stuff like this, because if this goes to mid game, from the looks of it, it's really, really tough for them.
Panky, isn't that the hard thing though? I mean, you have a Kayle. Picking off a kill against a Kayle, a Shen, and a Sona so far, it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, when there's Kayle on the team, focusing one person down could be a downfall, to be completely honest. You dive in, blow everything on one guy, she's just going to pop her ultimate, suddenly it's all worthless. You've got no abilities.
Oh,
that's gone out the window.
So we will
locked in Shaco. I mean, we've got, let's see, Ocelot and Kevin currently sitting on two opposite champions. Now that says to me, they're going to swap. That'll be their straight swap. So it's going to be Shen in the top lane, Kayle in the mid lane. That's your two. Nyph currently sitting on Shaco. He's definitely swapping with that with CandyPanda, with hyrqBot, and he's going to switch up to the jungle. So jungle Shaco is a ridiculously powerful early game jungle. Pop those boxes down, kill the camps quicker than anything else. Normally you'd invade, you go straight into the other jungle, take away ReDeYe, or set up a trap by the Wraith camp and shut him down in that process. You can also gank lanes very, very early. It's almost impossible to ward against him in this early game, because if you're going that deep in, you're very much likely to get yourself out of position. He can just deceive over wards, deceive over walls, stealth into lane. He's got a very powerful big damage crit if he can get behind you. He's got the slow from that shiv. And if you're not careful, you will lose the game in the first 5 minutes. If xPeke can land a successful gank in every lane, puts them all behind, you're not going to come back from that. But that being said, if it does go to late game, the guy becomes basically useless, and that comp from Absolute Legends is very strong in late.
I agree, and I really like the Pantheon pickup to try to counteract the globals a bit. The Shen and the K teleport. But I don't know if SK should take this risk at this point, going xPeke.
Nyph currently sitting on Pantheon. Nyph is the mid laner. We saw him play Orianna last time round. KLAP mid still very new. KLAP mid range. She used to be in the top lane because she's so good against melee champions. How's Pantheon going to do against her mid?
Perfectly fine. Pantheon should definitely win this lane if xPeke doesn't get involved too much.
How exactly does he do that? Is he just going to constantly spam out his spear harass long range? Can he just jump in and stun her every time she comes close? What is it that gives him that edge?
Pantheon is generally like one of the strongest bruisers in mid lane you can play. Other champs like Talon and Kha'Zix are pretty similar, but he definitely is like one of the ones with the most killing potential, especially if a gank comes in. Xin, Pantheon, double CC, and gap closers, and yeah, it's really strong.
All right, real quick, who do you guys have to win this game?
Going on team comps, I want to give it to Absolute Legends. I want to say they're going to hold on through early, mid-game. They're going to take about a dragon fight early on. They're going to take it through to late, and this comp's just going to roll over.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I like Absolute Legends comp actually more now.
All right, well, we're going to go over to Deman and Jatt. Going to be taking this game away for you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting underway. It is SK Gaming in the blue and Absolute Legends as the red side. Interesting team comps from both teams here. Jatt straight away could potentially see a level 1.
Especially with a xPeke in the game. This is something we haven't dealt with very much early on in Season 3. We haven't seen much xPeke whatsoever, so it'll really depend on what teams, if they want to invade xPeke or just stay away from him early on.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting setup. How do you rank some of these lanes out? I mean, Ocelote's going to be picking up KO. KO we've seen a lot of lately. Started to really be popularized in Korea, and the European scene has picked it up as well.
It's almost like a wildfire with how many people that are playing KO lately. It's spreading like crazy, especially the KO mid. You go Nashor's Tooth and then the Liandry's Torment because it applies on her E, which is just like shredding AoE damage. Hopefully we're going to be able to get back in this game soon, but he's also brought Teleport, which is what's really interesting about this. So Ocelote, like he did in the first game with Teleport, will try to make it around the map. Luckily, the pause was short, and we're back in the game.
Yeah, back in the game. You can see Ocelote sat ready and waiting to see whether they try and sneak up and put that ward in. Lulu is heading this way, so Tymek is going to plod his way there, and immediately Ocelote just came out just a second too soon.
And I'm really surprised that SK is not doing more to protect hyrqBot's jungle. Normally, you can pretty much guarantee an invade victory. If someone tries to come in and stop xPeke, you'd be able to win the fight, but because Kevin's top, if Absolute Legends were to have invaded, they could have stopped them, but they were scared off by the threat of xPeke, I think.
And immediately put a pink ward down, so Nyph burning out a pink ward just to clear that one out. It wasn't the Expedition ward, so full ward taken down there. Let's have a look towards it. Looks like it's going to be pretty safe for him. We can see the box both place, and he's going to pull it around the corner, but like you mentioned, you can easily mess up a xPeke jungle.
Looks like they're not going for it, though. They've decided against it. The fear was too great, and he's going to be able to start red, and the gank will be pretty powerful because he's also starting to ignite on xPeke. So that's like an all-in, really threaten the lane strategy.
And we're going to get a lane swap here. You can see that Misfortune and Lulu heading to the north. Oh, is it going to be a late invade here, Jatt?
They might just be trying to think xPeke is starting blue because when they made that initial invade, they didn't really know where xPeke would be. They think maybe that because they faked the invade, they would think that he would start blue instead of red. So they're going to stop him from bluing entirely. And HitooN is taking his own blue. So this is actually taking advantage of SK's passive early playstyle, making sure SK didn't make mistakes, and AO's going to start with 3 buffs probably.
So Trausi picks up the blue. You can see HitooN gets the blue of his own. He is just going to teleport back. The lane switches coming in. So let's get straight down to business. The lane swaps coming in. Shen as a 1v2.
It's going to be pretty tough for Kevin to 1v2, at least early. He's struggled in 1v2 lanes in the past, and there's something crazy happening in the bottom lane. Nobody's there, and they're already planning the 3-man gank. hyrqBot is ready to tower dive for when HitooN gets down there with the blue buff. They're going to try to shove it up and potentially just 3-man mob him. There's no wards. They have no idea he's down here. It's a matter of patience and if they're going to go for this, but they want to try to get that blue buff back when he gets here.
Well, the creep wave has come in. They want to try and get that cleared out. It is the siege minion creep wave as well. HitooN, here he goes, comes around level 2, straight towards HitooN. He's going to be able to deceive through, pops another box, so he's not going to be able to escape this one either because the box is going to proc. There's teleport coming in as well. ocelote's going to join the party. He does manage to get first blood. HitooN, no. ocelote, can he finish it up? He gets the slowdown. Is he going to enough? The tower takes down Zona as well, and they don't get the kill. That has backfired horrendously for SK Gaming.
Normally, the 3-man gank can take down the man sitting in his turret. That was a 4-man gank. SK went all in on that and fell off. And here now, we see the 3-man gank from Absolute Legends. Can they make it work on Kevin?
Well, you just got to wonder, did they want to try and clear that wave out? I did feel that hyrqBot just went a little bit too soon. You can see that creep wave's going to get cleared out. Kevin sat ready and waited. We also have Pantheon making his way up here. I mean, it's going to be a 4-man dive. And Absolute Legends, well, almost guaranteeing a kill here. They're diving in. Kevin's going to get caught out. As the tower damage on Trausi. He will get one. He could return to get one kill out of nothing there. And the horse also took a couple of tower hits.
But the great thing about that was they got the assist gold on top of the kill, and it just means they are in a bit of a lead here. Pantheon getting that kill, or sorry, no, Zinzao getting that kill is going to allow him. He actually went with a Philosopher's Stone. I thought he'd go for a Razor to quick clear the jungle. We'll see how it works out for him.
So a lot of damage on towards that top turret. It's down to below 1,000 hit points already. They may be able to take it down here. That's obviously the objective. They're going through. Jatt, we were trying to take you through the lanes. Obviously, It's been a pretty lively one to start with. hyrqBot again going very active in towards the mid lane this time. But let's try and go through it. I mean, ocelote's facing off. So it's Kale versus Pantheon.
So CitizenWayne earlier on said that this should be a Pantheon lane, because Kale is somewhat weak to things that can actually close the gap onto her. So if Nicker can get the jumps onto Ocelote, he might be okay. But the problem with that is Shaco applies so much lane presence that Pantheon's never going to feel safe jumping onto Ocelote, which should give Ocelote the ability to bully a little bit. As we see actually Zinzao caught a little bit out of position. He's gonna have to get out of there.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about coming around for a gank in that bot lane, but decided instead to back away. Ping's going down, actually looking towards Tymek at the top there. He's again taken down very low by Kevin. Must have been taunted in towards that turret. There's the only other way a Shen can certainly try and bully out that lane. So this top lane, well, you can see the turret is down to 474 hit points, very much low. Tymek's going to back away. Horse now 1v1. He's actually a level below, and Kevin immediately checks it, realizes it, and Horse doesn't want a piece of that and has to back straight out.
And these 1v2 lanes are really not working out for SK, mainly because of the 4-man failed dive on Olaf in the bottom lane early. That turret has almost no damage, so the fact that they lost the kind of dive trade that happened early, as well as losing that turret, could lead into AL having a huge early game advantage if they can finish off that top turret quickly.
Well, Trausi was going to look towards getting the blue, of course, it's not there. hyrqBot does finally clear out the camp. He's only just cleared the camp. That's a long way to wait before that camp's been cleared.
It's really going to be a struggle for hyrqBot to get back into this. Shaco is all about the level 1 gambit. The fact that Absolute Legends took the 3 buffs, denied him his blue, and the fact that he had a failed gank in the turret is really screwed him early here.
Kevin, meanwhile, in that top lane, he's starting to get a little bit more confidence, staying up the lane, starting to farm it out. To take us through the early items, Jatt, you can see there's a couple of things starting to get bought out. The first shot back.
Looks like Kevin, at least in the top lane's really just trying to sustain through the lane. He went for that Dorn shield. He's really just surviving, and that's what we see so many Shens do. The only other big things you see is a Ninja Tabi on Olaf in his 1v2 lane as well. Again, just looking to survive in all honesty.
And Olaf returning to that lane. Leveling up the axe as you would expect, and then I guess Reckless Swing will be next. What would you normally go with on Olaf, especially in a 2v1? Obviously he wants to be doing the undertow as much as possible.
It really depends for Olaf players. In the 1v2s, they definitely max the Q undertow just to farm. In the 1v1 lanes, they'll go more for Reckless Swing because they're able to get aggressive, but I'd expect them to really just max Q and E together for the most part.
So we see Nika coming across. He's going to take away the blue buff. So instead of, or is Trausi going to take it himself? No, he is going to pick it up. He's going to give it up. So Trausi pass that one over to Nika. Let's see whether Nika's going to start doing some man drops somewhere. Is he going to come down towards the bottom?
He wants to. He doesn't have boots yet, though, so if he does get the gank, it wouldn't be the best chasing down. There's no boots in the bottom lane either, so he would have been able to close it out. He's just recalling back to the base as they take the top turret.
So next picks up the first turret. And that will be a successful lane swap. Of course, it was Absolute Legends that initiated the lane swap, so it was those that wanted to be the more aggressive. HitooN defended his turret very successfully. You can see it's barely been scratched, just 600 hit points taken off it total. In towards the middle lane, though, every time you see Ocelot heading towards that turret, he's not quite got the power to start burning it down, and he's starting to begin to roam. How do you see the power swings between these two teams? You know, they mentioned it in the expert desk, so basically saying that they much preferred Absolute Legends builds when it starts to get to the big fights. I mean, they are so tanky.
It's going to be really interesting to see how they pursue, because normally Pantheon's going to look to press his early game pressure here and dive in, but he's got to be really careful because there's actually more global pressure on SK. Oh, but he's coming in for the dive right here.
Man drop on towards Ocelot's coming straight in, and he's going to get knocked up. He does use his ultimate. He's going to try and flash through. Is it going to be enough? The Ignite is running in, turns straight around. hyrqBot takes down Trausi. Now they're on towards Nika. Ocelot does finally get dropped, and then you can see Absolute Legends going to turn this onto a great fight for them. Nika does get taken down there, but Kevin's going to have to escape because bullet time comes across. Kevin can only take so much damage. He gets knocked up in the air, but the Lulu ultimate, now they're going to turn towards him. Can they tower dive? I'm not too sure. They dive back towards Horsey. They've caught Horse on the tower. Kevin tries to follow it through. CandyPanda, though, gets squilled straight away. He's going to try and follow this one through. Arcane shifts back in there. He could do a lot of damage on the escape here. Doesn't have the mana to follow it through.
All in all, a 3 for 2 for AL, so that was a really good fight for them. Everyone converged on there. Kevin ulted in, Pantheon ulted in as well, so Ocelot actually trying last-ditch effort on kill, used his teleport. He's going to try to chase down Horse. I don't know if he'll make it, though.
You see him down the bottom lane, yeah. You can see Horse is immediately back away. That strut helping him out, so teleport used. I think they were expecting maybe a straight dragon attempt there, so they had to be defensive. Kevin hasn't gone back to base yet, but now you can see hyrqBot starting to set up and go for that dragon as well. This will be a very aggressive dragon. You can see Trausi. Trausi's going to get singled out here. CandyPanda's coming around the side. CandyPanda's going to get caught. Straight jump on there. One more hit and actually will get the knockup. Trausi's sat ready and waiting with that knockup. Is anybody else going to come in there? Well, Misfortune is a long way away from this fight. I think SK Gaming are going to take it.
Just the right amount of timing, and AL was not willing to pull the trigger on what would have been about a 3v5 at least early on. So even though SK had the dragon aggro, they put it on the right person. They weren't low before the fight, and it was actually smart of AL not to contest that.
Very lively game, 5-3. Kills across the board, just 1,000 gold difference, and it's actually Absolute Legends with that gold advantage, despite the fact SK just picked up that dragon, which will of course give them a large global gold advantage. They didn't quite get that turret down, the ward down. They kind of needed Tymek to hit that.
It's going to be really crazy to see if Absolute Legends can hold on to this, because SK has so much live experience just playing in front of huge crowds. It's kind of what they live for. Absolute Legends really doing this for the first time, but they have the home crowd in front of them. They had such a tough game just recently against FNATIC. SK, though, coming off a loss as well to AZUBU Frost. Losing early to this, I wonder if they're going to be able to stand with it. You can see Pantheon wanting to ult in bottom. hyrqBot was actually waiting for a counter gank, not going in though.
Not going in at all, but at the top there you can see Kevin getting a little bit aggressive between them. We've seen Shen versus Olaf so many times.
Here comes Pan bottom.
Down the bottom, it is going to be a man drop straight in there. You can see Horse coming in, he's going to get onto hyrqBot. hyrqBot survives off the side there. They do finally go down. I think it was the red buff that burned him down there. CandyPanda has managed to avoid the damage. Ocelot coming back in towards Nika, but the rest of the team are not around. Stan United not available, so they couldn't come in and save the day.
So a successful gank kill. They knew that the Shen ultimate was down and Ocelot's teleport was down, so that if they Pantheon ulted in, they would be able to catch SK Gaming by surprise. With that, they're now trying to shove down the turret as well. Could they take their second turret of the game and increase their lead even more?
Well, it would increase their ability. See, SK Gaming's team comp early on with Shaco was kind of reliant on those lanes to stay around a little bit longer.
And hyrqBot, even though he's been shut down too much, he has a bit of gold at least. He's picked up the 2 kills. He's only 300 gold behind Xin Zhao, but the experience is what's killing him. He's level 5 on Shaco right now, 12 minutes into the game. That is disastrous for a jungle Shaco early on.
Yeah, he's only just about to hit 6 on that last minion. Meanwhile, you can see Trausi, he's up to level 7, well on his way through. Still down the bottom here, hyrqBot, and he's thinking maybe having a go at them. If Horse sticks around and Tymek, they could try and turn something back into their advantage.
I really wonder why he's spending so much time here, though, because Nyph has no crescendo. Ezreal's not going to really add much to the gank aside from just pure damage. And he's really just digging himself a hole unless AL was diving them, but they don't see it coming. He's going in for it here. I don't know if he can get it.
He's going in for it, but yeah, Tymek successfully gets away. Didn't need to use anything other than Flash to get out of there. hyrqBot didn't use his ultimate. It's still available. Has just got that, of course. Meanwhile, ocelote's been farming out the entire jungle. hyrqBot maybe giving it up to ocelote. I don't know whether that's something planned or whether he's just taking it anyway.
It's probably a combination of the two. He recognized that hyrqBot was spending so much time bottom, so he saw the window to go in the jungle. Then there's the other opportunity where he might just be, the team might just say, hyrqBot's done. It's time to get ocelote fed. Shaco's an early game gambit. If it doesn't work out early, it usually doesn't work out for the rest of the game, so they might just be trying to turn the other 4 members of their team to as fed monsters as they can, because they know hyrqBot's not going to be able to come back. That could be it too.
And take us through KO. KO's rose to power lately. Like you mentioned, spreading like a wildfire. Everybody's starting to pick it up. Just explain exactly why everybody's starting to fear KO.
It's just the straight up damage trading in lane. You max Q, which gives you a 10% damage amp on the enemy, as well as having the dual scaling. And then the late game just comes in better, mainly because penetration works so well with her shredding. The Nashor's Tooth build just comes in work, and it's mainly the Liandry's Torment and the magic penetration that gets in there. It just seems to work. And the fact that they can go mid now, Kill survives early better with the Crystal Flask, really good for mana. And here comes Pantheon again, bottom lane.
Man drops straight in towards Nyph. Nyph does manage to get the crescendo off, but Trausi's going to get in the knockup. Nyph will go down, and now Kevin comes in, Stand United. Kevin might be in trouble as well. He gets stunned down. You can see the bullet time coming across, hitting CandyPanda and Kevin. Can they tower dive? No, Ocelote's there. The invulnerability comes in. They're going to turn it back on towards Horse. Shaco as well in the front, puts the boxes down. They're caught between 2 turrets right now. Nicker's trying to avoid the damage. hyrqBot's going to come around. Ocelote picks up Nyph. Now they're on towards Trausi. Trausi's trying to pass through the turret. He's going to get pinned off. He gets taken down. hyrqBot picks up another kill. So it was a 2-for-1 exchange. And this time SK Gaming did react very well. But now we have a teleport towards the top lane. Ocelote on towards HitooN. Has he got enough? He's just going to force him away.
Just teleporting to save the minions. And that fight was chaotic, to say the least. Looked like AL had the advantage. They got the kill and then were pushing on to Kevin, but then they just stayed too far. And when it was really hyrqBot using his Shaco clone and kind of zoning throughout the back, they trapped him, and you could tell AL didn't know what to do. If they would have made a decisive choice, they probably could have gotten kills or all escaped, but they looked scattered amongst all that, and they lost it 1 for 2.
hyrqBot coming in towards the top there. No, they're going to get back away in time. Instead, he's going to pick up that minion. The minion was... it's a lot of gold to pick up, so why not? So let's have a look through the rest of the items. People are starting to go big. The Giant's belts are starting to come out.
How many Giant's belts can you collect is really one of the questions. Although AL HitooN on top lane Olaf didn't go for the rushed warmups. He's actually completed the Shurelia's Reverie, which means they're really looking to group up and try to force their action as much as possible. You can see Misfortune as well, trying to get the early Bloodthirster, but also went double Doran's Blade. Double Doran's Blade on Pantheon as well, which really means AL is going all in with kind of this early game thing, trying to put down SK for as long as possible. And with this, the Dragon is back up again. SK is grouping up for it. AL doesn't have any wards around the area, but if they move to contest, they might be able to make something happen.
Look at the damage from Ocelote towards Trausi. Teleport coming in as well. Absolute Legends want to contest this one. HitooN's going to charge straight in there, but Kevin goes straight on towards Trausi. Trausi taken down very low, but Bullet Time managed to hit the whole team. Kevin does take down Trausi. Now they're turning their attention towards Nika, and True Shot Barrage flashes past. Nika gets taken down. HitooN could be the next target. He's going to go right. Crescendo comes across. Horse gets caught out. That's a double kill, and that's another double kill as well by Ocelote. And now Tymek, the last man standing, he's going to avoid the damage. hyrqBot's trying to head him off, but it doesn't matter. I think the middle turret's going to get picked up as well.
Wow, that is a huge team fight win for SK. They pretty much got the control back of this game with that fight. It was an uncoordinated initiation by Absolute Legends, to say the least. Trausi just got taken low before the Olaf teleport came in, and then they really had to force it in there. SK had the focus and channeled the right targets, whereas Absolute Legends looked very scattered throughout that team fight. They have to fight better than that if they want to win this game.
CandyPanda's going to try and take another advantage and pick up the second turret of the game for SK Gaming. There it is. So they do clear out 2 turrets just off the back of that fight. And Kevin also picking up a huge chunk of farm in the top. Sunfire Cape just been picked up by Kevin. A lot of items being completed actually just because of that one big fight.
There was so much good that happened for SK in that. They got the dragon, but then because there were kill bounties for Absolute Legends' early lead, they got so much more when they were able to clean up at the end of that. So really look for Ocelote to just dominate as he gets more and more. He's got enough gold now for Haunting Guys if he decides to go back, or he might just, you know, I don't know exactly what direction he's taking. You can build a lot of different items on kill because she scales pretty well off pretty much everything, in all honesty. Attack speed, ability power, attack damage. He can do whatever he wants. And look at Ocelote. Was he going to take down Trausi here? No, he's just going to walk away.
He's walking past the wards, and you can see Trausi is there, though. The man drop's going to come in on towards Ocelote. They're going to go towards him on the blue. They did manage to jump on him, but he goes invulnerable. But he didn't use the Heartseeker. There he is. Now he's going to shred him down. Ocelote, that's going to be Stan United coming in. Can they turn this back on towards Nika? He has going to have to turn and get the damage down. He gets Nika down, though. Ocelote drops in the process, but now Trausi's in trouble. hyrqBot's going to come in. hyrqBot picks up the kill now. Now can he go in towards HitooN? He does manage to come around. He's going to get the ship. Yes, he gets the slow, and HitooN is going to have to use his Ragnarok if he wants to escape from this one. No, he just walks away because that's what Olaf does.
Just decided not to fight. In all honesty, they probably could have brawled a 3v3 there. That is Absolute Legends, and not came out down 2-1. As the misfortune shoves CandyPanda back. That was a very aggressive play by Absolute Legends. It just backfired because of how quickly SK responded to it. I mean, Ocelote turned and fought almost immediately after, avoiding most of the damage with his ultimate. So again, just experience and cool heads prevailing, which is something we don't say very often about SK.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see how the team is shaping up. Of course, they're using hyrqBot since RNA left. HitooN now versus Kevin. Kevin wants a piece of this one, and he's just going to keep him troubled. HitooN will back off as well. Kevin's going to go back to buy. Meanwhile, around the blue buff, hyrqBot knows that it's up. He's got timers down, but he's going to be careful coming in. He's got Trausi sat ready and waiting. He's going to try and come across. He's got Kevin and CandyPanda, Nyph and CandyPanda, sorry, coming around to help him out. Surprised to see CandyPanda not on Caitlyn. I was expecting that. I was like, wow, he's back. It's going to be Caitlyn Panda again. He does manage to pick that up. That's going to be an easy smite there. And uses the...
So they're able to escape that one untouched. Free steal. That really showed us that SK has the prohibitive advantage in this game at this point. AL not wanting to contest that at all, despite it really being a straight up 4v4, shows that they are scared of SK right now.
Starting to fear the damage. Of course, with this many bruisers, they can become very strong late game. So do not rule them out yet. 11-8 all in kills. 20 minutes gone in this game. SK Gaming, of course, lost to AZUBU Frost. Absolute Legends lost to FNATIC. So both these teams desperate for a victory here to stay in the group stage. It is a 3,000 gold advantage currently for SK Gaming, with that one turret advantage they've gained. And now we see the war marks on Kevin.
And another item that's a little surprising is the really early last whisper by CandyPanda on Ezreal. I'm wondering why he did that, because there's not much armor being created on Absolute Legends. He's mainly just getting it so he doesn't need it later. I can't quite figure out why he would go for that item so quickly, but nonetheless, it will make him more bruiser resilient later on in the game, as everyone's going to be trying to dive down on CandyPanda.
Pink ward cleared out, puts in the tri-bush, so hyrqBot does come down now, starts stacking the boxes there. I think they were expecting maybe Nika to come down. I'm not too sure. Kevin meanwhile at the top there versus HitooN. You can see the Aegis Legion being picked up by HitooN. It's going to benefit his team. I'm guessing it's going to get turned into the Bulwark. It generally has been one of the more popular items that has been picked up and created since the Season 3 patch.
And it looks like he's just going for Aura Olaf, in all honesty, which is completely different from the Olaf we've seen dominating almost everywhere. So he's almost losing potential by going those items. And they're going again. They caught out Lulu.
Lulu trying to get the wards down placement there. hyrqBot was just ready and waiting to see straight through, and picks him up another kill. And well, that fearful Shaco is such a scary, scary thing back in Season 1. Could it be making a return?
he's made a hell of a return in this game alone because his start was disastrous. He was level 5, 12 minutes in, but really the team play of SK and clever play by hyrqBot has allowed him to just maneuver himself back into this game. Now with that Sunfire cape completed, he's 500 gold ahead of the enemy jungler Trausi. And again, this is going to be Dragon number 3 for SK.
There is Dragon number 3, extends their gold to just shy of 5,000 now lead. So big advantage is starting to get turned slowly but surely by SK Gaming, despite the fact that Absolute Legends had such a really superior start to them.
I think a lot of it has to do with SK's experience. AL can jump out to an early lead, but you see it mostly in new teams. They don't know how to close. You spend so much time practicing in solo queue, and there's never coordinated comebacks or coordinated closes, but you see that all the time at this level of play. And it seems like they're not really ready to hold on to it because that was a very large early game lead that they've thrown away here.
CandyPanda trying to bait the team, I think, towards him there. 1,100 hit points left on that turret. As Absolute Legends start to group up, and you can see that split push. That's what you get when Shen is in the game. He will just carry on farming on that top lane and just keep on driving through. But slowly but surely, they're getting more and more poke onto this. Every time you see Ocelot come in, Ocelot and CandyPanda doing a lot of drop. It's going to be the Pantheon drop. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be towards Ocelot. Ocelot immediately put his ultimate on, and Bullet Time comes across. Bullet Time in, not going to get interrupted, and you can see that's going to be Trausi going down. Kevin picking up the kill there, and they're going towards HitooN. He's trying to get towards hyrqBot. He's coming around, but Horse has been signaled out here. Ocelot's trying to get onto him. They're going to have to turn back towards HitooN. HitooN forced back. Kevin's keeping them busy around the side. He's going to try and head off HitooN, but HitooN with Ragnarok running is just going to avoid all the damage. The Ghost are also on. So it was actually just a 1-for-0 crazy fight.
Kevin was really just keeping 1 to 3 people at bay that entire time, and now SK is going to continue firing through. It was really telling before that fight happened that SK was keeping 5 Absolute Legends members pinned to a tower while Kevin was split pushing, but not even forcing anyone for him. So it was actually a 4v5 that AL was forced to initiate on somewhat, and then Kevin just came in anyway. So that fight, AL didn't have a chance of getting anyone low. They only lost 1 member themselves. Everyone else was low on Absolute Legends though, so they lost that fight really, really badly, despite only losing 1 member.
And they lost the turret. Are they going to lose a second as well? It is going to get taken low, but he is going to leave it because he sees Trausi was heading towards him, people passing towards, so immediately everybody backs away. So everyone goes back to buy. What is Ocelot going to be building next? He's got the Zhonya's, he's got the Nash's Tooth in there now. What is his next item as we see True Shot Barrage, fearful thing that Absolute Legends will be fearing from the last game?
I mean, the Zhonya's Hourglass itself is surprising to me. I was expecting him to go haunting guys straight into Leandri's Torment, which is probably what he's going for next. But it's kind of cool if you think about the Zhonya's Hourglass on Kale, because at level 14 here, he's got 2.5 seconds of invulnerability from intervention. If he pops Zhonya's, he's got another 2.5 seconds, so he can really make himself untargetable or unviable for a full 5 seconds, which in the middle of a team fight could be quite valuable. We'll see how it works out.
Randy and Toman also coming out from hyrqBot by the looks of it. Going to get himself tanky for the team and do as much as he can. But of course, both got them Sunfire capes on now. So hyrqBot really just going full tank with Shaco.
And this is what I saw when I tried to look up his Shaco history really briefly before here. Such an uncommon pick. He gets the wriggles, and then he just kind of goes straight tank. That's what you have to do in late game on Shaco. He's not going to be able to get in there and really assassinate anyone because they would turn and kill him almost immediately. He's just going to try to be a nuisance in team fights, and the tank build is what's going to help him do that.
So Tymek currently with an Oracle on one turret apiece traded off there. 4-2 in terms of turrets. SK Gaming with that lead, clearing out, and well, SK is still trying to chase down on Trausi there. Trausi is going to back off. They're going to turn in towards the top lane. Kevin's kind of trying to keep HitooN busy here. They're going to tower dive straight in towards HitooN. HitooN pops his Ragnarok and Ghost, and he is off. And that misgains the top lane. It's going to be exposed. There is a creep wave coming in, and there's 5 members of SK Gaming slowly but surely gathering in towards the top lane.
They're just going to try to push this one straight down. I don't think AL can stop this, and if they try, they'd most likely lose the fight. Kevin's build and his Shen in general is just becoming a monster. We've seen so much the Warmogs plus Sunfire combination. He reached that a while ago, and ever since then, he's just been a huge raid boss. They might continue this push onto the inhibitor tower.
They do keep going through. Tymek almost got caught out there by this taunt. Wasn't quite enough though from Kevin, just slightly short. hyrqBot uses his ultimate, sends him in there, tries to draw some attention, tries some abilities HitooN, of course, doesn't have Ragnarok should we come into this next fight. So really, it's going to be Wild Growth. It's going to be the main thing to interrupt them. Nyph taking a peek around.
And they might try to go in on this next turret. You can see Kevin just tanking up turret hits. Absolute Legends does not want to get bled out. I can tell they feel like fighting very soon. There's a Reverie pop. Are they going to go?
Well, that's they're not sure themselves.
Why would they pop Reverie?
They pop Reverie. Tymek's obviously like, we're going to go for this one. Actually, it was Trausi that used the Reverie, but they didn't go for it. And now here it comes. That's why they backed off. Pantheon comes diving in. He went for CandyPanda, but the crescendo hits the entire team. And then the True Shot barrage flashes through. SK Gaming successfully disengaged the pounce on towards Kevin. You can see Horse trying to get his bullet time off, but really everybody from SK Gaming just avoiding a lot of the damage.
They avoided the damage, but they also missed the majority of their own. They landed that great crescendo and then didn't follow up. At the end of the day, though, mission accomplished for SK because they got the inhibitor turret down without suffering any losses.
Yeah, there's a lot of boxes as well covering their exit, so they're just going to back off from this one. Absolute Legends trying to clear up and see if they can pounce on anyone before they go. Will Ocelot be able to get back in time? No, he cancels it, he goes towards Trausi, and you can see Tymek coming around there as well. Tymek might be the target. Oracle in there, no, teleport comes in. They immediately disengage, and HitooN was forced to use that teleport to be defensive.
And SK gets out without any losses once again. So now 8,000 gold, 28 minutes in. It's desperation time, in all honesty, for Absolute Legends. As the Shaco clone, that was clever. He was controlling the clone while recalling.
Yep.
Complete mind games there.
Complete mind games.
Fooled us. It's like, what's he doing? No, okay, he's going back.
Yeah, it's like, nope. So giving back split pushing, and well, look at that. He's got another Giant's Belt.
He's going for the Trinity. He's going for the Trinity of Giant's Belt items. You see, I think Aurelia does this a lot in the recent build she does. Warmog, Sunfire, Randwinds, and then you're good.
But honestly, Trausi, I'm not too sure you can take this one. It's Kevin just, he got 3 basic attacks knock up.
If he had a couple minutes, he might be able to take him down. But as it is now, I don't think he can break through the Feint Shield.
No, and there it is, going to be the Ironborn Gauntlets picked up by CandyPanda. He's going to pick up another Dragon for SK Gaming. That's 4 so far in this game. Every single one of them being picked up. Ward's coming out. They're trying to position for Baron, but honestly, I don't think SK are too worried about Baron. They just want to push this one through.
And I want to highlight here, CandyPanda went for the Iceborne Gauntlets on Ezreal again. He did this in the first game against AZUBU Frost, and it kind of fell off there because AZUBU did such crisp team fighting as Ocelot's getting chased down by 2 members at top.
And they're going to try and dive on towards him. He uses his ultimate. He's going to be safe. And meanwhile, the rest of his team are starting to close the gap here. So Ocelot now, Stand United's going to come in. They're all going to turn around. Crescendo just missing out there. And Horse pucks away, pumps a bullet to him. But the Zhonya's Hourglass saves him, and everything was used. Trausi's going to get caught out. Wild Growth pops. Is it going to be enough? Pantheon's going to jump in. He's going to want to cancel that because he's jumping into an absolutely devastating SK team. They're going towards Tymek. Tymek's trying to get away from this one. The Oracle almost run out, but it doesn't matter. He will try and back away, and you can see SK Gaming successfully defending Ocelot.
Jump in to get out is what Pantheon just pulled off there. And Ocelot did the 5 seconds of invulnerability, which stalled for an incredibly long amount of time as SK was completely able to come down. And wow, CandyPanda just evaporated movement.
Actually getting picked off there. The inhibitor goes down, and SK Gaming have the advantages extended once again. 15-8 kills, 6-2 in turrets. Huge gold lead, 10,000 gold. And they're just driving home every single advantage. They're going to clear out this mid-wave and just keep it going.
So CandyPanda with those Iceborne Gauntlets really does add a lot of mobility to their team overall. Getting back before all that chaos, what I was talking about. It is a really good Ezreal thing. You just have to make sure your team has enough damage overall. I think with Ocelot's Kale and just the straight up tank force that they have in front of him, it's good for this style of team comp. It didn't work out in the first game, but it worked out here.
And that's going to be the final inner turret being taken down by SK Gaming. 7-2 in turrets now. Huge advantage over Absolute Legends, as we expected. So, Jatt, let's get down to business. We saw it yesterday, Gambit game. Oh, the accident's going to actually interrupt. It was hyrqBot and Kevin. He might not want to go into that bush. That's two people you probably don't want to fight right now. But let's get back down to business. Gambit Gaming squeaked their way through by finishing fast yesterday. This is one of the games that is going to be the point that I just feel that absolutely, certainly FNATIC and SK, they're going to be the ones fighting for second place, unless somebody pulls out something crazy and the AZUBU Frost do get beaten.
Well, what would have to happen in that case is the time of game only matters if it's teams that are playing against each other that are tied. with the way it's looking now, and Absolute Legends falling behind large to SK, already losing to FNATIC, I don't feel like they have the best chance against AZUBU Frost. I think I'm safe in saying that. We'll see. I don't know if time of game is going to matter in this one, but they should be pushing the pressure a little bit just in case. They know how quickly FNATIC won, and they should try to make something happen here because they have enough lead to play with.
So we do see SK Gaming clearing out the Baron pit. Are they going to maybe go for it? They are setting up some boxes, so I think SK are looking to maybe go for this one. Pink ward being put down by Ludo at the top there, and that's immediately made them back off. There was a huge creep wave from Kevin pushing in, so somebody's got to deal with Kevin, and he can just stand United away. Teleport not quite available yet, so if HitooN does go for it, which he has done, he's been baited over there, it's going to be a 4v4 and stand United available.
HitooN doesn't have his teleport either, and they might just try to take this down with 4. Even if AL tried to go in, I don't think they make it in time. Here comes the Panthol. We're going to see the fight right here.
The drop is going to come in, but the Baron was already picked up, and straight away the crescendo across. Nika gets dropped to where he stands. Bulleton hits very nicely though. Oh, but Trausi was baited into going for the clone there. An immediate double kill picked up by Ocelot. While that all happens, they just wipe the floor, and Kevin, well, you can see he's forced Olaf away. HitooN was taken so low by Kevin, you just can't take him on now. He's got so much damage. He's got that phase to frozen. Mallet's going to come out in a moment.
And Kevin knew exactly what he was doing there. He knew the team was going to win a 4v4 just fine without him. So he just continued to bully up top, and it's the absolute pressure that SK has here as they crush down onto the Nexus turrets.
That's one Nexus turret down. The second one is going to go. It's going to be SK Gaming that are going to pick up victory here. It is going to be game 2 and 1-0 to them. 18-8 overall, 9-2 in turrets. Great result for SK Gaming. So they pick up their first win here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice, Poland. It's been a fantastic tournament so far. Fantastic crowd, Jatt. And well, it's got to give them a confidence boost.
It's going to be really big for SK winning that game, especially coming from behind. I mean, it was a nice thought at the start. Absolute Legends Poland really came out strong in that game. So even though they're 0-2, that was a good showing by them. They showed they have the skill early on. They just needed more time as a team. If they ever get to go to another event like this, they might have a better chance then. But for now, it's going to be, I think, SK versus FNATIC to make that next spot in the group.
Yeah, SK are going to be spectators in the next match. It will be AZUBU Frost versus FNATIC, of course, coming up next, and then SK versus FNATIC. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the main stage match. I'm fairly certain of that one. AZUBU Frost versus Absolute Legends. Don't think that's, I mean, Polish team, yeah, but I think
SK versus FNATIC.
It might be a little harsh to watch for the home crowd,
especially because it could mean the group for who moves on. That's also pending on the next game we're going to have on Main Street.
FNATIC could win it.
FNATIC could absolutely beat AZUBU Frost. I mean, FNATIC has proven themselves against the Koreans or international competition in the past. They were beating AZUBU Blaze, and they put up a huge fight against World Elite back at IPL 5.
They beat Taipei
This is going to be a really interesting game in the
Twice,
next.
in fact.
You're right. They destroyed Taipei Assassins pretty damn well at IPL 5. That was with Reckless. They've just picked up Yellowstar, who is honestly a great 80 carry. So that's going to be a really interesting game up next.
So how do we take it then? What do we see from SK Gaming? What sort of strength do we get from that team?
Confidence right now for SK Gaming. That's really the biggest thing. They are an emotional team.
And it's what they've always been. hyrqBot, of course, coming in. This is his first tournament as SK Gaming. Seemed to work. Shaco was picked, but interesting choice between them all. Did you think the Shaco kind of worked?
Nope. I don't think the Shaco worked at all. I think they pulled it off because they had good team cohesion and good strategy, but that Shaco pick really didn't work out for them. You pick them for early game pressure, and they lost the early game pretty bad.
They lost the early game very quickly, so I think without further ado, the experts are standing, waiting, ready for us, but we're just waiting to see. I'm just going to glimpse across. Are they the Cool Kids desk? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure they've earned the badge of the Cool Kids
I mean, he
yet.
does have yellow glasses on.
Look, Panky, he likes to match his profile, but let's get over to the Cool Kids desk and see what they thought of that match.
Deman, I think those yellow glasses actually carry us into the Cool Kids. I don't know, that's just my opinion. Anyways, though, we do have the game just finishing of SK and Absolute Legends. What a game. Honestly, it was pretty close for most of the part. Let's get right into it, just talk about the early game, because there's a Shaco, and you were talking to us the entire time about, you know, if there's a Shaco, you have to do something about it early on.
Yeah. They didn't do anything, basically. They just let him have his jungle, and SK had the dive following straight after, which was insanely bad for them. First thing they did was giving Olaf free blue buff, and in my opinion that's a big mistake because you pretty much see if Olaf plays teleport, even if he doesn't play teleport, you can be pretty sure he wants to take a blue buff somewhere because he just can't do it. And they left it to him, they tried to dive, the dive failed, he still had blue buff, had perfect lane control, so Absolute Legends started really well.
Is say, need to do something early against Shaco. They didn't. They let Shaco do what he wanted. Shaco went, okay, got what I wanted. You got your blue buff? No, you got your blue buff. I'm gonna go and take it. And at that point, SK just kind of handed Absolute Legends the game. It's like, all right, so we're gonna 4-man gank in the bottom lane, give away first blood, blow all our summoner spells, let you escape, give you a double buff, and set you up for the rest of the game. Okay, cool. So Absolute Legends had that early game. They took that. But as we suspected, the experience of SK, the teamwork of SK, the coordination they have just shone through in the end. We've got set up in a replay, we've got the first dragon fight, which just kind of shows that coordination, shows the slight miscommunication with Absolute Legends, the lack of experience that they have, and how SK just kept a level head about it. Yes, they were behind. Yes, they had Shaco, who's, to be honest, didn't really do much in the game. Jatt said didn't work. They made it work as their experience, but he didn't make the impact you'd expect from a Shaco, and they still just pulled it on through. That invincible Kale is a big part of it too. But we'll get this replay up on screen. It's 5 kills to 7 in favor of Absolute Legends still actually at this point. It's about 16 minutes in, and as you can see, SK are setting up for this dragon fight as the entire Absolute Legends team close in around them.
The main problem of the fight, the setup of the fight, is that Olaf is still top. And basically they get poked down before he even arrives. We see that Israel splits to the right side and nobody basically goes for him, while Kale would be split pretty nicely apart from Israel, so in my opinion they should have definitely gone for him to try to get Kale shield on him. This way they just enter the Dragon Pit and get really disrupted by Zona, Shaco, and waste a lot on Kale. And yeah, it's basically a horrible position for them.
Yep. They get 3-man torted as soon as they run in. Shen's therefore doing nothing, can't do anything. So you say Ezreal's off to one side and he's ignored. He's exposed, he's open. But they were single target. They wanted that dragon. They went straight in for that dragon. It was dead. They were never getting that. It was too quickly down. They then sent in Olaf and Pantheon diving into the backside onto Ocelot, past 3 people, leaving their squishies open, trying to kill this Ocelot who just popped his ultimate, took no damage.
In my opinion, what they could have done better would be Pantheon jumping right inside the pit because he actually had ultimate up, and Xin just going straight for Israel to at least force him back to the pit so they can set up something useful. But this way they just split apart, ignored the AD carry and went into the CC.
Yeah, as you say, we saw Shaco just pushing Horse out, just pushed that Misfortune back, and Ezreal was just left alone, completely open. And Xin Chao is a great assassin.
Yeah, that's something that shouldn't happen if you play 3 Bruisers and got Shurelias ready at this point.
Other thing I want to mention, Olaf's build. We saw all the Asians playing it. We saw yesterday he was in, as we said, of the 6 games played, he was picked in 4, banned in 2. But they always rush Giant Spell. Even in the early game where Kevin was playing against Shy this morning, even though he was so far behind, even though he was getting destroyed in CS, his first 2 items was a Giant Spell and a Ruby Crystal. This time around, however, HitooN decided he wanted to do a bit different. He wanted to go back to more of a Season 2 Olaf with a Shurelias and a Ninja Tabe, and he just was nowhere near the raid boss, or nowhere near the strength that we've seen from most of the Olafs recently.
In my opinion, it was a very good choice from him because Absolute Legends was in the driving seat, and they have Xin and Pantheon who profit a lot from Shurelias as an additional gap closer kind of thing. And in my opinion, it was like a very smart adaptation to how the game was going. But despite the Shurelias, they played the next fights, the following fights, pretty bad. The dive between 2 towers, this dragon fight, and the next fight went really bad as well. So despite the Shurelias, they couldn't make use of it. But I like the idea.
The other one, Kaylin. Sorry, not Kaylin, Misfortune.
Yeah.
We've seen her time and time again. She is Flavor of the Month champion, if you like, at the moment. Ultimate, Black Cleaver, reducing everyone's armor, which with 3 bruises would be amazing. Or just Black Cleaver, Bloodthirster, still doing all that damage. Instead, no Black Cleaver. Horse went Bloodthirster, Phantom Dance. He went more of a standard just auto-attack AD carry, which Misfortune's not quite so wonderful at. Would Caitlyn not have been a better option there? You've got Caitlyn Lulu, which we've seen so many times already through the tournament. We saw FNATIC in the very game before this one, and she's much better at doing that, just steady Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, steady auto-attack, kiting. She's got the longer range, and just feels like a stronger pick in that situation.
It's tough to say. I mean, Misfortune did really well at this point of time. Lulu had 005 with Fortunate 202, even at the Dragon fight. So I think she's done her job pretty well. The Phantom Dancer is arguably like a part of the Shurilia full engaged thing. I mean, they got 3 Shurilias in the end, so they wanted to go full all in and dive in with insane speed and just auto-hit targets. She thought she would have the backup because of their strong front line and Ludo stuff. Yeah, it's a choice to not go for full damage like most misfortunes do, but I don't know, might be smart.
And as we say, that invincible Kale. I mean, Kale AP mid, we've seen it time and time again, but that combination with his own ultimate, with the Zhonya's hourglass, with the Shen ultimate on top of it. We saw it. Absolute Legends try to chase down ocelote in the top lane. They tried to jump onto him, just kept a cool head about it, started to return some damage, put a bit of burst under the horse. Hang on a minute, I'm in trouble here. Pop his ultimate. Wait for that to run out. Shen ultimate comes in. That runs out. Zhonya's hour comes in. By the rest of the time, the entire SK lineup are here. AL have learned so much on taking the ocelote down, and they just steamroll over them and open up the turret in the top lane.
Yeah, for me, giving Kale and Shen is a bit it shows that they weren't informed enough about SK, because even if SK is hiding their strategies a lot right now, it was still pretty easy to figure out that Ocelot is practicing a lot of Kale, and it's kind of also flavor of the month in Europe right now, and Shen is also insanely strong, so why leave them both? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, yeah, we also saw throughout this entire game just how well, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, just adaptability, like how quick your team adapts to new strategies, new item builds, kind of thing like that. And Ocelot realized, I mean, even during that Dragon fight, they're gonna dive him every time. They had 3 bruisers going straight for him the entire time. They couldn't really stop that, but you know, with that Zhonya's pick up against a full AD team, you know, really wasn't gonna be affected by that. But I mean, SK, they are gonna go 1-1 now in the group stage. We have Absolute Legends Poland now 0-2. We have AZUBU Frost against FNATIC coming up. What are you guys like first initial thoughts on that? Because that's going to be a huge game.
My initial thoughts is that Frost wins like in a very close game, and the deciding match will be SK against FNATIC, which I would really love to see.
As Deman and Jatt said, IPL 5, FNATIC played and beat AZUBU Blaze. They played and beat TPA twice, and they put a really good fight up against World Elite in the final. Frost now kind of have to give them the, or fight back for their honor sort of thing, fight back for their sister team. Can they topple this FNATIC lineup? Okay, it's a slightly different change. They do have a different AD carry now, but they've trained hard with this AD carry. Yellowstar has been around for a long time. He's a very good player, so it's going to be a very tough fight for them. You see them all setting up on the stage at the moment, but it's arguably got potential to be the best game so far today.
Well, we also talked about yesterday with Gambit Gaming how, you know, in Season 2, they were the innovators. They were the teams that were creating the new strategies, you know, the whole Shyvana counter jungling thing. But, you know, with FNATIC, with the AZUBU, Frost, who's had a lot of experience, you know, with OGN playing on this new, this whole new patch. You know, is that a factor in it?
It's going to have a little bit to do with it, of course. I mean, every little thing in this game, that's part of its beauty. There's so much to it that you have to take on so much knowledge. I mean, there is that age-old argument, and we are sitting right next to it, StarCraft 2 versus League of Legends, and we're all here, we've all been chatting to each other, and the StarCraft guys, we tend to agree there's a lot of mechanicals to StarCraft. The way those guys move across keyboards is incredible. But League, there's 110 champions now. Someone put the maths up already not so long ago. The different combinations of teams, the different combinations of abilities, you have to have so much knowledge, so much theoretical knowledge, and every little thing comes down to what could happen in this game, what might happen in this game. And there's so many options that, yeah, okay, they've got this experience, they've got this knowledge from previous games, from research, from replays, from scrims, but ultimately it's going to come down to what happens on the day, what the picks are, what their bans are, what they have for lunch sort of thing. Everything that comes across these players is going to change the way they play. And 2 of the best teams in the world right now. I don't want to call it till I can see what's in front of me, till I can see the champions, till I see the picks, and the way that level 1, which we mentioned before, is such a huge factor in the game, how that plays out.
All right, for everyone here and at home, that is it for us for right now. We're going to go onto the stage for a post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the post-game interview. It was a little drag, but we are here at last. And with me is, of course, the one and the only ocelote. And HitooN from Absolute Legends, with whom I'll talk later in Polish. First, ocelote, how do you feel?
I feel good. It happened what we needed to happen, so obviously I feel good.
Explain me one thing. Shaco? Really?
Well, it's one of our many strange heroes we play right now, and it's an all-in champion. We started a little bit shaky, and when that happens with Shaco, you're normally losing the game. But we kept cool. We said to each other, okay, it's fine, man. Like, we cannot lose this. Keep cool. Don't rage. Don't do anything bad. Just think about farming, come back in, and that's what we did.
But was it a kind of a gamble at the beginning when you were planning using Shaco in game? Was that considered as a gamble in your team?
Let's say yes, because Shaco is one of those one-trick ponies, and the game could be extremely good or extremely bad. It's normally you don't find a really even game with Shaco, and we wanted to. I'll be honest, we wanted to win fast because we know that the time is how fast you win the game or lose it matters a lot, and we wanted to keep that in mind as well. We use Shaco often. We like it, and hopefully we got a chance to use him again.
I sure hope so. We already talked a little about it. There are some people who think that esports is not sports. What can you tell them?
Well, I will just invite them to this place with this crowd, you know, or any other IEM. But this one especially is just crazy, honestly. And especially in Poland, Polish people is so crazy towards esports. Like, oh my God, you can feel it, you know. You can feel the environment. You can feel how they're, even if they don't cheer for you, you can feel they're along you, you know. They are cheering and stuff. I love it. And whoever says that esports is not growing should just come here and see it.
That's another thing. Do you feel playing in Poland? It's your second or third time? Second, I think, right? The first one was ECC this summer. Do you feel like you're playing on your own ground right now, considering the crowd and how much they love you?
Well, it's funny because everywhere I go, I mean, in France, in Germany, I always say the same. I feel like in home, but it's like in Poland, it's even more, you know. In Poland, I don't know why, but people like me a lot and people like my team a lot. And it's crazy, dude. Like, I don't know what I did for that, but all I have to say is I'm so grateful towards you. And also the army right there, some guys just put my name in the chest.
There's a hashtag Jana there.
It's just crazy, man. All I can say is just I'm so grateful, and I don't know, I got goosebumps every time I see this.
I'll ask you one thing about Season 3. Basically, Season 3 brought, I think, the biggest changes in items and well, meta didn't change that much, but item-wise and champion-wise, it was the biggest changes so far, I think. How do you feel in the Season 3?
I think Season 2, even though the numbers we reach as League of Legends, as a game, were crazy, I think Season 2 was kind of boring in mid lane. Now Season 3 becomes way more, I don't know, I just love the way you play now mid lane. You can play so aggressive, you can play to farm, you can play to roam, you can play anywhere, and anyway, sorry. And yeah, definitely I like it 10 times more than before. Season 2 I was a little bit a shaky player. Sometimes I played good, sometimes I played bad. Because the game itself didn't fit me. Now it does, and I got in mind to Season 3 with my team, along my team, which are awesome players, by the way. We should rock it, and we have to.
Okay, thank you. Stay with us. I'll turn to HitooN and switch to Polish now. HitooN, co się stało? Zaczęliście jak źli, a potem się wszystko rozpadło.
Nie no, ogólnie to chyba rozgrywaliśmy źle teamfighty. Jak właśnie ocelote rzucał tą Kaylee ulti, to nie potrafiliśmy się skupić na tym, czym powinniśmy. Jakiś zły fokus był i ogólnie źle teamfighty rozgrywane.
So I asked HitooN what happened, because they started very well and then it all went to hell. He told me that basically they kind of lost confidence during the match and the teamfights just didn't went as they wanted. Następne pytanie, i to jest raczej już teraz nie a propos tego konkretnego meczu, chociaż nie, jeszcze jedno a propos meczu. Jak zobaczyliście Shaco, to co pomyśleliście?
W sumie to na początku się trochę zdziwiłem, ale jednak ostatnio dość często go widziałem i jeśli się go buduje dość tanki, to nie jest wcale takie useless, jak się większości osób wydaje. Więc wydaje mi się, że to w sumie nie był taki zły pick. Jeszcze może on wiele osób zadziwić, bo dobra counter jungla, ogólnie bardzo mobilny pick, więc bardzo, bardzo pozytywnie ten.
This time I asked about Shaco and how did Absolute Legends feel when they saw Shaco in game, and HitooN told me that basically Shaco is very underestimated champion. Many people think that he's weak. He's not. He can be very powerful. This is also what ocelote told us, that it's kind of one-trick pony, but if it clicks, if he goes well, he can be a real power in the game. Ostatnie pytanie. Powiedz mi, polska scena jest dosyć specyficzna, bo tak naprawdę mamy tylko jeden team, który gra od początku w tym samym składzie. Dlaczego tak się dzieje? To jest pierwsza część tego pytania. Druga część to jest, czy sądzisz, że Absolute Legends ma szansę być drugim teamem, który się nie rozpadnie po 2 miesiącach?
Polska scena wygląda tak, że jest jakaś tam określona ilość topowych polskich graczy i no, niektórzy po prostu nie chcą grać z innymi, nawet jeżeli wiedzą, że oni są na tyle dobrzy, żeby coś tam osiągnąć. Po prostu nie chcą, nie lubią z nimi grać, tam kombinują z różnymi tymi, właśnie widać jak to wychodzi, a co do tego, czy Absolute Legends będzie drugim polskim teamem takim stałym, to wydaje mi się, że tak, na razie nie mam żadnych tam, no nie widać jakbyśmy po prostu mamy potencjał, ale po prostu na razie go nie wykorzystujemy w pełni i mam nadzieję, że będzie coraz lepiej.
This time I asked about Polish scene, which is kind of peculiar because this is the scene on which we have only one team that works from the beginning till now in one setup, which is of course Meteor Makers. And I asked why it is so. So basically it's because Polish players, the base of Polish players, the top Polish players is kind of small, and people, well, sometimes they like to play with each other, but there is lots of kind of rivalries and disagreements between players. So it's hard to create one team that gathers all the good players. And is it possible for Absolute Legends to be the second Polish team that keeps together longer than 2 months? Well, HitooN told me that he thinks so. They didn't reach their potential yet, and they hope for the best in the future. And me too. I really hope that there will be at least 2 Polish teams that play together in the same setup. Guys, I thank you very much. I thank you ocelote. I thank you HitooN. It was an amazing match. Guys, and now we go for raffles. We're gonna do a little quiz. Piotrek, who's I think is already, yeah, he's here. Captain Timo on duty. Captain Timo will go to the crowd and he'll lead from now on. Of course, for the people watching on the stream, we have raffles for you as well. Just go to the Twitter #IEM or Twitter it's Riot codes. And you'll get codes there. You just have to answer on one simple question, which is your favorite team and why. Oczywiście to samo pytanie będzie też dla Was. Jeżeli oglądacie stream, to możecie zawsze wejść na #IEM albo #RiotCodes. Tam możecie wylosować kody, jeżeli powiecie tylko, jaki jest Wasz ulubiony team i dlaczego. A to samo pytanie będzie Wam zadawał Piotrek. Natomiast ja musiał jeszcze zacząć od rączki i puścić przynajmniej jedną falę, żeby Was tak podgrzać troszeczkę przed tymi raflami. Więc rączki do przodu, rączki, wszyscy rączki. Ręce i jak zwykle ja robię jak mówię Demacja, to wy ze mną mówicie Demacja i jedziemy falą do góry, dobra? Uwaga! Demacja! Dziękuję bardzo, a teraz Piotrek przejmie i zacznie was przepytywać.
Muszę przyznać, że mamy dzisiaj wspaniałą widownię. Ja tutaj mam kilka gadżetów do rozdania, dlatego być może zapytam, tutaj mamy pierwszego kolegę. Kolego, skąd przyjechałeś?
Ze Świdnicy.
Ze Świdnicy, Dolny Śląsk więc, tak? Jak długo ci zajęła podróż tutaj?
Do Wrocławia około godziny i z Wrocławia tutaj ponad 3 godziny.
No to jednak jest kawałek. Na kogo dzisiaj stawiasz? Na kogo dzisiaj stawiałeś w obecnych meczach?
Oczywiście, że na SK.
SK Gaming, a kto jest twoim faworytem, jeśli chodzi o SK Gaming?
No chyba wiadomo, ocelot.
Mam dla ciebie w takim razie koszulkę, kolego. Koszulkę Tons of Damage. Mam jeszcze do rozdania kilka rzeczy. Mam smyczkę i mam pomarańczkę. To być może znajdę kogoś... Tutaj, mamy koleżanka. Jak koleżanka ma na imię?
Marta.
Marta, skąd do nas przyjechałaś?
Z Krakowa.
Jak Ci się podoba impreza w tej chwili?
Bardzo mi się podoba impreza w tej chwili.
Na kogo Ci się stawiałaś?
To dzisiaj stawiałam na różne drużyny, ale ogólnie jestem za drużyną, która w ogóle nie gra niestety w tunel.
A kim?
Elohel.
A, za Elohel, tak? No to, wiesz co? Mimo tego, że Elohel dzisiaj nie grał, mam dla Ciebie zaproszenie smyczkę League of Legends. Dzięki śliczne. Kogo jeszcze tu mamy? Ty wiesz... Chwilkę. Tutaj mamy jeszcze... O, dobra, mamy kolegę. Kolego, skąd przyjechałeś?
Z Rybnika.
Czyli niedaleko, tak? Na kogo się stawiasz?
No na SK raczej.
Na SK, a kto faworytem jest w SK?
Ocelot.
Brawo, brawo. Trzymaj, poraneczka dla Ciebie. I jeszcze tutaj widziałem... O, tu jest ten maluch, tutaj jest taki wspaniały maluch. Jak masz na imię?
Szymon.
A za kogo się dzisiaj przebrałeś, Szymon?
Za Ocelota.
No, to jest pierwszy cosplay, w którym mamy po prostu... Mamy kogoś, kto przebrał się za pro playera, a nie za postać z gry. Stawiasz, jak rozumiem, na Ocelota w dzisiejszych rozgrywkach.
Dokładnie.
Myślisz, że SK wyjdzie z grupy?
To jest moje marzenie.
A na którym miejscu?
Mam nadzieję, że na pierwszym.
Brawo, wiesz co, słuchaj, mam dla Ciebie taką czapę tutaj fajną, nie? Teraz została. Także do cosplayu Ocelota jeszcze dołączymy cosplay Timo, nie? Pokaż wszystkim tutaj może do kamery. Nie wiem, gdzie jest kamera. Super, dzięki śliczne. Może wrócimy teraz, Tadeuszu. Czy widziałeś Szymona przebranego za Timo? Super, nie? No to w tej chwili, na tą chwilę obecną mamy w tej chwili wszystkie nagrody, jak mieliśmy, rozdałem, ale jeszcze do Was wrócimy zapewne dzisiaj. Ja oddaję głos Tadeuszowi. Tadeuszu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice! Amazing crowd, really, absolutely amazing crowd. But I do want to say a very quick word to all of the people that turned up today that are currently outside the Spodek. There is a giant screen been erected with the audio. I just wanted to say hi to everyone that's outside right now in the cold. Thank you so much for turning up. I'm sorry you weren't able to get in. But if you cheer loud enough right now, we might hear you in here.
Wszystkich, którzy są na zewnątrz Spodka, bardzo nam przykro, że nie udało się Wam wejść. Trzymajcie się ciepło, wiemy, że są tam koksowniki, więc mamy nadzieję, że przynajmniej chociaż troszeczkę się od tym ogrzewacie. Grzeją nas Wasze emocje, a nasze emocje grzeją Was.
Okay, it's time to get on another League of Legends match in this second group. You've already seen both these teams already. They are going head to head really for the group. Let's see who comes out on top. First out on stage. Please make some noise for FNATIC Raycall!
I zapraszamy na scenę zespół, który wszyscy znacie, FNATIC Raycall!
They're not going anywhere this time, they're staying with us. They go up against a formidable force who have been absolutely fantastic. Some are even saying this is the year of the Koreans. Please welcome to the stage, AZUBU FROST!
A teraz z drugiej strony świata, prosto z Korei, zespół, który ma duże szanse na zwycięstwo, AZUBU FROST!
we're going to grab a very, very quick word with both team captains just to start off with. xPeke, easy first game perhaps, but this one's a different game.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game, really intense, really cool to watch, and hopefully we can give our best in it.
And best of luck to you.
Will you win? Will you win?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, FNATIC versus AZUBU Frost. Very much good luck to both of you. Have a great game and enjoy it. We'll send this over to the analyst desk now with our lovely experts.
Thank you, Paul. I am so excited for this match. This has to be a good one. We have AZUBU Frost, we have FNATIC. Both teams amazing, pretty much top teams in their region. Guys, how amazing is this match going to be?
I hope very amazing. It's extremely hard to predict what's going to happen with the bans and picks and what's happening in-game. And FNATIC looked extremely strong, AZUBU Frost looked extremely strong, so it might be a really good game.
We obviously we know it's going to be exciting. We know it's going to be awesome. We asked FNATIC before the game, like, all right, guys, what are you going to do? What have you got in mind? They went, okay, we've been training. We've said all the way from the start they've been boot camping for next weekend, but they have promised us they have something up their sleeve just for Frost. So not everything they had was for next weekend. What it's going to be, no idea yet. They did say, however, most of our predictions for bans are probably going to be wrong, because it's going to seem very random, but they do assure us they are targeted.
So they're going to ban Karma. I'm going to go on a limb and say that one, because
Karma, Heimerdinger, and Rammus bans.
There you go. All right, well, we do have a lot at stake here, because the winner of this match will be first place in the group stage at the moment. There'll be one more game, obviously, right after that. But, you know, we need to see FNATIC, as you see in the groups right there. I mean, Frost, FNATIC both tied at the moment. FNATIC took down Absolute Legends, and Frost took out SK Gaming. And, I mean, Frost, I mean, they were looking very solid. They've been playing OGN for weeks now, you know, currently in the finals of that. I mean, they played very well against SK, and SK is not a pushover.
Not sure, like, Frost has a lot of practice right now. They're in the final of OGN, so yeah, they are top contenders for this tournament, and if FNATIC wins this, it's, in my opinion, a major upset.
I'm going to agree. It's an upset. It's not particularly huge, but it's an upset. We saw FNATIC do incredibly well at IPL 5, all the way to the final, taking second place to World Elite, taking down TPA twice in both the group stage and then in the later stages thanks to the upper and lower bracket system, taking down AZUBU Blaze, sister team here of AZUBU Frost. So, I mean, there is, as I said before, there's a sense of pride, a sense of honor here from Frost. They've got to try and fight back the honor of their sister team. They've got to try and shut down this FNATIC lineup. It is slightly changed. It is no Yellowstar, it's not Reckless, but as we mentioned again before, he's a very, very strong player. He's been around for a long time, and if FNATIC have something hidden up their sleeve, something they've trained specifically for Frost really are going to have their work cut out. We've seen them do that time and time again. When FNATIC research a team, when FNATIC train to take down one lineup, they destroy people. So Frost are going to have to think on their feet.
I agree, especially because they said they're going to do interesting target bans and have a specific strategy laid down. Those are almost like the most interesting games, because it's not going to be a standard game. FNATIC has a plan, and we will be able to see if they manage to pull it through or if it fails against Frost.
Yeah, exactly. And as I mentioned there's the picks and bans. That's a great timing. So,
since we can't guess the FNATIC bans, obviously, since they were saying they're really going to be crazy, what do you think we're going to see out of Frost?
In every game against AZUBU Blaze and OGN, they banned Shen and Nyph on purple side, so I'm pretty sure that's what we're gonna see in this game as well. And since nRated is in the
they're like, oh, we're gonna do some crazy bans. Ban Shen. Yes, that is as crazy as you can get here.
Extremely crazy.
To be honest, I'll admit, I did speak to nRated of the 5. He has been known to troll a little bit, so it may have all been made up.
He might be kind of Ghost Peppers level, a little bit.
Troll, yeah. Check out Nunu coming out of AZUBU, nothing too crazy there. Nunu's been banned a couple of times throughout the tournament now. He has a very strong support, and as Cyanide showed us in their last game, can still be played in the jungle to quite some effect. That double support role, so to speak, so it was a little bit richer than normal, but he started to build a Science Stone, he started to build an Aegis, and just added that Blood Boil into the mix for nothing much else.
If the next ban is going to be Kha'Zix, I'm going to have a serious talk with nRated.
They have taken AZUBU's ban so far, so good. They're taking that Shen and Evelyn. Lee Sin banned then by AZUBU. We didn't really see him so much at all yesterday, but today he's really kind of reared his ugly head again.
Yeah, but Cyanide, I mean, he's a great Lee Sin. And especially with how amazing he is at Baron steals, he's probably the best in my mind at stealing that Baron away. Lee Sin is probably one of the easiest champions to do that.
Also, sOAZ plays a really good Lee Sin on top lane. Okay.
Those were not crazy bans.
Not crazy
I'm a
bans
little
at all.
disappointed. Because we did see Twist of Fate actually played earlier by RapidStar in that middle lane. We know RapidStar has a good Evelyn as well, so picks now. Shy, left open. And as you see right there, that Olaf. Not a good sign.
Olaf picked over Kha'Zix, it's pretty interesting.
Not a complete surprise though either from what we've seen throughout the tournament. We've seen more Olaf first picks than Kha'Zix so far, but that being said, as we said, Kha'Zix has been in every game yesterday.
Yeah.
He hasn't been banned, so that was Jesse's
There it
picks,
is.
and there it is. sOAZ, of all people, he made this champion. He brought him to that top lane, showed him to competitive play.
Yeah.
And if he's been doing nothing but training since, everyone else has caught up to his level, so to speak, to this point. He started at that level, he made it. What can he do now? I'm expecting some crazy stuff out of him.
Oh, that can't be an actual pick because Vi is globally banned for this tournament. Can't really
I was
sit on
already
that.
excited.
But no, we do have the Moon. We're going to be locked in now, and a Tarek. We have not seen very much Tarek this tournament.
No, it's interesting to see what they're going to run with him too, because he's got a niche little selection of AD carries that he can work with. He also, we saw in fact, Dignitas try at the World Finals, tried a very old school strategy of roaming Tarek, so he didn't actually stay so much in the bottom lane at all. I think they put Caitlyn or someone down there, Caitlyn or Ezreal, someone that can 2v1 very well. Corki could do the same, not so much now, but 2v1 down in the bottom lane, not so bad. Allow him to roam, gang, go with the jungler, so they have 3 main ganks in the mid lane, something crazy like that. So there is that possibility. They do have, however, have a Mumu, so he's a pretty strong ganker on his own. They might not necessarily need that roam. But we are seeing something a little bit different coming out from FNATIC. Now, since our first job of the tournament.
Our first job?
First
yeah,
job.
it is.
Yes.
So yeah, and I know Cyanide's actually.
Oh no, actually we had any job.
Yes, sir. We had Annie. No, that was OGN.
that was-
OGN had Annie Jarvan. We were watching it on this desk when it was OGN.
Well, we have seen Jarvan, actually, Cyanide's been practicing quite a bit in the jungle.
Yeah.
And also, back in the day, Goose, I don't know if you remember that, but they actually coined Leona Jarvan bot lane. Obviously, probably not going to see it here as we do have that misfortune, but...
Jarvan is also really strong on mid lane right now.
Oh, we've seen this out of Frost before. That Tarek Urgot, they've been really pushing that OGN.
Yeah.
That's something very new. And it's if RapidStar keep their summoners, it's a teleport rise too, so that's a very scary bot lane all of a sudden. It's a lot of crowd control. That swap, that suppress, followed by the stun, with the teleporting rise in with his snare and a lot of damage. And we mentioned again early on yesterday, these new items, the amount of new mana possibilities, mirror mana in there too. Rise is really, really strong now.
All right, well, we do have last pick for FNATIC here. What do you think they're going to go with?
They said it's going to be something crazy, so it's hard to predict. I think Woong or... Okay.
It's going to be something crazy. It's going to be AP Ezra like we saw earlier.
Okay.
All right, well, guys, we have 2 comps now locked in. We have AZUBU Frost, such a tanky lineup with that Olaf, with that new Rise, Urgot, Tarek. And then on FNATIC side, we have so much damage. We have a pretty good amount of CC out of Leona, obviously not as much as Frost here, but who do you think really has this game? It's high damage versus extremely tanky.
I think if FNATIC manages to execute it correctly, especially around mid lane, with Israel Jarvan being very good against Rise, I think they might go into the mid game with the upper hand and snowball it down.
I really like this FNATIC lineup. It's a little bit different to normal. It's not quite as we had your Amumu CC, your Wukong CC, or your Zyra CC. They still got big AoE lock-in ability from Jarvan. Okay. Oh god, I've locked myself in here with 4 members of AZUBU Frost. I'm ruined. No way, Leona has an ultimate that fits nicely in this little circle, and everyone is suddenly stuck and stunned. And Misfortune channeling her ultimate across the top. And sOAZ has just leapt in here and joined me, and he's done a massive amount of AoE damage before anyone's really responded. Then Ezra across the top, and suddenly Peke's got his W, his Essence Flux over the top as well. And all these 4 members in here are currently quite low and squishy, and there's Jarvan stuck in there with them, with Kha'Zix in there with them too, and they're still stuck in there, because that's a pretty long duration on that giant rock wall, so to speak.
Well, I hope I hear the casters actually say, I'm Jarvan, I'm helping one moment in here, because that is hilarious to see with the Cataclysm. But real quick, who's going to win this game?
I would give it to FNATIC.
All right, we have 1 FNATIC, and?
I still have to stick with the AZUBU Frost, to be completely honest. They have a very tanky lineup, they have a lot of experience, and that's very strong.
All right, we're tied 1-1 here. Let's go over to the casters. We have Joe Miller and Jatt.
So here we go then, AZUBU Frost versus FNATIC Raid, call it Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Jatt, let's hear your thoughts on these 2 lineups.
This is very interesting level 1 because they ran out. I love the fact that FNATIC took Kha'Zix away from AZUBU if you remember, sOAZ is actually the first one who debuted Kha'Zix back in Season 2 at IPL 5, so they're going to have a lot of experience on this. I really love how violent this game is going to be. AZUBU's team comp just crashes in, and FNATIC's not really going to have much either because Leona and Jarvan both dive in as well, so these team fights are going to be incredibly chaotic.
Well, right now we can see there AZUBU just getting their one single ward down up till now here in the corner bush. FNATIC had already warded that, so they knew that AZUBU were in there and that they went out after that one. They'll also know, if they were keeping their eye on it at least, that that ward was put right down in top of that. We can see the pings furiously coming down here from AZUBU's side on their bottom side of the jungle. They've now seen PK's position, they've seen nRated's position, and they are waiting in this river bush. The question is, will they go anything for anything in this one? Let's not forget, both teams here are 1-0 in the group, so everything's still to play for all the way down the line. But Jatt, who's your favorite for this game? I mean, FNATIC, we talked about whether they're going to be showing too much into this one. AZUBU FROST are on form.
It's really a matter of how much FNATIC wants to go at it. I feel like the illusion of holding back in a tournament because you have another big one coming up is a little overplayed. I feel like they've said coming in that they're, you know, oh, we're going to show 50% of our stuff. They should show all of their stuff because getting practice or the confidence of beating a team like AZUBU FROST would carry them through the LCS qualifier, European qualifiers that are going to happen next week. So I feel like FNATIC is going to be going all out in this one. And with the picks like Kha'Zix and the really effective AP Ezreal mid, I feel like they're on point to do that.
Yeah, of course, we've already seen PK play that one earlier on in the tournament in their first victory of the day against Absolute Legends. We'll see how he goes up this time against ReDeYe in the middle. And we can see Shy and sOAZ going at it. Actually, Shy does hit level 2 before sOAZ, and I'm almost half a level in front of him there as well. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, we are seeing the stun coming down on towards MadLife. Actually, Yellowstar going very, very low here. Flash coming in there. Yes, it's onto first blood for AZUBU Frost. Damn it.
Oh, pulling a ReDeYe right there. But Woong and MadLife crushing them early on. hyrqBot normally does that once he hits level 6. Getting that at level 2 is crazy effective for them. Miss Fortune is so good if she can hold her position and channel, but with how much just power and force this entire AZUBU FROST combination is going to have, especially the bottom lane of hyrqBot Taric, that's trouble.
Great little start here for the Koreans. And ReDeYe said, year of the Koreans. Well, certainly could be. It's only the beginning of the year, but that means a long way to go in it. But up until now, you know, they are looking so very, very strong.
All the games that have been super competitive so far this year has mostly been the OGN winner. So we're going to see if this is the year of the Koreans in all honesty, but early start, you're absolutely right about that.
Right now, AZUBU just pushing that lane out in the bottom. We see that in the top lane as well, after that little gank that Amumu came in with the level advantage that Shy has here over sOAZ. I mean, he's well into level 4 at this point. sOAZ has only just turned level 3. sOAZ with 10 CS to the 24 of all of. You can see there the damage. 1 undertow, 1 reckless swing. It's a lot.
And Shy actually played this exact matchup against Kevin earlier on, but it was flipped with Shy on Kha'Zix as well. And he actually beat Kevin with Kha'Zix over Olaf, but this is kind of the matchup. Olaf should have a bit of an edge on here, and Shy's playing it like it should be.
sOAZ hanging right back on this one, doesn't want to be going low once again. Mid lane, pretty much bang even on the CS, 27 to 25 in favor of xPeke there on his Ezreal. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Amumu is going to be waiting around here. CloudTemplar with that double buff still running on him. The question is, can he get in onto nRated?
Cyanide actually used his flagpole to jump over the buff, and there's a gank bottom as well, going to be one top.
They're coming in here, nRated going to be the one that takes the initial damage. Exhaust comes down. Can they finish nRated off? Yes, they will. Yellowstar will get away. Have a look towards the top. They didn't quite manage to pin down Shy, but that will be 2-0 in favor of AZUBU, and the second kill went to hyrqBot again.
Top lane, they burned the Ignite, but the bottom lane gank was just so well repelled / set up for AZUBU. Templar getting into that brush and just camping it. Surprising that they weren't able to get the wards down, but now Shy has no flash, still able to get away though.
Still able to get away. That was a clever loop around from Cyanide. Came straight back in via that bush as Yellowstar here down in the bottom lane. He's going to be under so much pressure. Look at that damage here from Woong. Flashes in there, gets another one. Killing spree hyrqBot.
Rush the brutalizer, and getting it that early is just so much pain. It's a little brutal. And honestly, look at this. He's got right now 25 armor penetration, so he's went armor pen runes on hyrqBot. Tarek also reduces enemy armor by 15, so that's 40 armor down on Yellowstar. True damage. He's only got 39 armor right now on Misfortune, so that is one of the reasons they are destroying that lane so well.
xPeke in a lot of trouble. Bandage toss comes around, and if they got the damage to finish off though, no they won't. xPeke will poke them back as they have to back away there, and well, it was the arcade shift that really kept him safe from that one, but again, good positioning, good you know, communication I'd say from AZUBU Blaze to lock that one down.
Fnatic's gonna have to really just gain control of this game again, because in their match earlier against Absolute Legends, it was the teamfight phase that really closed it for them. It looked close at the start, and then Fnatic really came through in teamfights. But if it keeps going like this against AZUBU, they're never even going to get there because they're losing bad right now.
Olaf has gone back here and picked up that Giants belt early on. Obviously, did have a good CS lead, still does, in fact. But that has been closed now from sOAZ on this Kha'Zix. He's finally got himself back up almost towards 40 to the 48 that currently we have for Shy. But that Giants belt, we know once Olaf gets that, it's not easy to take him down, to say the least. But in terms of the levels there, sOAZ has actually caught right back up to him. In fact, they're pretty much bang even according to my screen there as well. So that's good stuff from that side, as we are going to see actually the teleport coming down here on towards Yellowstar. They're going to turn away, go down towards nRated. He's in all kinds of trouble. He's going to head up towards that tri-bush. MadLife coming around the side. The Q's connecting here from Woong. He needs one more. That doesn't quite land. RapidStar though will mop up this one, and that is one for the AP mid here, and that will be 4-0 overall.
That bottom lane is really just a pile of pain for Fnatic right now. Don't know what they're going to do against Woong and MadLife. And to get back to that top lane, the only reason sOAZ was able to come back a little bit in that lane is because Cyanide focused ganks up top, but they can't really afford to do that with how bad Yellowstar and nRated are losing.
Yeah, 3-0-1 now for hyrqBot. 54 to 22 CS. That is an incredible start for him, without even talking about those kills in there as well. Items, as we said before, Brutalizer, basically doing true damage in there as well. Misfortune now has a Doran's Blade in there, as well as those tier 1 boots.
And Woong's got his ultimate up as well, so Yellowstar can't get close. It's a matter of one, either flash stun for MadLife and Yellowstar would be dead. It's a pretty tough initiation. Yellowstar just coming in recently, replacing Reckless, who was too young to play in the Season 3 League Championship Series, so they're replacing him with Yellowstar for this. This is not a good start for him.
Not the best start. That is definitely a true statement in there. Tarek with those 3 assists in as well. He must have running up towards 900 gold right now. He's already been back and picked himself up those boots as well, so MadLife certainly enjoying the benefits of helping out with those initial kills in that bottom lane. Rise 1-for-0, got that Catalyst Protector plus a tier in there with the boots, plus the usual assortment of the flask and biscuit and what have you.
You can really see here Yellowstar and nRated gave up. They're farming wolves. They are not wanting to deal with MadLife and Woong whatsoever. This is probably the right call for them at this point to stay away, but it really just shows how terrible that lane has become.
And we can see there RapidStar pretty much bossing PK around there. We are going to see CloudTemplar coming around. There's a big wave of minions, which is why RapidStar didn't want to really fight in that one. xPeke actually will get away safe from that. But just to touch again, if we didn't already enough on this bottom lane, look at Yellowstar, level 4, Woong level 7. That is a huge difference, as if Woong wasn't already powerful enough with how this one's all gone down. MadLife there just getting stunned up underneath the turret, but AZUBU, they don't really have anything to be worried about in this bottom lane.
Maybe they could potentially get baited. Cyanide's coming down for a gank, and the only way they maybe come back in this lane is if they try to dive and they turn it around, but they're actually not taking the bait. They're just slowly keeping the turret down and making sure that Yellowstar keeps down.
Here's CloudTemplar coming in towards xPeke, who will just arcade shift away to stay safe. However, Jarman comes in, forces a flash there, out of CloudTemplar, so that's no flash curse that he can pull off in the coming moments. And that bottom tower has stayed safe, just about 675 HP.
They're actually, I feel like AZUBU is intentionally not killing the turret yet. They want that laning phase to last as long as possible because of how much hyrqBot is just destroying Misfortune right now. If they take the tower, it essentially ends that laning phase. And this is not your prototypical Lulu kind of Ezreal, shove the lane, take multiple turrets. It's a shutdown, and they're waiting for everyone else to get farmed up.
Just saw that again, sOAZ putting some pressure down onto Shy, but with that Giant Spell in there, doesn't do all that much, to be quite honest with you there. Middle lane, xPeke does have the lead with the CS, but 94 to 36 in that bottom lane is an absolute disaster for FNATIC.
The only real hope they have at this point seems to be xPeke and his Ezreal right now. 96 to 87 against RapidStar's Rise, not that bad. He started tier, so he's stacking that up pretty fast. If they land a great Ezreal ult in team fights, he might be able to go and create something, because that's really all they have with how bad they're losing in the other lanes.
Yeah.
This is not close right now. They need to do something.
Top lane, we've just seen Olaf headed back home there again. We'll see what he picks up. Actually, going into those tier 1 boots, plus a Ruby Crystal. And he will be back in towards his lane. Sharpish. Actually, tier plus double longsword in there for Kha'Zix in that top lane for sOAZ. Bottom lane, that turret is still there. They've not done too much more damage to it, down to just below 300 HP currently. And that will continue to be so as the lights go off here in the stadium.
They might go in for something big bottom.
Yeah, here we go. The ultimate coming down, nRated being absolutely smashed up. And look at that bullet time. Well, it just doesn't really do that much. So MadLife at half HP. Woong is above half still. And Yellowstar should be able to escape this one. But that will be another kill. Another kill for this hyrqBot, who is fed, to say the least. 4-0-1.
And he's sitting on 3,500 gold right now. So when Woong and MadLife finally decide to kill the tower and end that FNATIC bot lane's misery so they can go somewhere else, he's going to be an absolute monster on top of being a giant ugly crab.
Hopefully the music is not going to be streamed just in our ears and not for everyone to be heard there. I have no idea where that's come from. That's hyrqBot celebration music, because xPeke is going to get caught out here in the middle. And, well, it wasn't even a contest. There were 3 of them there. They locked him down. Can't do anything about that one. That was xPeke's first death, actually. But FNATIC here,
yikes.
I have to feel that they're almost bowing out without saying anything about it. Like, there's not a lot that they can actually do now in this game.
I hope this is their 50%, because if this is their 100%, they have a lot of work to do. The dragon going down to AZUBU right now is just making them fall farther and farther behind. There was a Warmogs that Woong just bought straight off the bat on hyrqBot. So this is a giant just bruiser team, and when that type of team pulls ahead of you this early, it's huge trouble. They're going for this kill top. Here comes an Ezreal ult.
Ezreal ultimate coming in, will land as well. RapidStar in trouble. This is going to be the first kill of the game for FNATIC. Cyanide taking a ton of turret damage. He's going to recall in that tri-bush, which should be fast enough. In fact, Mumu decided in the end not to come around. sOAZ did tank a bit of that turret, but may actually be able to have that turret away here with this wave. Only 500 health on it.
That was the type of FNATIC coordination we saw so much of at IPL 5. The ult coming in from base, timing it with the double tower dive really paid off for them, but they've just been so constricted by the lane pressure and skill from the AZUBU guys, they haven't been able to pull off those type of plays so far.
Bottom lane currently, as you said, Warmogs was picked up, and Elixir bought in there as well as that chamber. So Woong, well, he's a bit unstoppable now at this point. 128 to 54 CS. At this level of the game, you don't see those kind of differences very often.
It's almost like an hyrqBot lane that just goes absolutely perfect for you. It's a really frustrating shutdown lane if they can get going early, and because they took off the kill at level 2, they've just been able to take it from there. They've also done an amazing job at keeping the river warded and avoiding Cyanide's ganks.
So there, up at the top, Shy just throwing down the reckless swing, plus the undertow onto sOAZ, taking about a third of his health away. which I'm sure he'll just kind of rinse and repeat until he can force sOAZ somewhat away from this 123 to 107 CS in that lane. And you need to keep an eye on this bottom lane because it only needs that stun coming out of MadLife, who does now have his ultimate available as well. So, sorry, his flash available to flash in there and get that stun down. So you have to keep an eye down on this one. But at the moment, Woong is charging the way. I mean, 4 kills, 2 deaths for Misfortune, 3 deaths for nRated there on Leona as well. So just generally, AZUBU, and again, I said this about 1,000,000 times already, but well-oiled machine comes to mind again.
And they're really ready for this Misfortune pick. I mean, at least from the OGN winner that's been happening, Misfortune gets picked in pretty much every game, so they're used to playing against her. And there's almost nothing better than this lane they have up right now. Just look at Woong, 134 armor with 2,400 health right now as Shy gets taken low by sOAZ in the top lane. Means Woong, they're just going to keep going top.
Oh, interesting stuff here. CloudTemplar actually getting right in there on towards sOAZ, but does he have the damage to actually finish him off there? Ezreal is actually coming in the side. Meanwhile, Leona did go very low in this bottom lane. Jarvan coming in as well. Will get the knock up onto Woong. Double up comes in as well, but Yellowstar could be in a bit of trouble. The damage turned around there onto Cyanide. They forced 3 of them away, and sOAZ in the end didn't have any problems in this top lane anyway, so we didn't miss anything up there. But almost 25 to 18,000 gold lead now.
And to get back to the point bottom there, as they fought back 3 members of FNATIC, it's because of the effective health against armor that they have pretty much put together in the bot lane. It'll take about 5,000 damage worth of physical damage to kill Woong right now, and that's not even counting the shields he can get on, which against the team comp of FNATIC, which is mostly all physical damage, makes them nearly unstoppable at this point.
Let's have a look. More Giants belts coming in. 1 for Olaf, 1 for Amumu. That's a very tanky team. Obviously, we've already got the Warmogs down there on hyrqBot as well. So a Warmog count is definitely over.
It's 2-0. So the kills are 6-1, and the Giants belts are 3-0. So that's
4 even.
Is it?
2 Warmogs, 2 Giants belts.
Oh, I didn't see that Shy is way ahead of everyone else, and he's got 2 for himself. So it's just a matter of, obviously when you're up by 6,000 or 7,000 gold, everything seems a little bit better, but I really have to compliment AZUBU Frost on the Taric pick specifically against this. People completely underestimate the power of his auras. His W is giving everyone else 30 armor, which is pretty much everyone on your team takes 30% less damage from what FNATIC is throwing at them. It's really good.
Going down here as well from AZUBU Frost in this top lane. Cyanide and sOAZ both going to be spotted by that last one that went down. In the meantime, Woong and CloudTemplar are just pushing this middle turret a little bit. Shy is there as well. That was Yellowstar just going very, very low to RapidStar. Yellowstar actually did have to use his cleanse and his flash to get away from that death.
Yellowstar just can't catch a break right now. He finally saw Woong had left the lane and he thought he was safe. Little did he know RapidStar teleported down, came in from behind him and tried to kill him. So there's no escaping to find farm. Still just sitting on that one sad pickaxe. He's finally going to get a BF sword, but he's so far away from being relevant. This is decimation by AZUBU.
And just that play there out of Amumu as well. Knows that he's probably not going to get in to get a kill onto sOAZ in that top lane, but he's forced him away from that tower. And Shy able to take that one down. That will be tower number 2. In the meantime, 3 men in the middle lane as well as I say that, they push down back and they will head down towards that dragon area. 19 minutes 38 seconds that comes up, which around about 30 seconds from now they're going to clear their bottom side of the jungle right in time for dragon.
So prepared, it seems. This is just a walk in the park for them at this point. They don't seem pressured. Everything execution-wise has worked out almost perfectly for AZUBU Frost so far this game. FNATIC is really, really on their heels. As the dragon's up, maybe they try some desperation play here to stop the dragon, but it's almost too early to consider desperation from a time perspective, but from an actual game slipping away from you, it may already be gone. They need to try something.
Well, Dragon already down to below half HP, and just the presence of Shy and his mega health, actually gone for the cooldown boots as well there, needs to recklessly swing more often.
There's a lot of health bars on AZUBU right now. 1 tick for every 100 health, and those are thick health bars right now.
Yeah, that's some real tankiness there. Blue buff here going to be given over onto xPeke. But we talked about this before earlier on today, and more specifically yesterday, that from FNATIC's point of view, even if they feel this game is over, even if it may be over, they need to lose in the longest time possible. They need to hold on as long as they can, because it could still come all in the end down to a tiebreaker.
It could, but that would require AZUBU FROST to lose to Absolute Legends Poland to create a three-way 2-1 tie. That's, I think, the only way we'd get
lots of
that type of tie, but as sOAZ is getting crushed by Shy top.
Yeah, just one reckless swing, one axe, and sOAZ in a lot of trouble here. Look at the damage coming out of Shy. Great flash away, but how long is he going to last? Oh, he's got away from him. sOAZ manages to escape, and I think Shy spotted him coming up here. Now he's the one that's in all kinds of trouble. Jarvan ultimate goes down. There is xPeke, a bit overkill maybe, but it's kill.
They had to get it. I mean, sure, overkill, but they are desperate to get anything giving them back an edge. The problem with that is sOAZ was sent back to shop anyway. They put two people top lane to get that kill. They didn't gain any pressure from that, aside from the, in the grand scheme of things, minuscule amount of gold they got from that kill, 450 for the whole team, but they lose a tower for it, which is worth a lot more. So even though they made a good play, it cost them.
And they can't afford any more costs, to be honest.
No.
At this point, if you look at the goal, 33.6 to 23.7, pretty much a bang on 10,000 gold lead, which for 22 minutes into the game is a huge amount. And now we have sOAZ once again in trouble. He thinks he's done a good thing here of jumping away. However, MadLife's gonna flash in there, gets the stun, and he is gonna get absolutely obliterated.
Ouch, is pretty much what you say in those situations. This is very similar, for those of you who watched the North American LCS qualifier, the surprise team, their Team Martin, ran bruiser-centric comps much like this, and this is just a one of the best teams in the world running the same thing, and it's devastating FNATIC right now.
Now Cyanide is in trouble here. Shy is coming in onto him. One reckless swing, he's going to pick up the axe and throws it in just before Cyanide could slide away from danger, and that will be 8-2. Obviously, hyrqBot did get that one down in the bottom lane, and they have taken the inner turret as well. He is now 5-0-1. Glacial Shroud, Warmogs, Black Cleaver done. That's 3 Warmogs on the team, and that's a brilliant movement from CloudTemplar. They could end up getting more than one from this, and nRated going to be switched out. He'll actually go back in there, but it's not enough to save his life. He will die. Another kill for Woong, and this is another inner turret that's going to fall without anything FNATIC can do.
One of the cool things about running compositions like this, where everyone is just big and tanky, is anyone can just go wherever they want. In a sense, in a team fight, you just pick a target and everyone goes. It's very simplistic in its execution, but I mean, I guess that's about it. I was gonna continue it, but it was too simple.
He's working, that's for sure.
Yeah.
5-0 in turrets, 10-2 in kills, 13,000 gold difference. FNATIC, yeah, to pick up a single tower. In fact, I don't think, okay, the top one's a little bit low. Middle one's got about half HP, but that's pretty much it from FNATIC in terms of anything. I mean, there's that 1 kill on Ezreal, the 1 kill on Jarvan, but if you look at the items, they're just a world behind.
And double Glacial Shroud coming out already. There's actually the teleport distortion boots on RapidStar, so we've seen almost nothing but Home Guard recently. Instead, he's going for faster teleports more frequently, really just going with more pickoffs. Amumu can get pickoffs, RapidStar, Woong, or MadLife can all really just create fights whenever they want. They picked up the Oracles on MadLife, however, clearing out Baron. If anything, they're just going to start hitting it, and if FNATIC comes to fight, they're going to zerg into them and try to kill all of them.
CloudTemplar there just getting a ward down on the top side of the jungle. Turret going through there as well. Does actually have that Oracle to clear out and know if he's been spotted. sOAZ is here waiting for Shy, but it's not really a case of catching Shy out and killing him there, to be honest with you. Not quite got the power to get through exactly what Shy has got to offer there. AZUBU all up in that FNATIC side of the jungle. No wards actually down on Baron from FNATIC. So there may be an opportunity here for AZUBU to do something. Ryze is actually pushing over the other side. Teleport is available for him.
Frost should just start hitting the Baron, pretty much. They have enough tankiness, Taric sustain, all the armor they're getting. The Jarvan flag, by the way, gives them armor as well, so they're just huge monsters right now. That's a 3,000 health, 175 armor hyrqBot with a black cleaver that they have to worry about. And FNATIC is coming down for the fight here. Baron's not falling very fast because it is pretty much a team of tanks, but if a fight breaks out, FNATIC would get destroyed. If anything, they're going to try to steal it with xPeke's ult.
Yeah.
xPeke's ult.
That's pretty much all they've got to come in. The stun goes down, here comes the ultimate, and it's too late there. MadLife did get clipped by it, but, well, he's pretty much just healed it all up there in one go. And that is AZUBU walking away with Baron 42.8 to 27.9 thousand gold. A massive, massive lead. Not a single turret lost here by AZUBU Frost. They are looking very good to maybe win this game in under 30 minutes.
And this is the fun part for them. Everyone's tanky, everyone has Baron. They got the increased damage from Baron given the AD and ability power. They're just gonna go as soon as they see an opportunity. Maybe CloudTemplar is gonna land a stun, or maybe it will just be Tarek, but as soon as they start, they're gonna roll through FNATIC.
Well, they did get the stun down, but it was just as Kha'Zix had already jumped, but here comes CloudTemplar. He went in onto Yellowstar, used his cleanse, which could be crucial. Coming in, here we go, switch coming down onto it, xPeke. The bullet time comes across, CloudTemplar catches 3 of them in the curse of the side, Mummy nRated. Taken out as well. There is sOAZ falling. 2 of them left. Another brilliant bandage toss. Finished off this time by Rise. And that leaves just Cyanide on Jarvan to attempt to defend what is left of this base. There's really not a lot of it left. And he actually just flashed away there onto the fountain to stay healthy as well. This inhibitor is going to go down. And AZUBU, well, they're tanky enough to tank both of those turrets up here on the Nexus. And they're going to look for winning that game right here.
They're going to do whatever they want for the next 30 seconds, and then the game will be over. So they just crushed FNATIC, and it's really going to be now the next game between FNATIC and SK is going to decide who moves on in the group, because clearly AZUBU Frost is the #1 team in this group with that stomp of FNATIC. Great job by them. 14-2, 20k gold lead in 27 minutes. Unreal.
Yeah, an absolute decimation there, I think we could call it, on FNATIC. And still, this well-oiled machine that I was talking about 300 times already today only is definitely well-oiled. And you can see there a little bit of emotion. I mean, that's fairly typical from Korean teams anyway. It's like only celebrate when the job's really done, which for them is obviously another game still to play against absolute legends who, well, they could have a miserable time the way that AZUBU Frost have been playing today.
Especially when you consider the way FNATIC beat absolute legends contrasted with the way AZUBU Frost just beat FNATIC. That was really impressive.
Yeah, that was... It was a walkover for them. It was a walk in the park. It was almost as if...
Stroll.
Yeah, FNATIC didn't have anything to say about it. I mean, yeah, that can happen to the best teams, I suppose, when it really goes wrong early on. hyrqBot finishing 7-0-4 there, which, you know, I guess minutes to kills, he probably will have been disappointed that he only got 7 by the end of it, because he started off absolutely flying up to 4-0-3 or whatever it was. But they've done it. They've made no mistakes, or certainly very little ones that didn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
And at least for FNATIC, their strength is a lot in their team fighting and the way sOAZ gets around and roams, but they lost the lane so bad, they never got to that point, as Woong gets a little bit of love from his manager there.
Face massage.
It's nice. You've been asking for a massage all day.
We actually got a massage from Jason yesterday after we cast him, which was nice as well. And speaking of Jason, we're going to throw it over there. They're going to break down that absolute victory from AZUBU Frost.
I don't know, Joe, according to Reddit, I'm the guy on the left. I'm not even Jason, but wow. I am actually going to apologize, because I thought that was going to be such more of a close game than it actually was. I wasn't expecting such a stomp, but, you know, we can go ahead and talk about it, but there really isn't really much to analyze about that game.
It actually could have been an awesome game if it didn't go down on bot lane like it did. FNATIC had an interesting strategy. It could have worked out, but the bot stuff just decided the game really, really early, way too early.
Like the way bottom lane has become now in Season 3, it's tends to settle down to whoever can push the hardest wins the lane. You push harder, you get those level advantage, you use that level advantage, you snowball it, you take control. And I mean, we're going to show in the replay, that first blood is a perfect example of that. Woong hit level 2 first, they immediately initiated a fight. Okay, Yellowstar hit level 2, almost as soon as the first attack landed. But they were already on the back foot from that. They just had to run, and with a very nice coordinated flash auto attack just to make sure he had low enough health, Woong managed to pick up that first blood. But from there, as Citizen said, that was the game. They just kept that advantage going. They just snowballed it through. They just made it stronger. They just kept going on the bottom lane, and FNATIC could not find another opening. Top lane, Olaf is ridiculously strong early against sOAZ's Kha'Zix we saw, so couldn't really do much to that. He would have just died. It would have been 2v1 in the gank. By the time sOAZ was strong enough to really compete, it was too late because bottom lane was 4 kills up or something ridiculous. So it's a nice try from FNATIC. They tried something new. They brought back Jungle Jarvan, which I love the idea of, but not quite ready this time. So we'll jump into the replay.
Well, hold on. Before we do that, we got to give a little bit of context because this is where the game was actually decided. We were talking about like, just straight up. This is the game. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, 0-0, 3.3 thousand gold to 3.1. I mean, that's when the game actually was decided. Let's go ahead and go into that replay, and you can explain why.
At this point, it's just that Tarek and Urgot, they pushed a bit harder than the opponents. And both people will at level 2 at the same time, while only Misfortune levels up for FNATIC. Actually, I'm sorry, Tarek doesn't level up, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, Tarek doesn't even need to. And Rated, if I remember correctly, he did start with his Q, so he got that stun off, but it was just too little too late.
Leona Misfortune can actually do fairly well against Urgot Tarek, but at this point, like the exact moment where Urgot hits level 2, he's like the biggest threat on this lane. At this point, and after 6, when Ryze teleport, Urgot swaps can do like major ganks. But this is like the only timing where you actually should stay back and be a bit careful. And they executed it kind of sloppy. nRated stunned Tarek instead of stunning Urgot, who doesn't have cleanse and is the only damage output at this point, which shows they were really confident to survive this and actually died, and this ruins the lane extremely hard.
Well, I took some notes during that game, and at the 11-minute mark, we actually had, it was Urgot with about 100 CS compared to Misfortune with 30. That kind of explains it right there. I mean, that bot lane completely lost Jatt, Joe, we're talking about the entire time. There's no way they can come back from that. Even if they send Jarvan down there, it's going to turn into a triple kill for Frost. And the top lane, Panky, you were mentioning that earlier. We did see the same matchup before. We saw it yesterday, and we saw that actually Kha'Zix was winning the lane completely. However, once that giant belt hit, Joe was mentioning, that's when it completely shifted. However, we didn't get to that.
Yeah, it was just behind. I mean, 11-minute mark again, you mentioned it. Urgot is on 94 CS, Misfortune's on 36. Olaf's on 92 CS. sOAZ doing a little bit better on 68, but he's still that little way behind. He's starting to get some items out now. He's got a tier, he's starting to build that brutalizer, but there's giants built on Olaf, and Olaf just kept going, and he getting more health. And we joke about it, we mentioned it a couple of times before, but the Korean showed it. Warmogs. There was 3 of them by 12-minute mark, just Warmogs and Warmogs and Warmogs. And as we mentioned, Urgot, because he snowballed that bottom lane, because he got so rich, he saved up and he didn't go back till about 3,600 gold, and he just outright bought a Warmogs. And then
why not? Why
never
not?
died. just didn't die from that point. It's a really good item. It's incredibly cost efficient right now. Great stats for how much it costs. Arguably does need a couple of changes here and there, but while it's in the game, you got to use it. And
yeah, you always play the overpowered stuff.
Yeah, Alex, we just play broken heroes. But it works. They played this to perfection, as Jatt said. Very little mistakes. There were a couple. There always will be a couple. No one's perfect, but the mistakes they made didn't lose them the game. They were too far ahead at that point. It's a shame FNATIC couldn't put up a stronger fight, but it does set us up for an incredible next match between FNATIC and SK.
Yep, and actually, because AZUBU Frost won this game, because they won this game, the decider of who actually moving along with them would be the winner of SK and FNATIC. So AZUBU Frost will be playing against Gambit Gaming tomorrow, and then the winner of this next match we're going to have is going to be playing against AZUBU Blaze. I mean, who do you really want to go up against? I mean, Gambit obviously had a slow start yesterday, but they're still a really good team deep down inside.
Kinda want it to be FNATIC, just so we have a rematch of that IPL 5. They played there, FNATIC won. Blaze are going to try and get their own back. If FNATIC come out second in the group, that's what's going to happen. But that being said, SK are looking very impressive now. We've said before, they're scrimming other teams. Everyone's saying they're really strong. Crepo, as we mentioned before, and other players on Twitter now agreeing that SK are strong enough to beat FNATIC right now. And I want to see it happen.
I love to see FNATIC going on, because they're like some of my favorite players, and also I love a rematch between Blaze and FNATIC.
Yeah, I bet you Blaze wants that revenge from that IPL 5 where FNATIC, I mean, just decimated all of these, all these Asian teams, I'll say, because it was Korean, it was Tepe Assassins. And hopefully we'll be, potentially going to see that. But, the next thing coming up, we've seen a lot of people tweeting at us that well, for instance, Crepo, you know, XCLG, he's saying that SK, with the way they've been playing, the way they've been training, they should be able to win this game.
If FNATIC is gonna go AP Israel again and sticking to the same tactic because they don't want to reveal anything, SK has a really good shot. If they play how they usually play, I would think FNATIC has the upper hand.
I'd like to see what FNATIC do against ocelote at the moment. Twice we've seen him today running teleport on two very, very different mid lane champions. He likes to have that mobility, it would seem. He likes to be able to get around the map, help his teammates out wherever they are, just with a quick ward placement and a CP. Can be quite tricky to handle if you're not expecting it. We saw, in fact, in this very game, RapidStar running teleport on Rise, and it did catch FNATIC out a couple of times down in that bottom lane from that. So if SK are doing the same thing and FNATIC can't lock down the teleport, they can't control ocelote, that can snowball the game straight out on its own. So it's not going to take much to tip the scales, but again, they still say they've been training a lot, they've got a couple of things up their sleeve, so I'd like to think teleport, it's been around for a while, teleport mid lane strategies are not new, so I'm hoping they'll be able to put up a good fight against that.
Well, Charu from yesterday, Meet Your Maker's perfect example of that. I mean, versus Blaze, ran that teleport on his Karthus, would come up behind the enemy team and just, with that home guard boots, would just catch them off guard. It can always work really well. However, the downside, you don't use it, it can always be like a wasted summoner spell. But you know, these teams, they have a good handle on it, and I'm sure we'll see hopefully an exciting match. But what I'm really curious about is where are the key players going to come from for these teams?
It's hard to say. For me, it's mainly interesting what xPeke is going to do, if he's going to stick to the Israel thing, and if they're going to give Kale to ocelote, because I think that's the best pick he can do right now. And yeah, in my opinion, it comes down to mid lane, first of all.
I think FNATIC's got to go down to, if they play April Israel again, they have to make sure that works again. If that doesn't, they're going to fall apart. Or more importantly, after this game, their bottom lane needs to perform a lot better in the next game if they stand any chance of sticking in it.
All right, well guys, that is it for us. We'll be back with the next match, but we're going to go ahead and go to the stage and give you another post-match interview.
Yes, thanks very much, guys. Here joining us on the stage now is MadLife support for AZUBU Frost. Congratulations, well played. You guys seem to be completely in tune with each other. What practice does it take to have that kind of team play?
정말 게임 잘하시고 지금 어떻게 연습하는지 연습 어떻게 하는지요? 하루 몇 시간 하고?
일단 저희 팀은 블레이즈 팀과 프로스트 팀 두 팀 체제로 항상 체계적인 연습 시간에 따라서 스크림을 항상 하고요. 그리고 효율적인 회의 같은 거를 통해서 서로 아는 정보를 공유하고 이런 정보를 또 스크림에서 대입하면서 그런 효과적인 방법으로 지금 연습하고 있습니다.
Well, because AZUBU Blaze and AZUBU Frost, they live together, and so they practice a lot against each other, and they are trying out always different spreads, and they talk about the game, what can the opponent play, and they try it out, and that's why they actually improve by time.
Okay, thank you. Looking back to that game against FNATIC, it seemed very easy for you guys. You seemed to win pretty much as you wanted to do, but you were playing a very big top team, but you made them look very, very average. How did you do that?
되게 쉽게 이겼잖아요. 그거 어떻게 생각하는지요?
일단 푸나틱 경기를 최근 경기를 먼저 다 보고 그리고 저희 감독님과 코치님과 함께 분석하면서 이번 경기를 어떻게 할까 그런 전략을 매우 준비해서 이렇게 경기를 펼치게 되는데 아마 그런 준비력 때문에 저희가 이번 경기를 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
Well, actually, they prepared for this game against FNATIC. Their coach and the two coaches, they actually were like observing FNATIC and checking what they are playing, how they play, and because of that kind of observing and like checking out the other team, I think that's one of the reasons why they won this game pretty easy.
Okay, looking forward to the next round because you're pretty much through the next round. Do you want to play AZUBU Blaze in the grand final, or do you want to play them in the semi-final?
아즈우부 블레이즈랑 결승전에서 만나고 싶어요? 아니면 4강에서 만나고 싶어요?
저희 블레이즈 팀은 4강이 아니라 결승에서 만나야 더 빛을 발하는 팀이라서 결승에서 만나고 싶어요.
Well, they want to meet AZUBU Blaze in the grand final, and yeah.
All right, well, best of luck, ladies and gentlemen. MadLife, support for AZUBU Frost. Thank you very much, guys. They're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back very shortly with more action from League of Legends. But first up, let's just take a little trip down memory lane. The Intel Extreme Masters, of course, is a series of tournaments all around the world. No more so than the fabulous Singapore.
Ladies and gentlemen, panie I panowie, we are back in Spodek, Katowice. It's Intel Extreme Masters! And we are going to do a quick raffle. Zrobimy teraz szybki quiz. Piotrek is already at the stage. He's going to ask you some questions. Zada wam parę pytań Piotrek, czy Tomku. Będziecie na nie odpowiadać. Oczywiście w ten sposób będzie można wygrać nagrody. And for you guys on the stream, we have raffles as well. You just have to go to Twitter account. It's #IEM or hashtag IEM or hashtag Riot Codes. You're gonna answer the very simple question: which team is your favorite and why? And that's it. And then you can participate in code giveaway. So we're gonna start right away. Zaczynamy od razu. Piotrze, jesteś gotowy?
Jak najbardziej, tak.
Jesteś
Dzięki
gotowy.
wielkie.
Dobrze, to ja ci oddaję głos w takim razie. Baw się dobrze.
Impreza nadal trwa, wszyscy dobrze się bawią. W tej chwili jest z nami dwóch kolegów. Jak macie na imię?
Krzysztof. Marcin.
Krzysztof i Marcin. Chłopaki, chciałem się was zapytać, jakie są wasze typy na kolejny mecz? Będzie grać FNATIC i SK Gaming. Kogo myślicie, że wygra?
Jak najbardziej jestem za SK Gaming.
SK. SK, czyli nie FNATIC. Takie są typy dla was, tak? No to miejmy nadzieję, że to się sprawdzi, że SK Gaming jednak wygra. No i chłopaki, mam dla was coś takiego. Mam kody na Susa i koszulkę dla ciebie, a dla ciebie smyczkę. Dzięki śliczne, tatku. Tatku. Dziękujemy ślicznie.
Okay, guys, we're gonna finish with a quick Mexican wave. Zakończymy jeszcze z falą meksykańską. Rączki do przodu. Jak zwykle jesteście już wyćwiczeni, więc powinniście wiedzieć. Ręce do przodu. Robimy. Pamiętajcie, ze mną i razem krzyczymy demacja. I na hasło demacja robicie falę. Demacja! No ślicznie. To co jeszcze raz? Rany boskie, tracę głos. Dobrze, teraz będziemy wprowadzali zespoły.
Crazy Mexican waves, absolutely crazy. I love this crowd. You guys, by the way, are amazing. It is one of the most phenomenal crowds you could ever imagine. Okay, it's time for the last League of Legends game of the day, and it's a big one, ladies and gentlemen. It is the deciding game. Who's going through to the semi-finals? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for FNATIC Raid Call!
I ostatnia gra, w której zwycięstwo będzie decydowało o wzięciu udziału w finale FNATIC Raid Call!
Okay, for the place in the semi-finals, FNATIC will play an arch enemy from many, many years. This is a storied rival like you've never seen before. Please welcome SK Gaming!
Ta rywalizacja trwa już od lat. Wielkie brawa dla SK Gaming!
Okay, we're just going to have a very, very quick word between these two. I don't want to hold them up too long because they do have a massive match in front of them. I just want to ask you, xPeke, FNATIC versus SK Gaming goes back many, many years. Are you aware of that storied rival?
Yeah, I'm aware. Even in League of Legends, we have been for like 2 years playing against each other already, so it's a long story.
Yeah, just in LoL, so, but furthermore, games over the years, 10 years maybe, I think. No, maybe 8 years or so between FNATIC and SK. Have you got anything to say to these guys?
To these guys? No, no. Not gonna be me. Just hope the best one wins and the match is good.
All right, well, good luck.
Okay, guys, do you feel ready and prepared?
We are ready and prepared.
Are you going to crush them?
I don't know the future, but whoever loses this is gonna be out. Whoever wins is gonna be in semifinals. I know we can handle the pressure. Let's see if they can.
Okay, you have something to say to your rivals?
Have fun.
Okay, thank you very much, guys.
That's as good as it gets. These two teams have massive respect for each other, but they are, of course, going head-to-head for a place in the semi-finals. FNATIC versus SK Gaming. Okay, now let's go back to our analyst desk. Take it away, Jason.
We saw it earlier with Ocelot, and we saw the crowd chanting like crazy, and I'm really hoping we see more of that a little bit. We saw people with the air balloons. I don't even know what they're called exactly. The ones that
horrible, noisy, clappy stick things.
None of us, whatever, I can't say it. But no, we actually had people spelling Ocelot out there. Maybe we'll see a bit more of that. But guys, this is a huge match. We have two powerhouse European organizations, FNATIC, SK, going head-to-head here. Winner moves on, losers out. Yeah, like I don't even need to say more than that. How excited are you guys?
I think it's the perfect match to end this Group B, because FNATIC SK is like one of the most exciting matchups since a very long time, and they're obviously huge rivals, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Who's taking their shoes off? I can't. Is it hyrqBot?
Some people enjoy playing without shoes.
GhostSuperPepper does it all the time, and I completely understand it. I'm just trying to figure out who it was. Yeah, it's hyrqBot. hyrqBot's playing without his shoes on. I mean, we've said it before. You want to. Okay, you're in LAN, you're in front of a massive crowd, but you want to relax. You want to be zoned, you want to be focused, you want to play as if you're at home in your living room or in your bedroom. Take your shoes off. If that's what makes you comfortable, do it.
I mean, I have my pants off currently right now, so...
That's why we sit behind our desk.
That's why exactly you can't see under our desk, guys. But yeah, so we have two matches played for them already. We had FNATIC just kind of get slaughtered by AZUBU FROST just previously. We had SK actually go head-to-head against Frost. Actually kept up with them pretty well. It was a lot closer than we saw with FNATIC.
Yeah.
And then we saw SK play against Absolute Legends. It was close first off again, but they pretty much just carried it through with their excellent team fight capability. You know, what kind of picks are we seeing? We saw Ocelot so far. He played Italy mid in the first game. He played KO mid the second time. We've seen.
See if you can read his bans off the sheet.
I don't even want to imagine what's written on that paper. We saw Jungle Shaco actually this last game from them. You know, what kind of things are we going to see from here?
I believe Kale is going to be Ocelot's first choice if he gets it. We had Shen, Backdoor picked every round. Same goes for Olaf, and yeah, the other bands are pretty bad picks. Are obvious like Evelyn, Blitzcrank, stuff like this.
What were you laughing at, Panky?
I'm giggling at the Curse or Die wristband there on Cyanide's wrist.
I want some wristbands.
I have a Curse or Die one. Do you want a Curse or Die?
I'll take that off you later.
So. I don't think we're going to see Shaco again from SK. Simple as that. I mean, they played against Absolute Legends. They were dubbed as the weakest team in the group. Unfortunately, that's kind of been what has happened. They were the weakest team in the group. SK kind of handed the early game to them. They threw away that first blood. They gave a great advantage to this Olaf, but still their experiences said the team had capability shone through. You do that to FNATIC and it's game over. They're not going to give that back to you. Shaco, he is a very strong, powerful early game champion, but if it goes wrong and if something screws up, he can go right back the other way and become completely useless very quickly. And against a team like FNATIC, you do not want to risk that. So there's no chance of seeing Shaco again, and if there is, SK are batshit insane.
To me, this is a game that we're going to see no one hold back. I mean, this is for pride. You know, yeah, you want to move on, but this is playing against one of your rivals for how many years has it been? And you want to win. And I think this is the one game where FNATIC will not hold back at all. I think we'll see that 100% to really take to SK, because, you know, SK is defending Season 3, well, not defending, but they're a Season 3 team, and you have FNATIC trying to qualify.
It's a pretty tough call, because FNATIC, they are cool guys, they are in the business since some time, and they won't give anything important away anyway. Like, rivalry doesn't mean too much to them. They're too long in this business.
All right. Well, we are in the picks and bans right now. We have two actually picked quite quickly. We have Malphite and Shed banned out. And remember, SK will be on the blue team. Yesterday, we were mentioning, I think you brought up that blue team won 5 of the 6 games, and the last one was actually Blaze beating Curse on the purple side.
Yeah, that was the only time Purple Side won yesterday. It's been a little bit different today, a bit more varied, but arguably there is still that slight advantage over there. And we're going to talk on the bans. Obviously, FNATIC against AZUBU FROST, they banned Shen, they banned Evelyn, and they banned their last two champions. But Evelyn taken away by SK this time, and that does leave them FNATIC open to ban that KO. So fine, okay, well, we had originally banned Platinum banned Evelyn. She is really strong still at the moment. That incredible roam power, strong lane power, the stealth, you just can't really see where she's coming from all the time. Unpredictability more than anything else, the paranoia aspect and the safety it gives your other lanes, but gives them a chance to get rid of KO, and ocelote played that phenomenally earlier on, so it doesn't surprise me one bit.
Also, you don't want to really give the opponent what worked for them previously. Shen worked great, K worked great, so why would you give it to them? It doesn't make sense.
First time we've seen an Amumu ban. He's been prevalent throughout the tournament. We've gone over and over again the amount of times the Asian teams like that Amumu Misfortune Comp, the AoE CC Comp, and even when they're doing it in Misfortune, he's still a very strong jungler with great control and great ganks once he hits that level 6. Not entirely surprised to see him banned. More surprised that it's taken this long, to be completely honest. But in doing that, once more, Olaf's been left open. SK are on the blue side. Surprise, surprise, they first pick him.
And look what they're coming back with here. It might be picking up this cast. You did see Kevin play against Frost earlier on his Olaf, if I remember correctly. Lost that early game, but came back when he got some help from hyrqBot.
It's not locked in yet, but as we mentioned before, obviously these players are going to switch through champions most of the time, then invariably pick their own. If anyone was to pick their own in this first round of picks, and they were taking Kha'Zix, it would be sOAZ. sOAZ would take himself Kha'Zix. Why is he not taking himself Kha'Zix? If it gets locked in on Cyanide, it either is staying in the jungle, or it's going to get swapped to Peke, and it will go in the mid lane soon. Now, we saw in the last game, we saw in the previous games, Kha'Zix doesn't do very well against Olaf in the early levels. He has to wait, get a couple of levels up, get that CS as best he can with his Void Spikes and poke back for a while. Olaf just too strong against him. So if they're picking that and trying to dupe SK into thinking, you'll go in the top lane, think, oh, Kevin's going to be fine up there, whatever, just leave it at that, and then put it somewhere else, could catch him by surprise, but I think SK is seasoned enough to see that coming.
All right, well, we do have actually Katie locked in for sOAZ, like you're just saying, kind of a little bit odd, so we might actually see that jump for Kha'Zix. And now, well, at least was being sad. I was kind of happy there. We might see the second Ashe of the tournament. CitizenWayne, what do you think?
Ashe is supposed to be a really good pick against Caitlyn because of the range, the slow, and the ult. It would be a good counter, but what Caitlyn does is basically fast pushing, and she works extremely well in lane swaps. So Caitlyn kind of usually indicates that the opponent might want to pick Lulu or Nunu and just like fast push towers.
I like the Elise pick too. We saw her a lot yesterday, as we mentioned, with her, Kha'Zix and Olaf were seen in every game, whether it be in a pick or a ban form, they were in every single match. We did see her picked a couple of times earlier on, as we mentioned, but now we've got her here. It's the first time today we've seen her. SK picked her up. She can jungle if that's possible, if they want to. She could go mid, but then they'd argue, why didn't ocelote pick it? Well, she could go mid, she could go top. They could be swapping that with Kevin, and Olaf could be in the jungle. The Ezreal pick's an interesting one in the sense that they obviously want to take that away from Peke. Didn't feel it was ban-worthy, and rightly so. I mean, well, okay, he's been playing in mid, he's been playing in big gimmicky, catching people by surprise, but just take it. He's still a very strong, very viable AD carry, so take it and put it in your own bottom lane, takes it away from Peke, gives you a good champion to put in that bottom lane, a safe champion, that still has decent damage output, and removes that.
Well, look what we got picked up here. I mean, Rammus, first time we're going to see him this tournament, and then Zyra again.
Rammus is very surprising. Zyra is still a strong support, but Rammus is literally never picked.
Why is that?
Why is that? Well, he has a single target taunt, and his damage isn't extremely high, and there are a couple of reasons. Like, he used to be extremely good, but now in this tanky bruiser thing, he doesn't get picked anymore.
Cyanide has been playing a lot of jungle Rammus, something I've noticed recently. He wasn't exactly hiding it either. It would be scrims, it would be solo queue and stuff. It's something that a lot of people seem to do. He do it on stream a lot too. So it's not keeping that a secret. SK, I wouldn't say expected it, but they're probably not going to be surprised to see him of all people pick it.
If you actually show something like this, you kind of indicate you don't want to bring it to tournament play. It's kind of counter logic in this way.
Yeah, and I like Nyph's immediate lock-in after this. Like, okay, so you got Rammus? Well, I'm going to see him come powerballing straight towards us. I'm just going to push my ultimate, push you straight away again. And once that powerball's run out, Rammus is a little bit stuck for quite a while and can't come back in and engage. So that's a fairly large part of FNATIC's lineup taken out of the picture. But with their last pick, they picked up that Cyanide, who is a big champion in ocelote's roster. But this time, Peke is going to run it up against him, and ocelote looks like he's the one that's taking Elise.
Yeah, well, I know xPeke has actually been playing him quite a bit too. When I was, researching him a little bit,
actually,
been enjoying
is
him.
really famous for Kassadin.
Yeah.
Yep. And we do have. Oh, go ahead.
Sticking on teleport, 2 visions in 1. I mean, he is a really strong assassin, and we have seen there is the possibility of obviously Kassadin 1v1 killing people in lane, but without an ignite, it's much less common. And as we said with ocelote, they both know their champion very, very well. It'd be very surprising to see him get caught off guard by that Kassadin. So taking that teleport allows him to not only just roam around the map, normally binkling over walls and walking into different places, teleporting to slightly hidden wards. He's still got very strong gank with that silence, with that slow, and a massive burst of damage output in a bottom lane that's already going to be very strong for FNATIC because of that range, that poke, that harass. SK are going to have to be careful keeping an eye on what goes on down there.
All right, well, we are going to be into the loading screens, but looking at purely composition-based, who do you have to win this game?
I'd again like to say FNATIC. I think they are more creative with the choices, and SK, if everything goes normal, they will probably have the upper hand, but I really hope FNATIC can pull something.
But, FNATIC has less skins than SK, and we know how important that is. Panky, who do you have?
I'm going to give it to SK. They have that Olaf, which has been ridiculously strong. They have Jungle Cho'Gath, and they have Elise. That's 2 very overpowered champions.
All right, well, everyone here, everyone at home, get pumped. This is your final game of the day, FNATIC versus SK. We're going to send you over to Joe Miller and Deman.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is the BBC. That's the BBC football. Just checking the football results, ladies. But here it is on your screens. It is League of Legends, and of course, it is FNATIC versus SK, El Clasico of esports. As ReDeYe mentioned,
that's why we're on the BBC website.
These teams have met each other many times across many games. It is absolutely a proper classic game. As it stands, though, you can see Kevin on Olaf, sat ready and waiting, Joe. I don't think we're going to see any level 1 fights between these 2 teams, but we do have some interesting team comps. I'm interested to see how ocelote is going to do on Elise. He's breaking that one out. Of course, SK Gaming, they are already in Season 3. They can break out what the heck they like. They don't have to worry. FNATIC are certainly the team that has to worry, but Peke on Kassadin, great counter.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one to watch. I'm not sure which way I kind of favor this one. I mean, SK, they lost their first game. My mouse sensitivity is really high. I'm going to have to watch out for that. They lost their first game, which obviously is not the best start that you want to a tournament, but they won their last one, which for me is somehow a better way to come into a final game, winning the game previous to that one. It gives you that momentum boost. Whether that turns out to be true or not, we're going to find out in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, so hyrqBot starting out at race. He's going to go on, picked up the red, of course. So blue buff. Is he going to go, is hyrqBot going to full on take it? Are they going to, I'm just trying to see what they're, I think, oh, there's a full invade. No, yeah, they backed out already. Making sure they didn't get caught in that one, but Kha'Zix has gone towards the blue, so he's going to take the blue himself, sOAZ. So they're going to steal both blue buffs away. This is exactly what SK had against them, against absolute legends. They managed to steal in there. hyrqBot has come in though. He'll have a job at keeping that one away because he's going to have Smite available. The rest of the team are going to come and help him out. And they should steal it away. Just keeping my eye to see where Rammus is going to spin off to. Oh, and sOAZ is in trouble here. The exhaust goes down. hyrqBot suddenly turns his attention towards him. sOAZ is going to flash through. Will manage to escape there. He's going to come back around. hyrqBot picks up the blue.
Yeah, crazy little start to that one. sOAZ going very, very low, but not dead. I think that's the really important part of that equation there. But that's a much needed buff as well.
He's still there.
For that Cho'Gath. Yeah, he is still hanging there. I'm not sure that's something that he wants to keep doing. Nyph is up there with him as well. He's trying to get these wolves down with him as he goes. But hyrqBot will have those away as well. And sOAZ eventually will, in fact, recall.
That is going to hurt him massively. He's only got 1 CS. He's still not gone back because he doesn't want to, because he's just chugging that potion down. But he's going to be so troubled in that 2v1 lane now on that bottom lane. The fact that he's used his flash already, I expect to see hyrqBot possibly paying him a visit very soon. As soon as they hit level 3 maybe, just to come straight around and see if they can get that gank on the turret.
Top lane, obviously, not easy to go up, even with that Olaf who's got the undertow, but Now he's going to be backing away here. Got one level in his Q, one in his E up until now, but he's going to go back, take himself those walls. But we saw that Yellowstar nRated combo for FNATIC in their first game of today against Absolute Legend was a big key in their victory.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of a CS difference in the mid lane. We are going to see Cyanide spinning straight in towards ocelote. He switches into Foreman and he's just going to flash it away. So another flash burnt there. So flashes across the map starting to be used up. Expect to see Cyanide repaying a visit to ocelote in a moment. Immediately he gets that null void onto him, and Cyanide is thinking of returning straight away, but no, it's going to keep him away. Kazik suddenly has just got a big burst of CS, so he must have just cleaned out an entire wave right by the turret there. They didn't really use it. You can see they're trying to freeze the lane out, trying to keep him completely out. Nyph being the blocker at the front, trying to keep him away from the experience, just using them void spikes to pick up as much CS as he can.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, Olaf's not having much of a better time either there. Kevin comes back into lane, down to half HP already, so the jungler's going to have to get involved at some point. Whether that'll mean three-man ganks through the tri-bush or not remains to be seen on that one. Rammus actually on the top side. Cho'Gath actually coming here in towards xPeke in that middle area. And xPeke is going down. He's going to get knocked up here. But will he have the damage to finish off a kill? hyrqBot going to go in there, decides against it.
ocelote just wasn't there ready to react, and instead he just chose farm, and hyrqBot really initiated very well there, completely caught him off guard. He was already, you could tell he was in the shop or something because he just didn't even react to it. Just immediately got caught out there, but so hyrqBot instead takes a giant wave and says, thank you very much, lane tax.
Cyanide coming over here as well to cover that middle. His blue buff has just run out, still got that red buff on him though. Now let's have a look quickly down the CS, compare the equal roles. The AD carries there 38 to 32 in favor of Ezreal. So obviously CandyPanda could actually end up taking away this turret here, and he is in fact going to do that. This is going to be turret number 1 of this game eventually when they get that final hit. There we go, taken down, and they will most probably be moving over now into this top lane. Actually, we are going to see that Howling Gale knocks sOAZ up. Are they going to keep going? Yes, they will. Exhaust goes down. Cyanide coming in. Here comes the teleport as well. They need to be very careful. Cassidy's only level 5 though, doesn't have that Rift Walk available to get in and finish.
Very nicely done there. Cleanse straight off. Cyanide, as soon as he taunted it, got the cleanse off. sOAZ tried his best to bait it, but teleport used, cleanse used, a bunch of skills. He did very well to avoid that ball hitting the minions, by the way. I was expecting him to slam straight into them, but instead he held off well. But that bottom turret went very, very quickly for SK Gaming. They're just going to switch up to the top lane now. You can already see CandyPanda making his way up here against this duo pairing of Yellowstar and nRated. So it's going to be a strange situation for Nyph as the support player up against his old AD carry. But Kevin just holding onto that turret. They're going to go a little bit aggressive on towards Kevin. They're taking him very low here, but immediately CandyPanda comes back in just time, to pick up that giant big siege minion, which gives him that chunk of gold. ocelote, meanwhile, in this mid lane, continuing to farm out, and out-farming Peke by quite a little bit. 10 CS advantage so far.
Yeah, 10 CS, but he's got that level advantage as well. Already up at level 6 with his ultimate available. Cyanide just headed home. Obviously no dragon attempt as of yet, but the wards have started already to go down onto that area. And the AD carrying support just going to be backing off here for SK. Actually, nRated has completely gone home, and it looks like they're actually going to be switching out once again. Kha'Zix is down in this bottom lane, and hyrqBot is actually waiting in for him here. This could be very dangerous for sOAZ. They know that he's inside of that bush, but the question is, can they finish him off here? Yes, sOAZ is going to get silenced up. It's taken him a year to react to that one as well. He is going to get ignited. This is first blood, goes to Cho'Gath, and he was not paying attention there, Deman.
He was definitely not paying attention, very much caught out there. And sOAZ, not really in the game at the moment, was bullied out early on, of course, and he just seems to have not recovered since that very first level 1 blue fight that he had. ocelote, meanwhile, in this mid lane, farming out very nicely. Peke is going to come across and pick up that blue buff and stroll back. So is that going to help him out in that mid lane? He needs something to turn it around because all the lanes really are favouring SK Gaming so far.
Yeah, doing a really great job in terms of the farm. Obviously, they've got that turret down as well. And to be honest, CandyPanda and Nyph here are going to be putting a lot of pressure onto this top turret. I'm not sure that Yellowstar's going to be able to hold them right off from that one. Kha'Zix actually coming in there as well. So as he's going to be changing up which lane he goes for.
That's
Wow.
I mean, that's interesting. They've basically said, okay, sOAZ, you're pretty screwed, and we're just going to let you suffer, because they're putting him back up against that 2v1 lane that have already just beaten him down so badly and then took its turret. And yet they're just saying, we're going to switch back to it, we're going to send our duo lane bot.
Yeah, but it looks like Olaf at least going to be coming up to this top lane now, so that might be a little bit of
they're going mid.
respite for him. Yep, they are coming mid. Very interesting decisions here from SK. Obviously want to be pushing these towers down, and I suppose if one of them's going to be a target, that middle outer turret's the best.
Yeah, they're going to give CandyPanda the red buff as well, so he's going to be coming in towards that mid lane at the moment to see
if he hits his Q.
If he does hit his Q, there we do. Does manage to clean that one out. The duo lane now in the bottom. You can see they're going to catch up a bunch of CS though, because they've got like 2 giant creep waves coming straight in. Oh, they're going to go on towards Peke. Can they catch him out? The Rupture does manage to keep him there. Ocelot gets, oh, beautiful. Cyanide came in to try and defend it, and he went headlong straight into the web.
Took one for the team, I think, is what happened there, but I'm not sure that he actually meant to go that far in as Ocelot here. Trying to get rooted up, but that's not going to mean anything. SK with 4 men sieging this outer middle turret, just as we thought would end up happening. The Rupture doesn't quite do the, get the knock up there onto Zyra, and here comes the ultimate out of Zyra. Nyph knocked in the air, tower hit's going to come in. Peke will actually pick up the kill there as Rift walks in to finish off. And that will leave us at 2 for 1 in favor of SK. They've got a 1,700 gold lead, and we're approaching 10 minutes.
They had to respond to that one, and they did, because they're in danger of losing that middle turret. Kevin putting pressure on towards sOAZ on this top lane as well. He's gone and got that giant spot. We just saw Shy doing the exact same thing. It's how the Koreans do it. Don't even bother with boots for quite a while now. The boots seem to be a second thought further in this game, and they've gone straight for that big health item, stacking it up, getting that Warmogs as soon as possible. I guess we were taking notes in that last game. We do see down the bottom, it is CandyPanda picking up the golems. He's going to keep out Yellowstar in a moment. Yellowstar's going to push in towards that turret, so keeping their farm going between the two. You can see Yellowstar did pick up that 2 giant waves of minions, and obviously he's pushed advantage in terms of CS. Has gone straight for the BF sword along with the boots rather than anything else in there. Different choice path for CandyPanda. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, hyrqBot clearing things out. Things settling down in the lane phase after a little bit of a chop and change.
Yeah, after those crazy moves around, now just getting into a bit more of a farming pattern. See that sOAZ, you know, he's got the tier and the boots in there, but Kevin is very tanky. He needs to be careful that he doesn't just switch onto him, because those reckless swings will take probably just under a quarter of sOAZ's health away with each one. Especially if you can manage to land the axe in combo with it. CS up there 62 to 60, middle lane 77-65. Ocelot still doing a fantastic job with Elise of holding the lead there. The AD carries slight lead for Ezreal, but that's also not a huge one at good 5 CS, 6 CS.
And so sOAZ is going to go back. I guess he wants to build up towards probably that brutalizer early on maybe, as soon as possible, but like you said, he is hurting. Ocelot farming out still in that mid lane, keeping the advantages going. Peke's going to start getting much more maneuverable now. He's going to start feeling a little bit more confident, but the question is there's no real lanes that he can go to just to pick up the kills. And Cyanide's having the same problem at the moment, because top lane, they're kind of just leaving B. He has caught up with the farm a little bit there. sOAZ didn't go back actually, he stayed where he was. It's really about these 2 duo lanes. We do see nRated with Nyph, manages to catch a great route onto him, but nobody can follow that up. We do have crazy pings coming down, because yes, they are aware that hyrqBot was sat in that bush, and really we haven't seen a great deal of Cho'Gath, you know, this tournament, considering the last North American tournament, pretty much a standard. I think he was the 2nd or 3rd highest picked and banned champion within the whole tournament. Very much always in there. Seems to be working very well for SK at the moment. SK definitely with that advantage. 2,000 gold advantage, turret up, of course, and looking like they may well be able to push the 2nd turret in a moment.
SK now switching around towards this middle lane. They're going to have 4 men there. Let's see what FNATIC can do to stop this one happening. Ocelot, Nyph, and hyrqBot all around there as well. But 4 men also from FNATIC. But look at the tower. It's basically 2 hits coming out of Caitlyn for that one. Out of Ezreal, sorry. As on the right next to sOAZ here. The knockup is actually going to catch him just in time. sOAZ is not escaping this one. Or is he escaping this one? Ultimate. Wow, what a dodge from sOAZ. And he, again, somehow gets away with No health, ridiculous.
He did exactly the same against AZUBU FROST. And remember, they came in and got the 2 kills. Certainly knows how to escape with that champion. He used to use just about everything he had in his bag, but it also meant he got caught out. And it was a split second from heading back as well. Like you mentioned, they only need to get 1 shot onto this turret, really. CandyPanda just 2 shots. I feel this is probably going to be the middle turret going down here. They're going to try and wipe the waves out, but CandyPanda's going to go in. Oh, we just got 1 on there. The Howling Gale whistles through. But sOAZ is going to have to return because Kevin, again, is pushing it. Dragon is available. We're coming up to 14 minutes. Nobody's really made any attempt to go for it just yet.
Yeah, blue buff is being given over to xPeke. Ocelot going to be taking the blue over on his side as well. And yeah, I'm quite surprised that we've not seen this dragon being contested out of yet. And that's really just most probably about the situation that we're in this game. It's the final one of the group. The winner will go through into tomorrow's semi-finals. Loser will be knocked out of the tournament. So it's really all on the line on this one.
Interesting to see sOAZ go boots mobility there. Definitely a strange choice. He's obviously expecting to be split pushing a lot here and trying to help out as much as possible. He realizes he needs to get his farm going. Not certainly a standard build you tend to see on a Kha'Zix. Tends to be all damage, everything up front. Instead, he's going to farm out, try and get that brutalizer completed. Peke pushing the bottom creep wave. That's going to get shut off by CandyPanda heading down there. And there is the middle turret. Finally gone down to minions, which means it is 2-0 in terms of turret. SK Gaming looking strong here. And you know, many people said beforehand they have been very strong in their scrims, etc. But you know, FNATIC have been sat for a week training here in Poland, in Warsaw. They're going to go directly back to Warsaw after this tournament, straight back to the apartment that they've been using to keep everyone training as hard as they can for that season through EU regionals just coming up next weekend. But as it stands, SK Gaming seem to have their number in the early game.
Cho'Gath down on this bottom side. I'm wondering if they'll finally end up going towards Baron from this one. Nyph just going to ward over. Yeah, Dragon, sorry.
They could go
a bit
Baron.
early for Baron. He has
It's
four,
just
technically. But yeah, more likely to be a Dragon, I'd say. At this point, we've not seen one done as of yet. But again, SK not feeling like they're in a comfortable enough position to think about doing that one. There is a pink ward down from SK's side of things, so they know what the vision's looking like on their side. I think it's just a case of getting them all together in the right place to do it.
Yeah, here comes Kevin. He's heading down the river, so it's going to be a Dragon setup for SK Gaming here. They're just going to ward it out and maybe see if they can force their first big team fight of the game. And you can immediately spot FNATIC reacting to this one. That's why sOAZ has got their boots of mobility. He's going to be motoring on down there. Ocelot turns up towards nRated, forces him back. Kevin comes in, and it's just the combo straight across there, catching him out, and that's going to force FNATIC away. They can't really fight for this one, but it doesn't matter. The Dragon already going to go down. There it is, CandyPanda and co helping to pick that one up. A feast and a smite. Ocelot gets caught out. Kevin is pursuing this one. I'm not too sure he wants to go too deep. The rest of his team are just going to back away.
Yeah, and they're actually going to chase down here and towards Ezreal, who does get away, so no real problems for him. And that was a nice bit of play. Obviously taking the 1 kill, taking the Dragon. Mission accomplished from SK's side of things. They're probably going to have a decent amount of money yet. 3 of them over 1,000 gold to spend on their next trip back. Let's have a look down the items then. Between the 2 AD carries, BF Sword, Berserker Greaves, Vamp Scepter and Doran's Blade for Ezreal. And Caitlyn has got that Bloodthirst to finish dagger and the tier 1 boots. For the mid lane, the Haunted guys at Amptome, Merc Treads for Ocelot and Elise, and the Catalyst and Tier for xPeke. And then this top lane we talked about before, the boots of mobility tier, moving up towards that brutalizer as well, is Kha'Zix, and that Warmogs is finished now for Olaf.
Another giant spell being picked up this time by hyrqBot. So I guess he's either going to go Sunfire or Warmogs early on. True Shot Barrage zipping along the bottom lane, so they're clearing out and shoving that lane. The Yellowstar's going to clear out as much as he can. Got his Bloodthirst to complete, as does CandyPanda. This time it looks like he's going to go... Yeah, it's going to go Last Whisper straight afterwards. And Jatt mentioned this one in the last game. There is no armor on the opposition team yet. He's going for that. Going very early for the Last Whisper. We'll see whether he does manage to build straight into that. I guess he will. Why not? It does give you AD as well. We do see the top lane. Nyph just going out, checking out. I think he's going to start warding out the Tribush there. He's got to be careful he doesn't get singled out by sOAZ, who's just gone back to buy. Completes. No, he didn't complete the Brutalizer. He just went for a BF Sword.
Yeah, interesting. Not getting the two longswords in there. Pure damage up until now. But this top turret may be in a little bit of danger. 3 from FNATIC are starting to respond. Ramesses is going to roll himself around here. And let's see if they can catch anyone out. sOAZ is going to jump in there, but FNATIC not going for that one completely. As he's pinged down to the bottom because Ezreal on his own here is farming and at the same time pushing this bottom lane right out. He might have a good bit of time to put damage down onto this inner turret on the bottom lane. It's still full health, but that will change you very soon. Ocelote's there as well.
Yeah, it's SK. They pinged it and they said, look, they've got 4 members they've sent up here. Just keep pushing that bot lane. You see Ocelote, like you mentioned, he's waiting and ready and waiting for sOAZ. He's going to come around the backside of sOAZ. Going to try and get the web in there. Has to use his ultimate teleport coming in. You can see it's going to be Peke. Peke's going to dive in. Does manage to land the slow, but they do avoid the damage. Ocelote going up and repelling up there. Very nicely done, avoiding it. Now hyrqBot's going to be sat ready waiting. They're setting themselves a trap up here, but they are going to back away. It was a 3v3, but neither team really fancied it.
Yeah, not really fancying it there. Blue buff is available, and FNATIC may just try and contest this one yet. Wise choice from SK. They've got that ward down in the bush, decide not to go in for it. Actually, yeah, we are going to see the spider come across. Not quite got the damage. Blue buff going to be picked up there by xPeke.
Tried to force them to smite it so they don't give it away to the enemy, but instead Peke did manage to pick that up with a nice wave. And looking back towards the top, you can see Kevin is keeping 2 of them busy at the moment up there, and a pause has been called out. So nRated, Yellowstar, they're being kept tied up there. And how do we look across the board? For SK Gaming with the advantage. FNATIC have caused the pause by the looks of it, judging by all of them. Although I'm looking across, it's actually... No, I think it's right. Yeah, I think Peke's called a pause, and just looking across to the stage, you can see them on your screens as well. And they are going to get back underway. Obviously just a audio issue. They were just adjusting themselves or whatever, something with the peripherals. Of course, that's the things with these gamers. They do bring all their own mouses and keyboards, etc. A lot of things getting plugged into computers that sometimes just don't like them.
And SK here pushing with all 5 men up towards this top turret. FNATIC know that they have to react to this one. They can't just stay there with 5 versus 3. That won't work out for them. CandyPanda taking a big hit there. And FNATIC managing to hold them back, at least for now. They do have that pink ward down in this brush, so they're going to have vision of sOAZ and also be able to take any wards that are put down after that by FNATIC. There's another bit of damage coming out onto CandyPanda, but can they siege this one down?
Well, that's the question. You can see sOAZ keeps popping around, putting his voice box, trying to do as much as he can towards them, but that turret is going to take yet more damage. This time they're going to try and engage. You can see Cyanide trying to get in there, maybe trying to pull the taunt out, but whoa, burst of damage onto Cyanide. Now stripped half his health off there. Don't think he was quite expecting that to happen. He hasn't really built tanky yet. That's going to be True Shot Barrage. Whoa, that just did a lot of damage to nRated. That's whittled him down. Kevin's coming around the side here towards sOAZ. He's pinned him out. sOAZ has to jump away. The rest of the team going to push up on towards the turret. They're coming around here. They want to get a piece of Yellowstar, and they're going to get a chunk of Yellowstar. Ocelote comes in, takes down his ex-teammate. That might well have felt good for Ocelote there, although he won't say it publicly. The Howling Gale comes across the feast on towards Cyanide. Now Kevin comes around. CandyPanda picks up a kill on Peke. sOAZ having to use his ultimate, trying to avoid the damage. Tries to go invisible. Can he juke this one out? I don't think he can. Oh, he has managed to leap away. Can he juke any further? He's got to get past the turret. He's going to take 2 hits from that turret. He realizes it. Comes around. Gets back onto Ocelote. But it's going to be hyrqBot that shuts him down. Pulled something from nothing there.
Yeah, it was most likely a death coming out, so why not go for that one? Yeah, he's used his flash to actually do it, but nonetheless gets it. As Kevin here gonna get rooted. Cyanide is just chilling in the bush there up on the top side. And it looks like they're going to be taking themselves a red buff away for this one. So good play again from SK. Very systematic, Deman.
Very, very systematic. 6-2 though the kills, and well, 6,000 gold advantage as well. 3-0 in turrets. Big advantages being gained by SK Gaming here. True Shot Barrage shot off to the giant wave down the bottom that's working it down, cleans that out. He's got a lot of damage now. The Andrew's just being picked up by Ocelote along with that Giant Spell. A second Giant Spell bought by hyrqBot, and why not? You know, instead of completing the Sunfire Cape, just buy another Giant Spell.
1, 2, 3, 4 that they have in their team right now. And, well, Dragon's going down. FNATIC having this one as a freebie, to be honest with you. Which, you know, they are behind in that goal. It's 3-0 in turret, 6-2 in kills. but those dragons really, really help to bring them back into it. But, as we've said, item-wise, they are behind in this game, so team fights are not something that they're going to be looking for.
They're a long way behind, and you know, as soon as their belts all get turned into items, it's going to be a problem for FNATIC. FNATIC are definitely fighting a losing battle at the moment. Ward's going on towards Baron by Kevin, and he's going to work his way back in towards that top lane. sOAZ has been chasing this game. You know, that one kill, that may well have helped him a little bit. He'd have got a bit of decent bonus kill gold there, because as it was, Ocelot was 3-0-2 at the time, so he did manage to get a good chunk of gold for that one. We do see CandyPanda returning back to bottom lane as well. In fact, no, the call has come out, so the team call, they obviously want to push in the mid lane here, Joe.
Yep, certainly looks that way. Kevin's causing a bit of a distraction up top. In fact, have a look at Cyanide. He's spinning up currently, but not going to push. That's a big root catching onto hyrqBot there. But again, they're not able to push this one down. But we will see Kevin continuously pushing that one. There's no teleports on this SK side, so nothing to worry about on that front for FNATIC in terms of the split pushes coming out. However, SK again are forcing the issue onto this inner turret in the middle.
Oh, they're going to try and catch out sOAZ here above. You can see Kevin going in towards him, but he will just manage to avoid the damage and run away from there. Meanwhile, xPeke getting a little aggressive. Rupture comes in, catches Cyanide. Cyanide's still nowhere near tanky enough. Got home guard boots now, but still not really any armor or health other than that Ruby Crystal, which is really put him a long way back in terms of, I mean, just compare the two junglers. hyrqBot is way ahead.
Yeah, look at the items there. I mean, the 202 is definitely helping out, but the CS is massive as well. And as you said, Cyanide is just not tanky enough at this point. He just can't go like this. Actually, he's going to get the taunt down to Kevin. This is going to be a fight. Cyanide already going low. Can they finish you off? Not quite. Zyra ulti will land on nothing there. And that's not what nRated had planned, but FNATIC, I guess most importantly, didn't lose a man. However, they may end up losing a turret here because there's a big wave of minions pushing onto this lower inner turret. SK are stealing away their blue buff currently, and they got to head straight down onto this bottom lane to take it.
sOAZ trying to cause as much distraction as he can while they're pushing this bottom lane, but it's not working. SK were focused on taking out that inner turret. It's the first inner turret of the game, making it 4-0 now in turrets. They still have that 6k gold advantage. It has actually closed a little bit. Only just by 200 gold though, but every little helps here. sOAZ now going to try and pressure. They realise that SK have backed away. They want to try and take this middle turret quickly.
Yep, they're going to stay and put the pressure onto this one. All 5 members are there. And to be honest, they should have it as well. There's no one really to stop doing that. Yeah, shift being picked up here as well by Caitlyn, along with that bloodthirst obviously from earlier on. As they have a look towards the enemy blue buff. Nothing really there for the taking.
They've just been, SK Gaming have just said, look, they're going to go for this top lane. We're going to shove straight quickly up the middle as fast as we can. It's actually, this is how the Marn base race began. But I don't think FNATIC are going to fall for this one. Instead, they are not going to get to their turret in time. They're going to have to go around the backside of it. They do not want to come straight across in front of SK. And Kevin is going to try and tank this one out here. But FNATIC have gone around. Oh, and nRated just got popped straight away though. Here we come Cyanide. Home guard boots comes in, tries to get the taunt, but immediately gets the true shot barrage across Yellowstar. Yellowstar caught out, the Rupture comes in, does manage to catch on towards Cyanide. Damage on towards xPeke now from CandyPanda. And SK definitely won out that trade, but really the only kill that came was nRated right at the start of it.
Yeah, but he went down so quickly as well. They had no chance to escape that one whatsoever. And now this turret is going to be open to them. Minions are there, they're going to be tanking the damage, and that is the second inner turret of this game for SK. We talked about how they're systematically doing this one, and it's not rocket science what they're doing either. 5 men into the lane that's pushed and having the brute force to just take the turret with them.
So items starting to get popped out. We do see a last whisper actually picked up by sOAZ, so he hasn't gone the brutalizer pass, instead changed it around a little bit. Definitely an interesting choice from him. Static shift being picked up by Yellowstar. Intrigued to see why he changed that build around. Meanwhile, Yellowstar on the bottom, it's sOAZ. He's collapsing on towards CandyPanda. He should finish this one off, and he will. Manages to get him caught out, and that's really a big win for sOAZ. He's going to take down that AD carry. Can they take any options from this one? Can they push on towards the turret? Doesn't look like they're going to. They're not choosing to take it. A strange choice, nevertheless, but I guess he went straight back, and there's another sword. I guess now he's going to go for the brutalizer.
Finally. that turret left with around about half HP, but only that one single turret being taken down up till now. That's obviously the middle out turret that was taken earlier on. Nyph does have an Oracle as well, so kind of suggests to me that they're getting ready to do a Baron, or at least thinking about that. With 27, 28 minutes in there, I still think a little bit earlier on their items were a lot more superior.
Superior indeed, hyrqBot, full stacked. Hasn't been touched in a fight here as yet. 2-0-2. 3-1-3 for Ocelot as well, and here's Kevin in that top lane, 1-0-3. 185 CS, and he's actually fell behind sOAZ. Despite the fact sOAZ was so pinned, he can be such a strong wave clearer. Now he's got the damage, he can just clear the wave straight away with one blast of those void spikes. Okay, coming into top lane, sort of testing the waters against Kevin, I feel here. He's going to keep wave clear as quickly as possible. As in the middle, Ocelot's going to get pounced on. Ocelot is getting jumped on there, and it's going to repel straight away. sOAZ went leaping in for him now, along with nRated, but they couldn't catch him.
Dragons up. Let's see what we can do about this one. Cyanide going to kick it off. The rest of the team going to come around. Obviously, FNATIC did take that last one. SK, I think, not got an idea on the timer, to be honest with you. They've not really got any wards around there either, so they'll have not seen directly that FNATIC were going to do that, which, you know, that could have been, if they had that one single ward in to see that that was happening, that could have been their chance to get themselves a Baron there. And then, however, it doesn't happen, and that's a little bit more gold back, 36 to 40.7 thousand gold. So it's not that far off from FNATIC, and the longer this one goes on, the more chance they're going to have to come back into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were so focused. Nyph's got the Oracle, so he was clearing out the Baron bit, and they were focused on defending him. Obviously not realising they didn't know the timers, like you mentioned, so they didn't cover it off. That would have given them a good signal at this moment. There's 4 teams. Oh, they're going to try and pincer off sOAZ here. sOAZ is going to go in towards the turret. He's on to Kevin. The Rupture's going to come through and immediately gets away, gets the attack speed bonus with that ulti. sOAZ is starting to cause problems though. You can see the damage that he put down on Kevin there, and that's Kevin with a Warmox and a Giant Spell stacked in there for a Sunfire Cape coming up shortly.
And I wonder if FNATIC are going to be thinking that they could tip the balance of this game if they end up going for a fight now, especially if nRated, if they fight around this area. This is a perfect position for nRated to get those roots down and then afterwards get his ultimate across everyone. We'll have to see. Looks like SK very much content with taking down the third and final remaining inner turrets. We are actually going to see here sOAZ getting ignited up by Ocelot, and that will be just enough for SK to force FNATIC away from it and pick up turret number 6 of the game.
Just wondering if they're going to turn and push this one, because they're going to spot Peke a long way off here. He has got teleport. Yeah, they are. Yep. They've spotted him in the bottom lane. Immediately they pinged it and said, you know what, we can just keep shoving this one. He has got teleport available. He can come back to base, which is what he's doing. As we call it now, should be able to get back there, but there's going to be a couple of shots on towards that inhibitor turret, slowly working it down, but sOAZ has returned. He's got full health, so SK Gamer will probably back away from this one.
See if they can take it down. FNATIC actually going to push in. That's good damage coming out of PK. sOAZ is coming back in there as well, so they're definitely ready to react on this one. I mean, SK taking a good bit of damage. The question is, what are they going to plan for now? Are FNATIC going to think, okay, they're doing Baron, let's head down there?
They want to catch nRated. He's going to come up here and ward. You can see he's just got the stone instead. He's not going to fall for it. And they are just going to back away and pick up a couple more items. They're all sat
if they see Caitlyn here, surely they're going to end up going for Baron.
They may do. I mean, they have great vision, but no, they are backing. They all realise that let's go buy some great items. They obviously have a stack of gold. They just took down another turret in that top lane. Stacks of wards coming out as well, popping into place. Sunfire Cape's getting completed. Pink wards being picked up. Static Shiv picked up as well. So a lot of damage boosted for SK Gaming now. FNATIC are going to have to work very hard and land really pincer off someone. sOAZ either needs to separate someone, take them down very quick, get on towards CandyPanda maybe, try and take them out, because there's very tanky targets in there. Kevin, he's got a lot of hit points, he's very tanky. hyrqBot, you can see, well, he had 2 giant spells stacked up there. He's very tanky as well, a lot of health. Honestly, Ocelot is pretty tanky as well right now. He's got the Rylers in there. He's going to have a lot of hit points, and he can repel. He gets out of the way. He's a bit of a pain to fight, Elise is. And instead, they're just going to turn and stack down this bottom turret, keep clearing the waves. Surprised they haven't really split pushed across anywhere, but they don't really have the position to do that. They're just hoping that they can try and catch someone out.
Oh, look at that. Pink ward put down. Trying to clear out the vision that was just put over there and stick a ward of their own inside of that base. So let's see if they can get themselves the first inhibitory of the game. So I was actually going to get knocked up here. They've taken him down to half HP, and I think SK wanted that engagement there. I think they were happy with going in and doing that damage. But as it happens, can't quite get it there. So home guard
Speedy Ramus.
Speedy Ramus. As we are going to see Cyanide here taking damage, but Ocelot taking probably more in the grand scheme of things. SK still not quite able to push it through.
Well, the problem is they haven't got any of the other lanes pushed, so all 5 members of FNATIC can just focus on defending this one. sOAZ has come back. He's got full hit points now. They need to be careful because the FNATIC team, if they were to chase and counter them down, if they were getting any advantage, they would catch you very quickly. sOAZ and xPeke would be able to just rip through that team if they catch any stragglers.
Yeah, that's one thing that they certainly have going for them. As SK come down towards that dragon, 35 minutes in the spawn, so you can see the last 2 did go over to FNATIC, and they've just got no idea, SK, when that one's coming up. True Shot Barrage just to wipe out that middle lane once again. But still, no Baron. 33, 34 minutes going in. Doesn't matter about the time, actually. Actually, the only way that it'd matter about the time, in fact, no, it'd never matter about the time,
no,
because Frost beat both of these
simply
teams.
Simply the winner, and,
yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, with SK being a little bit cautious about this one, because it would mean they go through. Of course, it does mean they face AZUBU Blaze, which in itself is going to be a very tough act. But actually, they put up a pretty good fight against AZUBU Frost in comparison to what FNATIC did against them. They pretty much rolled over and had their belly tickled by Woong.
Here we go then. Pink ward that was in that Baron finally taken away as the Oracle was picked up by hyrqBot. A lot of pink wards down here actually from SK. Not cheap.
That means they want the Baron basically. They're setting up for it. They've got the Oracle and hyrqBot. Like you'd say, as soon as those pink wards start coming out, they're definitely setting up for Baron. They want to force a fight.
Here we go then, Baron going to get started off. Olaf still in the middle. Janet and Elise here off to the side. Cho'Gath and Ezreal doing the Baron itself, and I'm going to keep tabs on its health there. There goes a ward finally in, and SK wisely, in my opinion. They were trying to get the sneaky Baron off with everything going on there. Didn't quite work out. They decided to stop.
And they just tried the duo Baron as much. So, well, there is a ward in the back there. They've snuck it in. They didn't take it out. They have got an Oracle. There we go.
Yeah,
so hyrqBot's going to come back around. Stand there, that's the Baron cleaned out once again. Everybody backs off. nRated tries to use his seeds to keep the vision alive. Kevin's keeping that wave pushed in the middle, which sOAZ is holding off. Remember, sOAZ has got boots of ability, so he'll be able to react very quickly as and when he's needed. True Shot Barrage clears out that bottom wave. A chunk
Some of it.
Yeah. Not really all of it, but that top wave's about to push itself as well. So SK really are in a great position to try and force a fight this Baron. The question is, do they want a straight 5v5? Because CandyPanda is going to have to be very, very mobile and slippery to avoid the damage from xPeke and sOAZ.
There's a rupture coming down from the back. Kevin is in there. He knows he's not spotted because that pink ward is in. Kevin now going to get focused. He's down to half HP. But SK turn around. Are they going to go for it? Ragnarok actually popped there by Kevin a little bit premature. And there is Cyanide actually going to get rooted down, knocked up as well. Can they finish off the kills? xPeke going very low. Elise going to get in there. Brilliant route, but is he enough to save them? Elise mops at once. sOAZ now in all kinds of trouble at the top, being chased by CandyPanda and Kevin. Flash over by CandyPanda. Red buff on him, and he's not going to escape that one. Meanwhile, Caitlyn and Zyra did both get away. But it turns out very, very nicely for SK Gaming there. They only had Ocelot low. They picked up 3 kills for it.
Interesting build choice here by sOAZ. He's gone for the Mirror Mana. Good to see how that works out if they were to get into the next fight. But it looks like the Baron will be going to SK, although Kevin is completely separated here. They should be able to take him down. Yellowstar's going to do a lot of damage. But you can see Kevin, oh, the True Shot Barrage. If he'd have actually turned and fought that one, he may have been able to get a kill.
Yeah. But either way, it's delayed them for any possible shenanigans and stealing that could have gone down after that. So I suppose they can't be too unhappy with it. Baron is going to be picked up, and you can see 2,600 and something gold still on CandyPanda, and he's got more gold rolling his way down this middle lane. But once that's gone, he's going to have a lovely shopping spree when he gets himself back home.
Yeah, you can see a lot of armor being popped out now. Grandian Zone just completed by hyrqBot. Runic Bulwark as well, completed by Nyph. So they've just got a lot stronger in the team fights. And FNATIC do manage to get that dragon. They keep it. That's what's kind of keeping the gold ticking at the moment. But with the Baron going down, it will definitely be a loss to them. Black Cleavers finally coming on the map. Normally you used to not be able to hold enough of them. Now they just seem to be the third or fourth item that people tend to go for. So 4 items already picked up by CandyPanda. Just the Giant spot's actually been on Yellowstar. Yellowstar must be sitting on a lot of gold right now. He's been holding that for a long time, but hasn't really caught up the CS. The CS difference between the two AD carries is actually starting to stretch pretty heavily in CandyPanda's favour.
And you can see there SK having no time at all of Dragon. They actually just went down there for a bit of a peek, seeing nothing. That was taken not too long ago by FNATIC, and they've got that timer down, so should be able to get a dragon. The question is, will they be able to get out of the base to get a dragon when it next spawns? I'm not sure about that because he's baroned up. SK are surely going to be looking to push this advantage. They get the knock up there onto nRated, nothing more. Elise is actually going to push up that bottom lane as well. Middle lane already pushed right through to the tower. And SK going to be looking to do the same here on that bottom side. The question is, where does that engage come from?
Well, they pinged straight away and said, yeah, Peke is in that top lane, but thought they were going to maybe rush this bottom lane and get some more damage onto it. CandyPanda's going to not take too many hits to get that turret down. He's definitely starting to shred it down slowly but surely. Remember, Kevin tanked up that turret last time. He's quite happy to take at least the 3 hits from that turret. With the Randian Zone, and hyrqBot could do just the same. Enough for Kevin, though, but Kevin getting caught out. Cyanide comes in. Cyanide definitely a bit more tanky. Has to use that shield up. And again, the voice box from sOAZ finally joining there, but CandyPanda, every time he gets in there, he does get a couple of shots off, and now he takes the turret. They're going to turn on towards the inhibitor. Are FNATIC going to be able to fight for this one, or are they just going to flat give it up, fight on the Nexus turret? This is it. No, Peke's going to get caught. He gets silenced, Joe, and they're going to straight in there. Is it going to be enough? The Zyra ultimate pops him up. True Shot Barrage didn't really land any hits on them. Yellowstar out the back, trying to keep as much damage down. CandyPanda is still very low. They might dive on towards him. sOAZ using the ultimate, ace in the hole, pops on towards Kevin, and they will just fend off this fight.
Tell you what, that's a brilliant job from FNATIC. Look at the health bars of SK, a lot lower than what FNATIC have. They've done a really, really good job of stopping that one from happening. Yes, they've lost the turret, which means it's probably just a matter of time until that inhibitor itself actually goes down, but hanging on, and that is the real key from this one. You've got to try and hang on, but SK actually just turning around, going back up towards that base. The regen that they get from that Baron buff certainly helping them out with that one. Peke not quite being knocked up. Here comes a home guard. Ramos rolling in there. Ocelote is taunted. He goes down. Kevin's not very healthy. Cyanide taking a lot of damage, but sOAZ jumps in the middle. CandyPanda is low. Can they finish him up? Yes, flashing from Yellowstar. Can they get any more? Peke will come in as well. hyrqBot being chased down. Not sure that Nyph will be able to escape this one. One more auto attack or a built-over Peacemaker will do it, and that is 3 kills for 1 for FNATIC. So we talked about, well, they held it brilliantly, but they turned that one right on its head, and they're only 5k gold behind. That's not that much when we're talking about almost 60,000 gold on the top end.
Yes, you can see that Cyanide now is starting to get a little bit more tanky. He started to do the damage. They're going to pick up a turret off this one as well, which is going to help them out immeasurably. And we're always seeing Yellowstar. Is he going to go for a Phantom Dancer as well? I'm just wondering if he's going full on attack speed here. They're going to try and push it towards, see if they can pick him in an inhibitor turret themselves. That would be a great turnaround by FNATIC here. They've got the turret down already. They've managed to catch out. You can see hyrqBot's damage coming on, but they're turning there. They're going to get an inhibitor turret. That's a fantastic counter-attack from FNATIC here. Now they're working on towards the inhibitor itself. They're not going to be able to get that one. Kevin should be able to pull them back. They're starting to respawn.
Absolutely mental stuff there. Back up at 44.08, so a couple of minutes from now. And we are seeing the bus being stolen away by FNATIC as well. And this is the kind of game that if SK end up losing, they will absolutely slaughter themselves for it, because this was their game to lose on more than one occasion. And, well, they may just end up doing that one. It was, can't take anything away from FNATIC. On the other hand, they've done a great job of turning that one around. I just feel that, now, when they backed away from that last part, I'm not sure that going back in was really necessary. It was really the best idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they suddenly thought, oh, we need to get this, or because they saw sOAZ go to the top, they just assumed, okay, this should be a nice free fight because they're going to back away from it. But FNATIC were not in any mood to back away from the fights anymore. They've done enough backing, and they don't want to manage. TrueShot Barrage actually missed that creep wave on the top wave there, but it was fired from the bottom of the map. As it is though, CandyPanda is farming out a lot right now. He's got 5 items complete. He's got the Furore boots on as well. But we do see that Giant's Belt, another BF sword on Caitlyn. Caitlyn is going to start building up potentially an Infinity Edge here. It's going to be very strong. Actually changed what he was building. He did have a Zeal on there earlier on. Yep. And he sold it, and he's gone BF sword along with that Giant's Belt.
Yeah, interesting one, that one. See where he decides to go first. On the Giant Belt route, or with that BF sword going towards Infinity Edge. Let's see. Kassadin just pushing his top lane out. And that's what they need to do here as well, FNATIC. Just push SK that little bit further back. They know that another Baron going over to SK would be pretty devastating for the chances, especially after the work they've just put in that last minute and a half, 2 minutes of this one. We're up to 44 minutes almost of the game, so a long one. What we were expecting, what we were hoping for, to be honest.
CandyPanda's caught out.
Oh, this is bad news for him. Can he get away? Probably not. sOAZ coming in here as well. And melted. Absolutely melted.
And that's what they need to do, and that's how quick goes to that combo of Kha'Zix and Kassadin. They can just collapse on you. Well, they may be able to turn this into an inner turret. They're going to try and shove it. They're going to come around the backside. They're going aggressive here. FNATIC want to try and pick someone off. Not too sure whether they're going to be able to. Instead, they're going to turn in towards the inhibitor. You can see straight away they're going to dive straight in there. Is it going to be enough to go for the inhibitor? It's going to be a 5v4. CandyPanda, the main AD carry, down. They're going to give up this inhibitor, and FNATIC suddenly find themselves in a really strong position. 7-4 turrets, though, to SK.
This is great play from FNATIC.
They're going Baron. They're going Baron.
Yeah, Baron is up. And they are going to be heading there. Just showing that FNATIC, you know, they've been practicing hard. SK have been practicing hard. It was always hard to call. I mean, they've both technically got new lineups coming into this event, so hard one to call. But FNATIC, for me, looked a lot more gelled at this current state. I mean, SK, as we said earlier on, systematic pressure they were putting down. A hyrqBot going to get caught out. There's a Howling Gale across. Ultimate's coming down left, right, and centre. Knockup from Zyra is good, but can they finish off? Cyanide is right in the middle of them all. Can they lock down anyone? ocelote, he's going to dive away from that one. Ends up landing right on top of nRated and will be picked off. There's the TrueShot Barrage. It's pretty much a no damage barrage for actually. sOAZ, wow, he goes down very quickly as well.
CandyPanda respawning just in time to get straight in there. sOAZ wasn't expecting that one. Big, massive, long death time is now 60-second plus for sOAZ, and of course ocelote, they're going to chase on towards nRated. CandyPanda could well pick a target. Which one will he go for? Peke is going to get slowed. He should be able to catch on towards the Rupture in a moment. The fail flash, but the ultimates instead. Now they're going to go possibly straight towards the exposed inhibitor. Just turn and burn straight towards it. They've got 4 members that only defending it. They've realised that Peke is well away from it. This is going to be an inhibitor for SK. Came in now. This game is going back and forth. Pretty crazy stuff considering they've got the Baron in there, but Yellowstar's coming back in. Yellowstar's going to get the damage down straight in towards it. It's going to be a 4v4 fight. hyrqBot tries to get a piece on towards Peke. hyrqBot gets taken down. Cyanide's low, but Peke's continuing to chase. Yellowstar is doing so much damage from the back, and he's just untouched every fight.
This is such an insane game now, and FNATIC once again somehow managed to hold on to that inhibitor. It feels like it's been under pressure for so very long. Well, that's I think because it has. Here comes a dragon for SK. This time they kind of flukily just walk past it when it spawned because they've not had the timer down for it. Oh, dragon, I forgot about that thing. But this top lane is all pushed out there. TrueShot Barrage, again, hardly doing any damage whatsoever, but short spawn time, might as well get it, short cooldown time, might as well get it off there and do what you can with it. Cyanide just scouting now on the top side. Obviously, they did take that last blue buff away, so they may just be hanging around to have that one as well.
Needs to be careful here. This is exactly how CandyPanda got caught out. This time they are going to go towards it. You can see Yellowstar is doing damage to a very beefy Olaf there, and that is really where all the damage is coming from, but they just don't seem to be able to get towards him. They've got that aggressive front line of sOAZ and Peke that everybody is so focused on. Yellowstar's just getting a free reign at the back. They're going to steal away the blue buff. And well, there's just so much armor on Kevin, and I'm amazed how quick that damage came out. You can see the Infinity Edge, the Bloodthirst, the Static Shift, and the Last Whisper really is doing its job for Yellowstar. And I guess finally he might build into a Warmox towards the end.
Yeah, he's strong and he's doing ridiculous amounts. So as in a bit of a forward position there, but got that Banshee's Veil on to keep him safe from at least the first CAC that could come his way.
Just show how confident they are, though. The fact that sOAZ now, who was really not in this game for a long period of time, finally does jump away, but he wanted to get that red buff. You can see actually xPeke is sat ready waiting to maybe try and come in and steal that one. He thought about it. This is a bound up FNATIC team that really is not too worried about going aggressive right now.
Oh, Kevin again, maybe in a little bit of trouble. Not quite. He's just going to be waiting off from this one. Pretty much summoner spells and ultimates up across the board. FNATIC taking this inner turret on the bottom lane. That will bring us back to 7-6 in turrets. Pretty much even. 66.5 to 66.8 thousand gold. FNATIC now in the lead in this one. It's 12-10 in kills. It doesn't get much crazy in this. This is the final game of Group B here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. The winner will go through to play AZUBU Blaze in tomorrow's semi-finals. The loser goes home.
Well, we call it the El Clasico. Obviously representative of Real Madrid versus Barcelona, but SK versus FNATIC are two esports organizations that have been around for a very long time. And they are reaping the benefits of League of Legends right now because this game is fantastic between the two. Very, very close. Who is going to win out? That is the big question. SK Gaming are going to feel if they do lose it, like you say, they've thrown it. And really, it's FNATIC that fought very well in that bottom lane. Both inhibitors down. Two teams, and it's SK Gaming being the aggressor here. Baron buff has run out on FNATIC now, and Yellowstar is going to try and stay as much as at the back he can. Look at the damage on towards hyrqBot from Yellowstar there. Shreds him down. They have such a fast team to chase.
They're going for it. Cyanide is going to roll in towards this one. Kevin in trouble. Here comes Cyanide right in there. He is destroyed, but sOAZ is on top of him. There's a true shot barrage. Here comes the Zyra ultimate. Flashed away from Ace in the hole. Not quite going to get the kill, but they force him off. That's a 1-for-0. And after 50 minutes of playtime, it's like, well, that's enough at this stage. Those kills, you know, it's a 60-second spawn time. If you get one out, you've got that advantage for a long time. It is 60 seconds is a long time in game.
They did a fantastic job of disengaging there. They managed to avoid another Giant's belt. Really, Kevin, are you collecting these things? I'm not too sure. I'm guessing he's going to go for a frozen mallet this time around. xPeke clears out the other wave. And you know, FNATIC have a very fast team of engaging there. They could have chased that one down. They could have used flashes, but instead SK very quickly disengaged that entire fight. They managed to get away. But we do see another item completed by CandyPanda. He's now got the Infinity Edge in there. Actually sold out. I'm pretty sure he had the Black Cleaver there. I don't know whether anyone else was noticing it. The expert desk are not really responding to me, but I'm pretty sure he sold the Black Cleaver and bought an Infinity Edge.
No shaking of the heads. Or nodding. Never mind. So, SK are going to be pushing their way up towards that middle inhibitor turret. The question is, can they get through without being picked off? ocelote taking a good chunk of damage, but he's done the damage back. He's taken Yellowstar down to half HP. Here comes Cyanide again. He moves so ridiculously fast across the map there that he's almost hard to keep track of. CandyPanda actually tanking up the turret. That's that shield coming down from Jatt. Where is... Ooh, Kha'Zix, look at him. He's off here to the side.
He has got so much damage. If anyone was to get caught out there, they would just get popped in an instant. You would not even see it. The camera wouldn't catch it. That's for certain, unless we were staring right at him. He's going to keep clearing that wave out around the side. He did sell a Black Cleaver. I'm not too sure. CandyPanda, though, the half hit points. Ace in the hole hits as well. And you can see the build turret almost caught him as well. That means SK are going to have to retreat here. Cyanide immediately going on the aggressor. Is he going to go towards that bush? They get the ward in there. They don't manage to go for it, but they could just push straight down. The inhibitor has respawned on both teams, and they're going to go aggressive. SK are going to try and fight this one from the side.
They've managed to get the route down onto Cyanide, but not really much more than that. hyrqBot taking damage. Where are they going to be aiming for? Kevin is rooted. Zyra ulti comes down. Elisa's trying to escape, but sOAZ is out of position. He's forced to flash away. ocelote going to chase him. That's going to be a kill. I'm going to move that back down onto this side. Well, I say that. Cyanide is still alive. Finally, he goes down. and they weren't able to chase back on the other side. And that's again just
Baron.
slight out of position in Nyph, and it's perfect timing for SK Gaming. Baron comes up, they're going to be taking that one. That is the third Baron of this game. We're 52 minutes in. xPeke is actually going to go down in towards that inhibitor and see if he can take that one away before anyone from SK can actually, respond to that.
Well, Kassadin's not the fastest destroyer of inhibitors, that's for sure. So Beck's definitely taking a gamble here. Yellowstar could have gone for it, but he is very mobile and he should be able to escape without trouble. CandyPanda's trying to cut him off here. You can see him heading around the side. He's teleporting away, but he got silenced, so he couldn't teleport. He gets caught with the rupture. He's going to ulti again, but CandyPanda's coming around the side. This is backfired for Peke. He's been caught out, and CandyPanda should be able to chase him down. He manages to get another ulti. Hasn't got flash available. He just managed to get another ulti off. Is it going to be enough? The arcane shift is a chase of who can shift the ball. He's out of mana. He won't be able to do another ultimate. CandyPanda will have arcane shift back up in a moment. hyrqBot should be able to head him off. The rupture's going to land. He's going to get taken out by CandyPanda. Now they're going to chase through to the open inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to push those creeps right back as well, using that. Never mind. The ultimate coming out of Ezreal to concentrate on this one to get through.
There's a massive
we are
big
going to
wave
see them
coming
pushing. Yeah, they've got a lot coming down there as well. They need to be careful that one, SK, but the damage they've got, they can probably finish this one off. It's 5 versus 4 anyway. It looks like they're going to go for that middle inhibitor turret and the inhibitor as well. xPeke still got 45 seconds until he can spawn back into this one. Inhibitor turret does go down. Inhibitor they will go for as well.
They're going to go towards the inhibitor. They've got to be careful because they are super minions going down that midline, but they're going to try and finish this as quick as possible. They may well lose a Nexus to it for it. We'll see how that one works out. But super minions are starting to spawn down there. It's going to be the third inhibitor of the game. Cyanide is going to get caught out. Oh, just bounced left, right. He just avoided that. Ocelot finally finished him out. sOAZ tries to come around, but leaps out of it again. They do manage to pick up one kill. Can they get a second? Can they get a third? Strike towards it. sOAZ on towards hyrqBot. He's going to have his jump back available in a moment as soon as he catches back in there. Can he chase down hyrqBot? Meanwhile, in the mid, we've also got Yellowstar pushing through. He's not going to chase this one through, and they're going to back off.
They're going to back off. 2 men down for FNATIC. That's the AD carry and the AP carry. We've got Cyanide, the only one down here. That's Ramos. That means surely FNATIC have got that big advantage and they're going to push it. We've got Kha'Zix leaping over the top of the wall. They are going to be going for this one. We're 55 minutes almost into this one. Yellowstar hammering away on those creeps. nRated and sOAZ. We're going to have xPeke coming in from the backside as well. There are the siege minions taken out. Are they going to go for the inhibitor turret or are they going to go straight through? 26 seconds for Ocelot, 20 seconds for CandyPanda. They are going to be going for this one. It's Yellowstar hammering away. xPeke is there as well. There is the first Nexus turret taken down. Second one's going to be focused. Can they finish off the Nexus? This is close stuff. 8 seconds for CandyPanda. They're going to focus in towards Yellowstar. Kevin going low. Big fight kicking out. Silence coming in there as well. And nRated will go down to Kevin. So that's going to be the focus here as well. Yellowstar has to back away. xPeke taking damage all over the place. Probably Gale is going to land. Can they get him? Peke somehow gets away. And FNATIC not quite able to finish the job.
But CandyPanda took down sOAZ. That means there's going to be a 70-second spawn timer. There's super minions, a massive wave of them going towards the Nexus turret right now. FNATIC have to get back and deal with them. Meanwhile, you can see that SK Gaming are just keeping them delayed. They've got 2 inhibitors down, and they're just going to pile straight up towards those super minions in the base. You can see there's coming in there. Peke is desperately up towards the Nexus. Kevin is going to be able to go towards him. He's trying to do it, but meanwhile, they're in the base. Yellowstar's trying to defend them in the base. Peke is trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another axe. He's very low. They're pushing on the Nexus turret. Peke's back to it. I do not believe it. Peke's stuck in there. Kaplan takes down the Nexus. But now he's going crazy. That game was amazing.
That was the best thing I have seen in the entire history of League of Legends. The skill that took there from Peke, the nerves, his hands must have been shaking. My God, it probably a burst blood vessels trying to do that there at the end. That was insane.
They were on both Nexuses. It was so back and forward. What a crazy game. You've got to take your hats off to these 2 teams. They really put everything into that match. SK Gaming, of course, coming into this one, they wanted to give everything. FNATIC saying they were only going to give 50%. I think they gave a lot more than that in that game.
50%, if that's 50%, Season 3, Fnatic are going to destroy everyone with blindfolds on. That was pretty insane stuff. SK, you can see on their faces there, every single one of them going to be disappointed with that one. They had it, they had it in their hands. They were pushing those inhibitor turrets. I wouldn't say that it was a clear-cut 100% win for them.
But Joe, how good is this? How good is this? This is going to happen every week.
This is going to happen every week. And people told us on Twitter, El Clasico, you can't call it that in League of Legends yet. Well,
I think you just did.
I think we just did become an El Clasico there, certainly. And that was just, I don't know, I've not seen something like that. I don't think ever. Honestly, that was absolutely
insane. You see the tension, because they knew if Peke had died and he was one hit away from death, they would have lost, because CandyPanda was on their base, the Nexus turrets were going down, there was a massive wave of super minions. That game was lost within 10 seconds either way.
Absolutely brilliant. So we can see ocelote, we know him as one of the most emotional men in League of Legends, and to lose like that, I think he'd rather have been wiped over in 20 minutes than spend 56 minutes and 10 seconds for the game to end like that. Amazing micro work by xPeke there at the end with Kassadin jumping side to side. I mean, what do you do against him then if you've got no flash? You can't get around him, you can't do anything. But like you said, he was one hit away. When he had one hit left on that the Nexus itself, manages to pull it off and catapults Fnatic through into the semis.
And cast your mind back to the Season 2 finals. They had identical almost with CLG. Remember the backdoor from Voyboy got around there. The teleports coming in. That's twice they've been caught out by the exact same thing. Crazy, crazy games between these teams.
Yeah, and xPeke, the hero in the end for Fnatic. They've just had such an amazing game. As you said, SK gonna be disappointed, but no, things move forward for them. Season 3 is coming up. And even that's actually going to be it for me and you for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in. That was an absolutely amazing game. We're going to be throwing it over to the expert desk. They've got a lot of work to do to break down that fantastic game.
Thank you, Joe. Before we get into the analysis, I want to hear everyone here to give a huge cheer for Fnatic, because that was an insane ending to Group B. Or you guys will be jerks. There we go, thank you. That was an insane game, guys. Give me your first thoughts on that.
Wow. It started really nice for SK. I actually saw him ahead for the major part of the game, but yeah.
I mean, we were sitting here with Jatt the whole time, and he was even saying, Fnatic, there's not coming back from this. Like, it was that far behind.
Yes, I mean, it looked fairly close. The gold count, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 gold one way or the other, more or less in SK's favor. But with the comp they had, with the champions they had, that should have been a sealed deal. They should have had that. There were a couple of moments that started to swing it back in Fnatic's favor and started to close it back up again. SK did do a good job of then getting that lead back again. And we saw in the last couple of fights, they just dominated and they were the stronger team. But Fnatic outplayed it, went around it, and Peke.
Yeah, dodge after dodge on those axes.
For everyone that was watching, he had 40 health, right? At the end of that, 40.
We're going to go back through and watch it. We can't not, but we've got a couple of other replays to do first, which should help highlight the moments where Fnatic really got themselves back into this game. The first of which, 40 minutes, he's trembling. I do not blame him.
There was a moment where he actually died, and it looked like the game was going to be over for them. But Fnatic turned it around in their base.
Yes.
Ended up taking the victory for his team when he almost lost it. It's got to be a great feeling.
It's got to be, and then
it was really like anybody's game for so many moments, and the finish is just like very fitting for the
and that is why League of Legends is the best esport right now. That is simply why.
It's definitely one of them. There's many, but yeah. So yeah, 40 minutes, 30 seconds, 10 kills in SK's favor, 4 kills for Fnatic. SK have just come pushing up this bottom lane, taking down the inhibitor turret, trying to work away on the inhibitor. They haven't quite finished it off yet. Home guard Rammus comes flying off the fountain, catches ocelote and starts this fight, which eventually goes into Fnatic's favor. We're going to run it through the replay, run it in a little bit of slow motion, a couple of pauses, and so you can talk us through exactly how it went down.
The setup is actually more important because at this point, SK was ahead like almost the entire game. And they kind of did a mistake of overextending too much into the enemy base. This was the first time 1-2. And they just get a clean taunt on ocelote, which kind of leads into an instant burst, which sets up the fight.
Yeah, the difference pick off sOAZ as he leaps into CandyPanda, but the fact that he could leap on CandyPanda because he was in a bad position, he tried to get a little bit too greedy to get the kill onto Cyanide as he backed away. It allowed Yellowstar to flash in and finish him off in the last second, trying to chase on the hyrqBot, but because that knockup landed, he had the slow on Yellowstar. Yellowstar couldn't catch up, he had no slow in his own. Nyph, unfortunately, was then picked down by xPeke, and with the help of that slow right there, and a final piece making Yellowstar managed to pick that up and ended the fight 3-for-1 in FNATIC's favor. We're going to jump through to another replay in just a moment, but I mean, that's 3-for-1, yes, it's still 11 kills to 7 in favor of SK, but what exactly was it about that that really gave FNATIC the momentum there?
It were moments like this where SK clearly thought they were stronger than they were, and they actually were really strong, but like, you should just back at this point. They tried to force inhibitor, like later they tried to force top tower as well, where they got almost aced. Stuff like this happened and shouldn't happen.
All right, Panky, what's the next replay you got set up for us?
Next replay should be 1-for-1. It's a fairly even trade, but it starts out with FNATIC here at the Baron. It's not so many kills, it's not so exciting, but it's going on through. I'll speed it up a little bit as it's closing there. The pings are there, SK know it's coming. And they're closing in slowly but surely. We'll click on the Baron top as you see it. It's down very, very quickly. They get here a little bit too late. hyrqBot leading the charge in, gets the burst on by xPeke.
It's actually kind of an unfortunate rift walk because he doesn't see ocelote yet. He's kind of around the corner, so he just steps into him and gets instant bursted.
I mean, Feast was used on xPeke as well there. I mean, the Feast in the previous fight, hyrqBot feasted onto Cyanide right in the fountain on the steps of their base. That Feast is such a massive amount of true damage. Who would you rather have your target on? Obviously, perfect ward, you get on the AD carry every time, but is there a better situation? Should it have been used on xPeke? Should it not been used on Cyanide?
Definitely, it should be used on xPeke a lot, because if he ever steps in, Cho'Gath is really strong. He can just rupture, silence, and feast afterwards, and Kassan is already like kind of out of the fight.
What the hell is Kha'Zix doing in that pause? I don't even know. But I'm going to bring this overlay back up and of course take it right through to the ending again. We've got to watch that through. We have, let's say, we'll speed it up through, make sure we don't skip too much, but we've got FNATIC coming straight up this mid lane again, leading the charge with the 4-3 remaining champions, sOAZ and nRated, Yellowstar, doing what they can. There's not many members of SK left up. Get through the first 2 Nexus turrets, start to get whittled down, kind of tunnel visioning on those turrets a little bit too much, taking the free damage. You saw Kevin was in there on Yellowstar. Yellowstar did get knocked up, which allowed him to do so, because they all start to get whittled down. Someone makes the call that they need to back away, and you instantly watch Yellowstar and xPeke start to back on off. So it's trying to get in there with his stealth to do what damage he can, but it's not quite enough. And nRated did the same, but he hasn't exactly got auto attack.
At this point, there's really like no going back. You got to finish through with it. It's like either you win or you lose at this point. If you decide to keep pushing, it's game if you can't make it.
I don't know if you guys can hear that.
This is what's happening right now.
The crowd is just cheering xPeke right now, as you'll see here why they're so happy to see him. So he does get that rip off right. Oh, no, actually, we're going to stick with that replay.
This is him still running. We're just going to follow his route back.
Yeah, we're going to stick with that replay for you guys and show how it ended.
He starts to recall down in this Tributram by the Baron, but they realize what's going on. He instantly teleports straight up onto the last remaining super creep in this base and starts working away on the Nexus turret. Oh, Nexus itself, sorry. Kevin's in there popping his Ragnarok as dodge slow, but it's just axe after axe, and he keeps avoiding it. I'm going to leave that overlay up, in fact, and pause it right at the end so you can see his health. One more axe does actually land, but he's just chipping away at it. And with one final reckless swing, 39 HP as he takes that last swing on the Nexus. With most of these champions, I think Kevin was in fact in the middle of his auto attack animation to get that kill. There's no better feeling.
Sunfire was ticking down. In the end, he was like 30 HP, I think.
Yeah, and ultimately now, we mentioned it before, that takes him through to play Blaze tomorrow. That's that rematch from IPL5. And what better way to get there with such a tight 4 game? We knew it was going to be a big win. We knew it was going to decide the group. We knew it was a grudge match between SK and FNATIC, but you can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, but the thing is about Blaze, you know, the last time I played, it was on the Season 2 patch. Season 3, obviously now going to be played on, but FNATIC's been boot camping quite a bit. We actually do have the group graphic for you, just to show you, kind of how the day ended, as you see here. We have AZUBU FROST finishing in first place, going 3-0 in the group stage. FNATIC 2-1, going to be taking that second place, like we just said, playing against Blaze. Frost will be currently against Gambit Gaming tomorrow, which we saw kind of a shoddy performance. Oh, actually, yeah. Well, that's not necessarily true. It's FNATIC that actually plays against Gambit, correct?
FNATIC got second.
FNATIC lost to Frost.
Yeah, so that means that
they play against
Blaze. Right.
Yeah.
And Gambit will play against Frost. So That's an equally huge match. The old Moscow 5 line, of course, playing against AZUBU FROST, two world-class teams, both of them at that world final.
I'm actually really happy it went that way because having a rematch of OGN half final, which is like a load of games, I would have really enjoyed watching Blaze versus Frost.
Yeah, well, we have the playoff bracket for you guys just to give a little bit of a view on how it's set up. So on the left side, semifinal number 1 is AZUBU Blaze versus FNATIC Raycog. Semifinal number 2, Gambit Gaming versus AZUBU Frost, and these will be best of 3s tomorrow. And the final will be played obviously right after that. And tomorrow is promising to be such an exciting day. So many good matches to come. If Gambit doesn't...
Warmogs.
Yeah, so many Warmogs to come. We could see... I can't even count that high.
I don't want to count that high. We've seen, I mean, that last game and a couple of the Asian games, they have about 6 per team. So, yeah, it's going to be a ridiculous amount tomorrow in best of 3s, and hopefully we get 9 games. That's what I want to see.
All right, well, right now, who's going to win the entire event?
Tournament? Probably Frost.
I'm going to say AZUBU Frost too. They just played against Absolute Legend Poland. They went for a 4 ninja comp. They picked every ninja in the game, and LeBlanc as their final pick, and they took their game with ease from what I hear. They've done basically the same thing to everyone else they've come across so far. Maybe Blaze will cause a hiccup to them. I mean, we just saw them play in OGN 2 best of 5 series and went to all 10 games. But again, Frost did come out on top there, so what's to say they couldn't do it again?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for us today. We're going to be going a little bit of commercial, but hopefully you will be tuning in tomorrow for all of that League of Legends action.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. It is the end of the day of the League of Legends, but before we let the players go, we thought we'd get a quick word from them on that incredible match that we've just witnessed. xPeke, first of all, the stealing blue, the stealing red, but stealing a Nexus? What were you thinking?
That was just desperate accident. That was total YOLO accident. Just went in and didn't even think. Let's see what happened.
What was going through your mind? Were your teammates giving you a hard time, or were they just like, go for it?
Some of them didn't even know what I was doing. Some of them were like, just go back and try to defend as you can, and I was just teleporting, and I don't know, I was not even thinking. I was just with my balls here, just scared.
Your heart's still racing, right?
Yeah, I'm still nervous about it.
Okay, so let's just rewind a little bit into the game, because the game itself seemed to be getting away from you. You were 8k down in gold at one point. You were way back on turrets. You were really being forced back by SK. It looked like their game to lose. What changed for you?
Well, they had a way better team composition for fights, so we had to do perfect team fights, and they had to fail for us to win a team fight. So I think at one point we won a fight really hard. That gave us the advantage of getting Baron and 3 or 4 turrets, I think. And after that, we could stay in the game for 10, 20 more minutes. So that's pretty much it. We just had to wait for a perfect fight, and that's what we did. Just defend until we had it.
And I suppose solo Nexus killing was the cue for you to win.
Yeah, that was the key, like totally crazy. I don't know. That's not going to happen again, for me at least.
Thank you very much for an amazing game. I think this game is going to live long in the memory of League of Legends because it was absolutely fantastic. xPeke, everyone.
I'm here with the ocelotes. Very, very sad ocelot. And I feel like anything I would say right now is just, like torturing you. 39 is the number to remember.
We are just destroyed right now as a team. We are destroyed because I think we played good. We wanted to show the world, we wanted to show the fans and ourselves that we are one of the best teams of the world already. And we failed. I want to show myself that I'm one of the best APs once again. I'm not an entertainer like Harry. We failed again. I just feel destroyed, man. I don't know. And it's just deja vu from the Season 2 finals when CLG and A beaten us the same way. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know. I'm really, really destroyed.
I can't say thank you, but I understand, guy.
Just before we wrap that up, xPeke, you want to say something?
Yeah, the way you play today, you are definitely a top team in the world.
For me, that's the perfect way to finish a fantastic day of League of Legends. It has been absolutely unbelievable, partly in due to these two teams playing an absolutely amazing game. But there are other people to thank as well. You guys have been fantastic, Katowice.
Katowice, dziękujemy wam bardzo. To już koniec na dzisiaj. Zapraszamy jutro, od jutra kolejne mecze. Jeszcze teraz zdaje się, że będzie szybka przebieżka przez jutrzejszą rozpiskę.
So just before we go, let's show you the schedule and the lineup for tomorrow. And we have, of course, 2 semi-finals that you do not want to miss. First up at 12 o'clock, AZUBU Blaze versus FNATIC Raid Call. And then at 2:15, Gambit Gaming versus AZUBU Frost, with the grand final taking place at 17:45 Central European Time. It has been the most magnificent day. Dare we dream it'd be better tomorrow? Tune in and find out. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.